Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan, and a very good morning to you all, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the second day of Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2025. Well, I hope everyone is ready to follow all of our programs on the second day of ISF 2025. And I also believe that you had a very productive day on the first day of ISF yesterday. So, ladies and gentlemen, we gather in ISF 2025 to put sustainability at the heart of economic growth as it offers path towards a resilient and prosperous future. And there's no such thing as one-size-fits-all solution for climate crisis, as climate change knows no international borders. So here, at this forum, we aim to make a leap in energy transition, including international collaboration that is built on a just principle. So we are grateful to have everybody here as the stakeholders of sustainability, especially in this country, Indonesia. And before we start today's agenda, ladies and gentlemen, let us refresh our minds of what day one was about. So let us begin with a brief recap of the highlights from day one. Please welcome the Deputy Minister for Basic Infrastructure from the Coordinating Ministry for Infrastructure and Regional Development of the Republic of Indonesia. Let's welcome him on the stage, Mr. Rahmat Kaimuddin. Let's give a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everybody. I hope everyone get a good first day in ISF, and also very excited for the second day. Before we start the events on the second day, let me quickly recap what we have been discussing yesterday. So yesterday we have about 5 plenary sessions. We talk about very, very fundamental things like water, energy, and food. And also we talk about things like air quality and everything. If I may, can you put up my slide, please? So in the first session, we talk about water self-sufficiency. And the key takeaways are, the good thing is that it is available, but unevenly distributed across warung jamu. Waktu, ruang, jumlah, dan mutu. Time, space, quantity, and quality. And therefore, to supply water, we need a lot of infrastructure. The scale is big, but achievable. The good thing is plenty of capital is available for investment in the sector, but it requires clarity of regulation and business scheme. The second theme, we talk about sustainable agriculture, where precision farming shown that will boost yield and farmers' income, and things like digital tools and blended finance empower next generation farmers. But our homework is not finished. We do need massive investments to achieve sustainable agriculture. In the third session, we discuss about nature-based solution, whereby people start recognizing about biodiversity and blue carbon is actually valuable for climate resilience and is possible to attract investments. However, we do need to have a strategy to align that, so we need to stop the nature loss. The fourth session talk about renewable energy. And for Indonesian case, we reiterate our willingness, our commitment to basically build renewables, 69.5 gigawatt, almost double of our existing capacity, and majority will be renewables. However, again, clear and consistent regulations are essential to accelerate energy transition. And the last panel Yesterday, we talked about low emission mobility. We are on track to make EVs affordable and accessible. And of course, we not only talk about private, but also public transport. And however, it also needs incentives and local production. On the next session, we talk about climate and trade, renewables and low carbon power, accelerating clean air solution, sustainable agriculture, green investment, and critical minerals and downstreaming. So multiple keywords we heard yesterday. The world is very wealthy. We have a lot of resources. Infrastructure, though, is required to ensure that we can enjoy the benefit of those. And that investment, that infrastructure requires investment. Capital is available. But those capital to come to be realized as investment will need a lot of regulations, a lot of clarity, and good ecosystem. So, I think bottom line, collaboration, clarity, capital is available, technology is available. There's hope in front of us. So let us continue the second day, and in these events today, we're gonna talk about more interesting events like industrial decarbonization, financing, and human resources. With that, I'm gonna give back the event to the MC to continue. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rahmat Kaimuddin, for reminding us once again and refreshing our minds as well of what happened at day one. And we are ready now, we continue again our discussions on aspects regarding sustainability in Indonesia. And to set the tone for the first panel or the first theme of today's discussion, it is our pleasure as well to welcome to the stage keynote speaker, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, to deliver an address on enhancing downstreaming sustainable investment in critical minerals industry. So without further ado, let's watch the video from His Excellency Sugiono.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan, Rahayu. Excellencies, distinguished guests, it is a great opportunity for me and also an honor to address the Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2025, a gathering that reminds us that sustainability is not a policy option, but a moral imperative of our time. The climate crisis is no longer a distant threat. Droughts, floods, and rising seas are urgent signals from nature that demand our collective actions. As the world accelerates toward decarbonization, competition for critical minerals is also redefining global geopolitics. The International Energy Agency projects that demand for these minerals will quadruple by 2040, and much of these resources are found in developing nations like Indonesia. This brings both opportunity and responsibility to manage our resources wisely, to ensure fair value, and to promote sustainability that benefits all. The question, therefore, is not whether we act, but how we act to ensure that our energy transition is just, inclusive, and sustainable. Excellencies, Indonesia has taken bold steps to ensure that our critical minerals drive global decarbonization while also advancing domestic prosperity. Through our downstream policies, the Indonesian government is creating value at home, building industries, developing skills, and fostering innovation that empower our people and drive regional growth. Indonesia is also embarking on projects to accelerate the implementation of net zero emission, which is projected to commence in 2026. Building 80,000 solar energy farms in every village of Indonesia, which will provide up to 100 gigawatts of sustainable electricity, replacing fossil fuel-based power generator to natural gas and hydropower-based generators, and expanding the implementation and use of biofuel, both biodiesel and biogasoline, to reduce and eventually to eliminate dependence on fossil fuel. But our vision goes beyond economic transformation. Indonesia believes that sustainable downstreaming must be underpinned by inclusive and responsible investment, grounded in good governance, social equity, and environmental stewardship. This is why Indonesia promotes investment frameworks aligned with the ESG principles, ensuring that the growth delivers real and lasting benefits for the people. Excellencies, looking ahead, Indonesia calls for stronger global collaboration to build resilient value chains through sustainable downstream investment and technology exchange. Trade and investment must be fair, inclusive, and provide equal access to markets and finance. Developing countries should take the lead in setting sustainability standards so that our minerals gain global recognition while advancing circular economic practices from recycling to waste reduction. We also believe that energy transition must not deepen inequalities between the resource-rich and the technology-rich. For the Global South, the green transition must be a ladder, not a trap, a path toward technology, not dependency, a reflection of justice, not charity, and a foundation for partnership, not prescription. And Indonesia stands ready to serve as a bridge between developed and developing countries, between technology and resources, and between ambition and action, and as a partner in building real solutions. If we are to meet the promise of the Paris Agreement and the 2030 Agenda, we must unite in purpose and act with courage. As Mahatma Gandhi reminded us, that the earth provides enough to satisfy every man's needs, but not every man's greed. Let this wisdom guide us to act responsibly, live sustainably, and leave behind a planet worthy for future generations. Let us build a future where growth and green coexist. I thank you.
Let's give a big round of applause to the Foreign Minister of Indonesia, His Excellency Sugiono, who has opened and also set the tone for our panel discussion today. So without further ado, let's begin with the first panel discussion this morning. And I would like to also welcome our moderator for this panel discussion. Let's give a big round of applause to Mr. Ashwin Balasubramanian, partner, co-leader, McKinsey Sustainability Growth Platform, McKinsey & Company. Thank you very much. Let's give a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for turning up here nice and early on a Saturday morning. It's great to see you all here. My name is Ashwin. I'm a partner with McKinsey's Singapore office, and I lead our work across Southeast Asia in sustainability and energy transition. So the topic for today's panel discussion is very close to my heart. The topic for our session is enhancing downstreaming, sustainable investment in critical minerals industries. We have a very strong list of experienced speakers who will be sharing their thoughts on this topic. Why are we talking about this topic today? We already heard some of the remarks from Bapak Minister. So first, key minerals will be critical to enable the energy transition. As we know, many of the energy transition technologies are particularly metal and mineral intensive. For example, renewable manufacturing, energy storage, electric mobility, power grids will all require critical minerals. This will drive accelerated growth in demand, especially for minerals such as nickel, copper, aluminum, and tin. Second, Indonesia is blessed with many of these critical minerals, including the ones where demand is likely to grow the fastest. For example, we have the leading nickel reserves in the world, but we are also top 10 in producing copper, aluminum, and tin. So Indonesia matters in these critical minerals. Third, downstreaming is a great way to capture as much of this resource value for us to create economic growth. It is expected to be value adding to the country, but at the same time, there are questions about the return on investments compared to the high returns we've traditionally been used to in mining. There is also some signs of global overcapacity in processing. So we need to also find the best way to navigate global demand, but at the same time, global supply growth. To discuss some of these important questions and issues, I would now like to invite our esteemed panelists. Let me introduce them one by one. I would like to then invite them to join us on stage. First, I would like to introduce Pa Nurul Ikhwan. Many of you would be familiar with him. He's the Deputy Minister for Investment Promotion at BKPM. Pa Nurul, please join us on stage. He has decades of experience in investment promotion, industrial zones, and services planning. He has been at the forefront of leading overseas promotion centers and has shaped policies to attract capital into downstream sectors. Welcome, Pa Nurul. Second, we are privileged to have Pa Handi Sutonto, who's the Commercial Director at PT Antam. Pa Handi, please join us on stage. He has been Commercial Director at Antam since June of this year. Before this, he has had many important roles at Antam, including Head of Commercial and Transformation Division, as well as the Head of Accounting and Tax. Thank you for joining us, Pa Handi. Third, it's my privilege to invite Pa Utomo Nugroho, who's the Infrastructure and Operations Director at Krakatau Steel. Please join us, Pa. Krakatau Steel is Indonesia's largest integrated steel producer. Pa Nugroho has a long career in the steel industry. He has overseen operations, production efficiency, and downstream expansion into high-value products. Thank you, Pa. Next, I would like to invite Pa Tony Venas, the CEO of Freeport Indonesia, a leading global mining company producing copper, gold, and silver. He has decades of leadership in Indonesia's resource sector. He's guided Freeport from being a primarily export-driven into a large-scale domestic downstreaming player. Thank you for joining us. Next, I would like to invite Ms. Raylene Martin, who's the Global Head of Sustainability at the International Chamber of Commerce. She leads efforts to embed sustainability across global trade and commerce. Thanks for joining us, Raylene. Last but not the least, Walter Lin, who's the Managing Director for Asia for SEDEX. He brings more than 20 years of experience in supply chain management, international trade, and consulting. Please join us. He also led the launch of SEDEX's first office in Asia, in Shanghai. Thank you, esteemed panelists, for joining us. Maybe I'll kick us off with the first round of questions. It's great to have you all here. Maybe first, I will start with you, Pa Nurul. From your vantage point, you get to see what is happening in the globe, right? And how Indonesia should respond to some of these trends. So what are, in your mind, some of the global trends and policies that are shaping the future of critical minerals?
Right, thank you, Pak. So in the case that the situation is getting worse because of some influence into the global situation. So this is also having a kind of influence into the demand for the critical minerals as well. And on this, we know that contributions of the global geopolitical situations, it is also giving a kind of impact into the supply chains of this. And then even when we have a pandemic of COVID, it is also giving this kind of influence. But then another thing that we have to consider about this kind of thing is related into the situations whereby these critical minerals is not owned by only by several countries, while then the biggest users of these critical minerals also coming from the country that they are actually not rich in the natural resources, but they are having technology. So in this case, this will give a kind of impact into the demand because the policy coming from the raw materials owners will give the impact into the industrial technology or capital owners. But at the same time, even then the technological owner or the capital owners, they are also using their technology, their capital, or even their market to define as well for this critical mineral to be in having a part of value added in their countries as well. So for this then, finally, this will create a kind of scarcity of the products, and this will create also high demand because of the global situations, like a kind of trend in the sustainability and especially the contributions of energy that is sustained. Because when we talk about sustainable energy, the components that is used to produce this kind of energy, and also, let's say, we talk about EV manufacture, we talk about battery, we talk about other components for creating energies, they demand also higher value of this. As a kind of research coming from McKinsey, they mentions that this will, from the demand of this critical mineral, this will be time-folded between 1.7 to 4.2 for this demand. So it is showing that in the future, the demand is very steady. But then this demand that is steady and also contributions into making this energy sustainability is a kind of blood of industry. It is also something that we have a kind of concern. Why? Because when we talk about the sustainability, it is not only about these critical minerals itself. It is about how clean the energy that they are using. But then it is started by the clean energy as a blood of industry. But then to make this industry is green or clean, it is also asking the support, demanding the support coming from these critical minerals. Because mostly the technologies that will develop this kind of critical mineral, energy, they ask also this kind of critical minerals. And the trends, another one is because of the growing of technology, be it in robotic, be it in digital, and many things, that will create as well a very high capacity in productivity. And also, they would like to have a good competitiveness in general, so then they have this kind of innovations, technology, and human capital, which a very good capacity. So then finally, they would like to put, this is something that I have to underline, because the competitions then in the future, the trends of competitions will be very tough. Why? Because even though the natural resources, the critical minerals that we are having in many countries, or in some countries that we are having, it is also going to be influenced by situations whereby the technology will use huge amount of the raw materials. So then they are going to use this huge amount, and they are going to compete each other among the big companies. So then in this case, we see that the competitions like the techno-nationalism that will be happening in many countries, they are going to compete to try to lead and also to cover the biggest added value of these mineral resources.
Thank you very much, Pa Nurul. I think one thing is very clear. I think there is an underlying trend of growing demand. Yesterday I heard some speakers talk about critical minerals being the new oil, right? But in this world of growing demand, I think you talk about both collaboration, but also competition between producers and consumers, between different countries and different companies who are participating across the value chain. So I think it's a very complex environment that we are all having to navigate. Maybe I'll move to you, Raylene, to just build on this a little bit, right? in this complexity, one of the things that keeps coming up also is what are some of these trends in terms of sustainable supply chains, right? How should Indonesia, but also global players, especially in the global south, think about sustainable supply chains? So what are some of the trends that you are seeing there?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ashman, and very delighted to be here today, especially with such distinguished panelists. And so the Deputy Minister has really provided an excellent overview, and I would just like to add some additional reflections. And so, representing the International Chamber of Commerce, we're an organization that represents 45 million businesses in 170 countries. And in that view, we really see the critical minerals sector being shaped by three interconnected global trends, which are predominantly rising demand, rising complexity, and rising geopolitical tensions. And so for the first one, the demand story is quite clear. We are seeing with the clean energy transition that there has been a surge in demand for critical minerals such as cobalt, lithium, copper, and other rare elements that are really essential to electrical vehicles, renewable energy systems, as well as battery storage. And so the International Energy Agency has produced a report on the global minerals outlook, which really projects that growth of these minerals is expected to grow between 2 to 5 times by 2035. And so Indonesia is really at the heart of this shift. And of course, as they have the world's leading resources of nickel, as well as significant resources of cobalt, as well as bauxite, and increasing refining and processing capabilities, Indonesia has really become a strategic hub for the energy transition. And so from our perspective, we do see that this really presents some real opportunities, but also some shared responsibility. And from our business networks, we are seeing that businesses are making serious efforts to improve the sustainability as well as the traceability of their mineral supply chains. But they do face immense complexity, which is the second global trend I would like to come to. And so complexity could come in the form of diverse supply networks, different national regulations, as well as increasing data verification, which really adds to the complexity in terms of the compliance requirements. And whilst some companies might be pursuing virtual integration to address some of these risks, this still remains quite out of reach for many companies, including small companies. And this is really also compounded by the fact that minerals are becoming increasingly politicized. And so according to the OECD, in 2023, we have seen that the number of trade restrictions on minerals has increased 5-fold since 2009. And so we do think that there is an important opportunity here. And what we're seeing as a persistent barrier across all these issues is really understanding, and I think where we see the opportunities, that whilst governments are already exploring some strategies to really bring value domestically, there is an opportunity to do so carefully to make sure that we balance these approaches to avoid supply chain fragmentation and deterring some of the investment that's really needed to scale sustainable production. And so across these issues, we do see that there is a lack of reliable and comparable data. And so that is especially true when you think about measuring environmental impacts as well as tracking trade flows across borders. And so within ICC, we're working with partners around the concept of a global data materials hub that is really aimed at trying to work with existing open access data and make that interoperable and accessible for all stakeholders, including businesses, policymakers, and civil society. And whilst it's still in its early stages, we do see an important opportunity there that could serve as a tool for informed decision-making as well as building trust. And so in closing, I would like to say that international cooperation will be absolutely essential. And Indonesia does have an important role to play here, not just as a resource holder, but also as a global leader that is really shaping how minerals are traded, how they're governed, and also how they're used for inclusive and sustainable development.
Thank you very much, Raylene. A few points stand out to me, right? So you mentioned this as being both a big opportunity, but also a significant responsibility, especially for us in Indonesia. When it comes to compliance and transparency for these mineral supply chains, I think I heard a need for a common language, a common methodology, so that what we do is clear, and our supply chains are trusted around the world, right? Maybe shifting gears a little bit, maybe I'll ask this question to Pahandi, right? When we think about Indonesia's resource potential, there is always a question of how can we have a holistic mineral strategy, right? That takes into account the resource we have, but also the demand and the profitability opportunity in the market, while also making sure there is sustainable downstream sector development, right? So it'll be great to hear your views. How should countries think about holistic mineral resource development?
All right. Okay. Thank you, Aswin. It's an honor to be here. First of all, ladies and gentlemen, representing Antam, and we are also part of Minadi Group, the state-owned mining company of Indonesia. So, to your question, in terms of the policies development strategy, I think I'm gonna give my view because Antam is a state-owned enterprise conducts business in mining. So this is maybe like an aspiration of how we as a nation develop policies, not only talks about sustainable, but also in terms of the monetizing our resources. I think government is already on the right path. Since 2023, ESDM already issued a decree stating the 47 minerals of Indonesia that is considered as critical and strategic. And just recently, this week, for example, the government issued a government regulation, which is emphasizing that the needs of the nation should be self-sufficient from our own minerals, unless it cannot be exported. So, since Antam, we do business in three commodities: nickel, bauxite, and precious metal. So I'm gonna give my view on each of this stream. On the nickel side, as we already know that I think the export ban on nickel since 2020, that's already on the right place to develop the downstream industry, move to Indonesia. Now, in order to be sustainable, then we have, of course, to take a look at what type or what forms of nickel that can be sustainable, which is clearly battery at this moment. Now, the government should then correlate or link that nickel-based battery should be on the priority in developing the policies. Because like last year, for example, 50,000 of EV battery cars sold in Indonesia. Out of that numbers, only less than 5,000 is nickel-based battery. The 45,000 is LFP-based. Then how on earth then it can be sustainable in terms of nickel-based battery industry in Indonesia? So I think that's the number one thing that the government should, think about the policies going forward, so that it promotes the nickel-based battery in Indonesia. And again, the mandate from the Mr. President, the mineral resources of Indonesia, which is in this case nickel, needs to be downstream and also in a sustainable way. So I think that's on the nickel side. Now, on the bauxite side, I think Indonesia is part of the top 10 largest country in the world with a reserve of bauxite, which convert into the aluminum, of course. Then I think on the bauxite side, the policy should talk more on how to promote the midstream industry and also the downstream industry, because the bauxite value chain is simple, it's from bauxite to alumina and then to aluminum. But if we see the investment climate in Indonesia at this point, Aswin, it's more on the bauxite, yes, we have it, and then on the aluminum side. But the midstream, the alumina one, that is, I think, the least option that the investor wants to invest their money in. And I think one of the reasons is because of the environment impact. Because when you produce alumina, then you have the red mud, the so-called red mud. Things that no nation in this world wants to deal with. But in terms of the rare earth element momentum, that keeps building up over the past several years, I think the government must adopt or think about the policy how to boost their R&D sectors, nation R&D, so that we come up to the technology, we have the technology, or we can cooperate with other countries in how to process the red mud, convert it from the red mud that is the hazardous to become rare earth. We extract the rare earth out of it, so it solves two problems: the environment issue and also the economic multiplier effect. Because if we are able to extract the red mud into the rare earth elements, then we come to a concept of total mining, zero waste. That's on the bauxite things. On the gold sector, I think in terms of the downstreaming, what lacks from Indonesia is about the policy to make sure the downstreaming ecosystem is circular within the nation. Because at this point, like for Antam, for example, we are the leading gold producer in Indonesia. Our market share is close to 80% over the past several years. So we see the market capacity is around 50 until 60 ton per year. And it can be fully supplied, it can be self-sufficient by gold mining companies in Indonesia. But what happened? We imported more than 90% of our needs on the gold one. While the other gold mining producers, the gold miners, they mostly export their products. So there you go. That's the thing that the government needs to resolve. How the gold miners prioritize the gold needs of the country so that the gold mined from Indonesia will be processed in Indonesia and will be sold in Indonesia. So it's really whatever the gold that Antam as a brand, the nation brand, we sell the gold to our customer, which is 100% processed, mined in Indonesia. So I think that's my take on that. And the last one, I think it would be the rare earth element, of course, Aswin, because as I mentioned previously, the rare earth correlates with total mining and zero waste. So if we are able to promote a policies as a platform, as a burning platform to incentivize, to boost the R&D, then Indonesia can also be more sustainable in terms of the mining because we are able to solve the environment issue while adding the economic value from the rare earth. I think that's my take on that.
Thank you very much, Pahandi. I heard three important points. One is, we've taken some first steps on extending our downstream value chain. How do we now make the natural next step of extending it even further? Right? You gave the example of nickel-based batteries. You also talked about localization, right? How can we create more and more of this value creation within the country, right? And also how to think about circularity and how waste can be an opportunity, right? I think very, very helpful points. Thank you, Pahandi. Maybe I will invite Patoni to comment on the same topic, right? How do you think about the holistic mineral resource development strategy from where you are?
Okay, thank you. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me to this event. It's very honorable here. So, Indonesia have so many minerals, like Pahandi also already mentioned, We are number 1 in nickel, number 6 in bauxite, number 10 in copper, and number 2 in tin. So all those base metals are basically critical minerals right now. And I think the government has already started, integrating all of those things into one clear direction to further go downstream and then to create the ecosystem of electric vehicle, etc., in a sustainable way, transition energy, with the help of digitalization. That's basically the main principle of, or the path moving forward that already been determined by our government. And from our side, Andy mentioned about gold, right? About gold, where Antam in the past, used to import the gold and then process it, while the gold actually produced domestically because of the VAT problem. If you sell it domestically, you will impose 10% or 12% now VAT. Well, if you import, you don't have to pay the VAT. But now you have agreement, Freeport and Antam has already agreement whereby we will supply like 30 tons or more of our gold to PT Antam. And we hope that, 100% of our gold will go to Antam, of course. It's going to be around 50 tons a year, so it's going to, with the current price of 4,000 per ounce, it's going to be like a lot of money. And the good thing is that the availability of the end product in the country. On the other hand, we are producing copper. Our main product is copper. We started to plan the largest underground mine in the world now. We started that plan in 2004. So it took us 12 years to plan and develop that mine. And of course, talking about sustainability, we have already embedded the ESG part in the business plan. Such as, we are now using, we developed I mentioned that from 2004, and from 2006, we have already started to develop, to design the digitalization and the sustainability of the operation, whereby we're going to replace the big trucks, the 300-ton trucks. We have like 150 in the past in the open pit, and we converted into underground with electric train. So now, currently, the 150,000 tons of ores every day is transported with a zero-emission electric train and unmanned. So it's like combined of digitalization as well as sustainability of the process. And talking further about copper, copper smelter is not profitable, unlike nickel smelter and bauxite smelter. Copper smelter is not profitable, but we committed to build that and completed that. Why? Because, the availability of copper cathode in the country is very important. We had already the first smelter in 1997, the operation of PT Smelting, which we owned minority and in the past, and now we own majority. But at that time, the copper cathode, 50% is still exported. So now we are adding additional like 500,000 capacity of copper cathode in the country. And we can see now that the companies who's going to use copper cathode as their material to process further is now coming into the country. With the current copper price like more than 10,000 per tons, or today's price is $4.7 per pound, the demand of copper is getting higher and higher. Why? Because of the energy transition. 65% of copper in the world is used for electricity transportation. So while the countries all over the world are racing to build a renewable energy power plant and energy transition, the demand of copper is getting higher and higher. And now it's available in the country up to 1 million tons if we also count the Aman Minerals copper availability. So we are going to be one of the largest copper cathode producer in the world. And that's in Indonesia, and the availability of copper will make the other further downstream investment will come into the country. And also not to mention the silver. It's our byproduct too. We are producing around 200 tons of silver every year. It's one of the largest in the world too. And the availability of silver also is used for other needs as a critical mineral as well. For example, like, we just have the ceremonial of a solder tin company in Batam. We're going to consume 10 tons of our silver as well. And it is expandable like 7 or 8 times. So at least there's already a demand in the country for almost 50% of our silver. And of course, in the coming years, with the promotion of the investment and downstream by Ministry of Investment and Downstream, will create further availability and further of the minerals and further use of the minerals domestically to create more value for the country. And at the end of the day, it will accelerate also the plan of the government to have an economic growth plan up to or more than 8%. So I'll stop there, Ashwin.
Thank you very much, Pak Tony. I can very clearly hear this theme that if we take a holistic view of what are the different pockets of opportunity in the country, if we can find a way to connect the dots, right, a lot more of the value can be extracted and captured within Indonesia, right? I can see you're open to collaboration and you want environment where more of this collaboration is possible, right? Maybe I'll invite Pa Nurul to maybe briefly comment on this, right? You heard both speakers talk about what kind of business environment would be most conducive to maximize this opportunity creation. Maybe you have some reactions on this, Pa Nurul.
Yeah, thank you, Pa. So in the case, maybe I would like also to a bit elaborate on the upstream situations whereby countries having raw materials and also countries having technology capitals I did mention before. In this case, we have a kind of a pull factors and push factors, right? And for Indonesia, in order to increase the export and also more having downstream of this industry coming from the mineral, critical mineral especially. And in this case, we just would like also to see that how fair the global economy is running. In this case, we just would like to share the global community when we talk about these critical minerals, the downstream and all the trees of these industries, it should be in fairness properly. Because we know that it is about the era where the countries very rich with the natural resources should be working together with the countries that is very good in having a kind of competitive advantage. So comparative advantage owner, working collaborations with the competitive owners, value owners. So in this case, we see that the policy coming from the government that we would like to have this downstream industry, because it is fair for Indonesia to request investor that they would like to do investment in Indonesia, not only just take and export the raw materials from Indonesia. A country like Indonesia is having not less than 270 million people, and we are also the same countries united under United Nations that we would like also to reach the SDGs by 2030. It means that Indonesia must have a kind of fuel, quote unquote, to reach those kind of 70 goals of SDGs. And this could be possible, and especially in the era that economic turbulence happened many times. So Indonesia, in this case, must look for the possibility of ourselves to find this fuel. And this is only possible that we develop our economy by having kind of support coming these critical minerals. And it's proof as well during the pandemic. So for the nickel, for example, this happened that nickel's processing in Indonesia was supporting our economy during the pandemic. So this gives a kind of good potential to support us. And for this, of course, we have also other minerals that we would like to promote. But then, at the same time, we have also to think about the market, because investment is about profit and trust, right? And in this case, we know that there will not be any business if they could not find the clear market there. And when we talk about market, it is not about market itself that could define about itself as well, because there is also interventions coming from the government. Like let's say in EU, they set already regulations. If you would like to investment inside of EU, there will be some regulations in there. CBAM is one of that is very, very, very popular because they just would like to receive this product when it is having very, very low contributions of these carbon emissions. But then they have also standard. When you would like to have your company to have the operations there and to produce something in their countries, then they set also even the product to be exported there. That should be coming from the companies that they have also mitigations and identifications about human rights and also environmental. And they have also to get the access, the grievance coming from those who are impacted with this environmental. We have also the mitigations about how would be the thing that will be done by the companies when it is having a kind of impact into the environment. And that is the countries that is having a good market in Europe. But even China, they have also regulations for this. Many years already they define about this kind of thing. So in this case then, Indonesia should position itself, even though we are very rich with the natural resources, they have to think about the potential markets that we are going to export our products there. So that's why then we have to define the policy coming from the government that will match with, for example, EU regulations or China regulations or even some other developed country regulations there. But then at the same time, we negotiate as well with them because now critical minerals is also a part of dominance factors in global diplomacy. So the governments giving also a very serious impact, not only business to business, but behind them, governments, those who are setting the regulations that will utilize the multiplying effect of these critical minerals is also playing and put the impact of this into their economic development.
Thank you, Pat. Thank you very much. One of the points that you mentioned, which is, we are a country of 270 million people. This is our resource, our wealth. But how do we make sure this is then sustainably made available to our communities, right? That this value actually makes a big change for our own people, I think is an important one, which I think brings me to our next question, which maybe I'll start with you, Panugroho, right? So whenever we talk about the economic value that is created from downstreaming, we always wonder how can we balance that with the environmental and social dimensions as well, right? Many of the assets that we operate, the mines that we operate, they are central to the communities, the local environment, right? So how do we get this balance right? I know you are very passionate about this topic. Would love to hear how you and Krakatau Steel is thinking about this.
Thank you, Aswin, for the question. And first of all, I would like to thanks that I invite in this occasion. Back to your question, Mr. Aswin, I just noted what Mr. Sukiono remind to us together in the speech this morning that there is two words. The first is about the growth. The second is about the green. This is guide us to, let's say, operate our business. About the growth, as you know, we are in the steel industries, is supporting in many kind of aspect and sector. In the infrastructure, in the oil and gas industries, and also in the producing of home appliance, etc., etc. This impact is a very enormous for supporting our economic growth. Like Mr. Prabowo asked, we must grow in 8%, for example, like this. As a figure that impacted of the steel industries, in every, let's say, $1 spent in steel industries will generate about 2.5 US dollar in supply chains industries, and also impacted to the related industries around 13 US dollar. Furthermore, also for the job creation, every one job in steel industries, will affect to around 13 jobs in supply chains and around 35 in the related industries. So, with this figure, that's explained by the steel industries as a backbone of the growth of economic. This is one point. But however, also we must responsible and we have a liability about the green, about the our responsible to environmental. Based on this, we have two planning. We have a roadmap, and the short term and also the long term. The short term is as our responsible to environment is we implemented about the, let's say, automation system, waste management, and we also creating and also implemented about the renewable energy in our factory. And the second point, as a long term, as you know that in steel industries, there is a two stream of technology, coal-based and also gas-based. So for the second point, for the long term, yeah, to responsible to our environmental, we're thinking to change. Yeah, our big pond now is around almost for the basis is a coal base. The coal base is a more, let's say, more producing of CO2. So we will move and will change to the gas base that's more friendly to environmental. This is our roadmap in the future, and we need a partner for this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pa. Clearly, technology has a very important role to play in how we decarbonize. You talked about what happens in steel. I think in nickel also, technology is evolving so fast that lower emission operations are possible. And I think you made a very important point also about the multiplier effect, right? And in fact, even our McKinsey research earlier this year shows that one of the key enablers of how Indonesia can become a developed economy, right, or a high-income economy, is to use existing sectors to create these supply chains and create more and more medium-sized enterprises who will be your suppliers, right, and create more high-quality employment, right? I'll move to Walter, right? Walter, you've looked at this across Asia. I'm sure you interact a lot with a lot of companies at your role in SEDEX, right? What do you see as good practices, right, when it comes to balancing the environmental side with the economic value creation side?
Yeah, thank you. I think for many of you who don't know about SEDEX, we are a little bit like a Renee's organization. We are a membership, private sector membership organization. We connect 80,000 members, including MSC, large corporation, and SME. In Indonesia, we have around 2,500 members across Indonesia. And what we focus is about we're working with our member to drive a more response and sustainable supply chain. And to answer your question, from myself, I'm not coming from the mining sector, but we do see in Indonesia, our major of our member is in the agriculture food business, but also we can see emerging member from the mining sectors. So when we have engagement with the mining sector and also sectors, I think to balance the economic growth and also to balance environmental and also social bit. Maybe I can add on a little bit about the social side to add on the contact, because I think like the minister just mentioned about there are several factors when we think about stranding the downstream, the mining sectors. I think there are some key drivers we need to think about. And as the minister mentioned about, if you export to the EU markets, then you got a CBAN, but also for the social side, you probably you need to aware about CSDDD related to human rights and due diligence. And if you go to Australian market, there is a Australian Modern Day Slavery Act. So I think this is more about social side regulations. We need to balance the economic growth, but also how can we to ensure we compliance with the social regulation as well. So if the government, if the policymaker can embed into the policy, I think this can really bring Indonesia as a good example to showcase other countries as a good example, embedding not just E, but also the social element. So if I can take the analogy, just like a couple, the wife and husband, they should sleep in one bed, right? They cannot sleep into two rooms. So now I think we need to enhancing more conversation about balancing the social aspects, but also the environment aspects. But the second big things I think I'd like to call out from the financial market and also the capital market, because we need to attract more fundings from the private equities, international bank. I think quite a lot of conversation with our banking sector members is about they have quite strong demand about the social requirement, how you practice in your sourcing responsibly, how can you provide more decent work for the worker in the supply chain. So I think that is also one of the key elements which the international investors are really looking for. So when we talk about the common language just now, we're saying about, let's say, circular economy, like GHGs, carbon, everybody knows about that. But please don't forget there is another big international common language. It's about the human rights due diligence, and we cannot just ignore that. We need to make them as a pair. But the last but not least, I do know in Indonesia, we get a lot of local communities. indigenous peoples. So how can we, when we enhancing the downstreams, mining, so upstream, how can we protect the rural people's rights? And also, how can we provide, I know like enhancing the industry can create more green jobs, but how can we create a more decent job and to make everyone fair pay? And this is also some additional elements we need to embed into overall consideration, into strategy, and also into a more long-term thinkings. So this is some of the takeaway from my observations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Walter. It's, of course, very helpful for us to hear what you see around the world. I know we are coming also close to the end of time. Maybe just one last comment from you, Raylene. You know, we'd really benefit from hearing from you, right, as the head of the International Chamber of Commerce for Sustainability. How do you see the two sides of this coin? Yeah.
Thank you very much, Ashman. And I think my previous panelists have already provided some excellent perspectives. And so we really see this question is really at the heart of sustainable industrial policies. And from an ICC perspective, I think the first step in answering that question is really recognizing that environmental protection and economic development are not mutually exclusive. We certainly see that they're actually becoming increasingly independent. And in today's global economy, we do see that competitiveness really depends on sustainability and being able to demonstrate that value-add activities are not only economically viable, but are also environmentally sustainable as well as socially acceptable. And so we do see that many companies are making significant investments in reducing their emissions, improving their material resource efficiencies, as well as transparency across the value chains. But they do need clear regulatory frameworks in order to scale some of those efforts. And so at ICC, as we are the official focal point for business and industry in the UN climate negotiations, we are able to bring the voice of the real economy to climate and sustainability negotiations. And what we're seeing is that global mineral supply chains are becoming a bigger part of the global discussion, including in forums such as the United Nations Environment Assembly. And some of you may be aware that Colombia, ahead of the assembly at the end of this year, has actually submitted a resolution that will look into setting up an expert body that will explore options in terms of international governance tools for environmental management of minerals and metals, which could also include a legally binding instrument. And so, whilst that may seem theoretical at this stage, we do think that that will shape some of the operational realities of tomorrow. And we really think it's important to bring the business perspective to these discussions from the onset. And we do see Indonesia as really being at the frontier of aligning sustainability and industrial policies. And we do see an important opportunity to balance the two, as we've spoken about. And so the private sector can really bring a lot of the innovation, financing, and operational capacities to really deploy some of these clean technologies. And so we're very happy to support any efforts to deepen those collaborations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Raylene. And I think it's been a great privilege to hear from all the different panelists here. If I may recap a few of the themes that I've heard, right? Very clearly, there is a lot of promise, a lot of potential for this sector in Indonesia. We've gotten started on many of the right things, right? I can also see a great level of excitement for collaboration, for investment, right, from all our important players in the country. There is also a big emphasis on how do we take a holistic view, right, between different players in the value chain, between the operators as well as the community, right? I think bringing these different parts together is what will make us very effective in creating this value in a very sustainable way. Clearly, there is an opportunity for Indonesia to be a leader, not a follower in this space. The sector, the minerals, the critical mineral sector matters for Indonesia, but at the same time, I think Indonesia matters in this sector. And I think that's the main takeaway that I would take from this session. As we get started on this journey, you know, we are talking about 3 times, 4 times, 5 times growth in this sector, and hopefully we can keep a lot of that prosperity for our country. Thank you very much. It's been a privilege to have you all panelists join us here, and thanks for spending your morning with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ashwin Balasubramaniam, for leading this panel. panel session. Would like to invite all speakers and moderator for a photo session. So please move forward, 2 steps forward, and face the camera just before you smile as well. And camera person, this is your moment to seize this opportunity. Yes. Thank you very much, speakers. Thank you, moderator, for a great panel discussion. Very insightful indeed. And you may all return to your seats. So we just had a panel discussion titled Enhancing Downstreaming Sustainable Investment in Critical Minerals Industries. A very timely topic for Indonesia. From that panel as well, we figured out on what are the global trends and policies shaping the future of critical mineral industries. What are the emerging technologies for sustainable extraction and processing of critical minerals, and also the roadmap for Indonesia ahead? And ladies and gentlemen, now we will step into the next agenda, which is a declaration on establishment of the Indonesia Association of Private Sector Public EV Charging Owners, or ASPELUSI, and would like to call upon to the stage all the signatories, the chairman of ASPELUSI, Mr. Anthony Utomo, the Secretary General of ASPELUSI, Haris Riyadi, and also the treasurer of ASPELUSI, Mr. Wilfred Hanafi, to please come forward to the signing table. It's a declaration. And also to witness this declaration, would like to call as well to the stage Mr. Anindya Novian Bakri, chairman of Kadin Indonesia, Ms. Shinta Kamdani, and Mr. Darsono Hartono. Also Ms. Nadia Habibi, Mr. Elim Sritaba, and Mr. Ronald Wala, to witness this declaration on the stage. We'll proceed with the declaration with the signing. So please, the signatories, you may proceed signing the document. Let's give a big round of applause for the declaration on establishment of the Indonesia Association of Private Sector Public EV Charging Owners, ASPELUSI. Once again, we thank you, signatories and witnesses. You may all return to your seats. We continue now with a Memorandum of Understanding, strategic collaboration between PT New Volume Indonesia Investama and PT Artotel Indonesia on sustainable used cooking oil collection and other sustainability initiatives. Therefore, would like to call upon the signing parties, Mr. Felipe Micone CEO PT Nuvolium Indonesia Investama, Mr. Edward Rudolf Pankerago, COO PT Artotel Indonesia. We may go ahead with the signing of the document. And once the document is signed, please show it to the camera as we do also a photo session for it. And there you go. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Memorandum of Understanding, strategic collaboration between PT Nuvolium Indonesia Investama and PT Artotel Indonesia, sustainable used cooking oil collection and other sustainability initiatives. Thank you very much, signatories and all parties. You may all return to your seats. We continue now with the next MOU signing between SCMP and Kadin Indonesia on advancing sustainable trade and investment corridors between Indonesia, ASEAN and Hong Kong, Greater China. This is a joint initiative by Kadin Indonesia in collaboration with SCMP. Under the description of under President Prabowo Subianto, Indonesia is rapidly expanding its global footprint, and Asia is currently the center of global economic growth. Indonesia, ASEAN seeks stronger ties with Hong Kong, Greater China, and vice versa. An MOU with SCMP, the leading global media company and region, promotes stronger mutual understanding to advance the investment and trade corridor. So we have on the stage from SCMP, Zuraida Ibrahim, Executive Managing Director, Executive Managing Editor. Also Razlan Manjaji, Vice President, Global Events, Maxin Chang, Associate Director, Events, and Lucia Lam, Manager, Events. And also on stage from Kadin Indonesia, Mr. Anindya Bakri is Chairman of Kadin Indonesia, Ms. Shinta Kamdani, Coordinating Vice Chair, Women for Human Development, Culture and Sustainable Development of Kadin Indonesia, Mr. Stephen Marcelino, Secretary General of Kadin GEO, and Mr. Suito, Chairman of the Hong Kong Bilateral Committee at Kadin Indonesia. Let's proceed with the signing of the document. Yes, and here's the signed document. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give support to this MOU signing with a big round of applause between SCMP and Kadin Indonesia on advancing sustainable trade and investment corridors between Indonesia, ASEAN, and Hong Kong, Greater China. And thank you all signatories, thank you all parties. You may all return to the seats. So ladies and gentlemen, as we see on the stage right now, not only that we talk on the discussions or panels, but we also do a lot of agreements, MOU signings. This is a proof that we have strengthened a lot of collaborations, especially happening at this ISF Forum 2025. And we'll continue with the next panel discussion that will touch on the next generation fuels topic, scaling biofuels and new molecules to bridge energy transition. And from this discussion, we deem to get perspectives on what are the emerging trends in new climate technologies like green H2 and ammonia, CCS, and when are they going to be commercially viable across different use cases? What are the enablers to help new climate technologies to achieve commercial viability? And what are recent partnership and success examples. And of course, a lot of you can actually take part in it. Maybe if you have questions, you may also have that and ask them directly to the speakers that will be presented in this panel discussion. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to start with the panel discussion titled Next Generation Fuels, Scaling Biofuels and New Molecules to Bridge Energy Transition. Without further ado, join me to welcome the moderator for this session, Rijit Sengupta, CEO, Center for Responsible Business. Let's give a big round of applause to our moderator for this session. Thank you.
Good morning. Salamat pagi. Greetings from India to another sister country, Indonesia. A G20 member to another G20 member, an emerging economy to another emerging economy. At the outset, thanks to the organizers for inviting me, and this is an absolute honor to be here in Jakarta amongst you. And congratulations to Kadin and the Government of India for an excellent sustainability forum, which I think all of you should be proud of, all of us should be proud of. And I'm going to take this message back home to see how we are able to develop such a forum in India as well. The subject of the session here today, which I am going to talk about, is energy transition, is related to energy transition. And you heard yesterday Honorable Minister Yudhoyono talk about the 3 pillars of sustainable transformation, and one of them being energy transition. So we are going to focus on energy transition today, and we are going to talk specifically about one element of that transition, from transitioning away from fossil fuels to biofuels and alternative next generation fuels. And we have an excellent panel. I'm not going to be standing between you and the panel, and I'm going to request the panel to kindly join me because I understand we have time sensitivities here. So keeping all protocols in mind and also time sensitivities, I'm going to request my colleagues, my fellow panelists to kindly join me on stage. Mr. Agus Wicaksono, Pertamina, the Director of Transformation and Business Sustainability. Mr. Raymond Rasfuldi, Director and CEO of Tripatra Engineers and Construction. Evelyn Spielman, Partner and Board Member Systemic. Fabi Tumiwa, Chief Executive Officer of IESR, and Matthew Gaze, Executive Director, APAC for HDF Energy. Their profiles are provided on the website, so I'm not going to read out their bio because of the fact that we have sensitivities in terms of time. So yeah, as I was highlighting that as far as the session is concerned, we are going to talk about this whole transition from fossil fuel to biofuel and alternative fuel, and the role that biofuel and alternative fuel can play in decarbonizing transportation and industry in not just in Indonesia but also the region and the other emerging economies. And there is a fair amount of knowledge and also international policy which is now especially driven by the G7 and the G20, which also highlight the importance of this transition. And we have some practical experiences and understanding in the very august panel that we have, and we're going to talk about that, especially how this transition can happen, what role can infrastructure, technology, collaboration, especially can play in this transition. I see the clock is ticking very fast, and we have just about 40 minutes, and we've got 5 speakers. So if we do the maths well, I think you will probably get about 6 minutes to respond to each one of you, and 2 questions each. So I'm going to directly move into the questions. The first question is essentially about what are the emerging trends in new climate technologies? And I'm going to request Agung Wicaksono and Evelyn to provide your inputs on that. Agung Wicaksono, over to you. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. I think it's an honor for me, representing Pertamina, to be here in a session called Next Generation Fuel. Because in this country, when people talk about fuel, at the moment, people always talk about Pertamina. Yeah. But I'm not going to talk about the fuel that is on the gas station and whichever gas station it is. Yeah. But I'm going to talk about what are the potential of fuel, not only for technical purpose, but also economic and ecological purpose. And allow me to share here, very briefly, on how Indonesia's success story of transforming biofuel. It was started with a B2.5, and now we have B40. Yeah. This journey of biodiesel in Indonesia is not only a journey of success in terms of economy, because it is creating a significant foreign exchange saving for the country, but also as an ecology journey, putting ESG at the core, is something very meaningful. It has managed to create jobs, and not just jobs, but green jobs. And right now, we are actually having zero import of diesel or gas oil since the implementation of B20 and right now B40. So this success of biodiesel will then be expanded and continue into bioethanol. Biodiesel for gas oil, bioethanol for gasoline. Right now, Pertamina already has what we call Pertamax Green 95. It has 5% content of bioethanol. People might debate on how the impact of ethanol is, but I think science has proven that ethanol is a superior content, and also it's going to be superior as well for the country economy. So expanding the success on land to the air, because there is a word saying, di darat kita jaya, di laut kita jaya, di udara kita jaya. So not only biofuel on land, but also biofuel, or basically bio-based for after, which is called the sustainable aviation fuel. Our journey to transform used cooking oil, or in Indonesian call it jelantah, minyak jelantah. Very popular because a lot of Indonesians like fritters, right? Gorengan. So we have an abundant supply of used cooking oil. Now, using used cooking oil being co-processed in our green refinery in Cilacap, 2.5% of used cooking oil with kerosene being co-processed, able to produce sustainable aviation fuel. And right now, we have used that SAF from used cooking oil to fly Pelita Air, from Jakarta to Denpasar. So it is not only about reducing the carbon emission, it may reduce the carbon emission up to 84%, but it's also a form of circular economy because the community can exchange the minyak jelantah into rupiah, jelantah jadi rupiah, but also this jelantah will then be transformed into sustainable aviation fuel that can fly jet planes, something that is mewah. So that is the transformation journey of Pertamina, supporting the national agenda on bio-based fuel, and that is going to be the next generation of fuel in Indonesia.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Agung. Yeah. Over to you, Evelyn.
First of all, thanks so much for being here. At Systemic, we work on system change for a more sustainable, resilient, and prosperous world. So it's actually a delight to be at an event where that is the precise theme. I wanted to talk up a few levels. I'm very happy, right, that my other panelists just gave the example of biofuels for aviation use, as that's one of the prime uses for carbon molecules going forward. If we look at what's happening all around the world, and I think we've seen a lot of that actually over the past day here, is that we see that renewables are on an exponential trajectory upwards, right? So solar and wind, and at the same time we're starting to experience what's kind of the electrotech revolution. So that means that electricity technologies or technologies that use electricity are on a massive trajectory to scale, both in mobility and in industrial sector. So in mobility, it's the EVs, we all know that, the two-wheelers, but it's also starting to penetrate in buses, like you have with Jakarta here, but also longer haul trucking, and even electric flights for shorter distances and electric ships for shorter distances. At the same time, we see that the same thing is happening with industry. So in industry, first, at least when I started working on decarbonization, the idea was that fuels could be replaced for low and medium temperature heat. But right now what we're seeing is that with the electrotech revolution, it can actually cover much higher temperatures, so above 1,000 degrees in industrial processes. And we also see technologies coming online who can directly electrify different industrial processes, even so for instance, electrowinning, or new applications of EAFs in steel production. What that means is that we actually just did a piece of work and we see that from the 20% of electricity use and final energy use today, the expectation is that that can go up well to 70% of final energy use. And so what that does is it actually squeezes out the role of fuels. Now you can say, happy news on this panel, maybe not. But it also means that for the remaining 30%, there would still be a role, There is quite a massive role still for different types of fuels and different types of carbon molecules. And so with the net zero transition, it's now, our primary focus to then figure out how do you let those carbon molecules circle through the economy and what do you do with them at the end of life? I'll give you 3 quick numbers. We're working with the Mission Possible partnership on this global project tracker, which tracks all industrial projects that aim to be net zero all around the world. And there you see 2 things. On the one hand, we have this outlook where the role for hydrogen is being squeezed, So it's being halved. There's even a Michael Liebreich, I don't know if you know him, but you might want to look him up. He has this energy podcast. It's quite provocative, and he keeps talking about the hydrogen souffle, which is, the outlook is very positive, but the reality is much less so. Having said that, if you look at the ground and look at different use cases, also here in Indonesia, all around the world, there are very clear cases to be using hydrogen and ammonia and other fuels. The number of announced plants of ammonia is well over 300. Already 28 have reached financial investment decision at different places. The same is happening with sustainable aviation fuels, where there's over 140 projects have been announced. 22 have reached FID, of which at least 2 are actually here. And there's 7 more in the pipeline, one of which I think one of our panelists will also discuss in a little bit. So in other words, there is a real role for carbon molecules to be played, and we're starting to see the initial signs that different projects are reaching FID and hence reaching maturity.
Thanks a lot. We'll now move to Matthew. Matthew is a little bit, in terms of the experience you were talking, if you could focus on your area of specialization, hydrogen, and ammonia. Thanks.
Well, thank you. Selamat siang, everyone. So, nama saya Mathieu, saya tinggal di Jakarta, and I'm managing Asia Pacific for HDF Energy. So, this is a way to underline how Indonesia is important for us. This is our main office all over Asia Pacific. And we are focusing on hydrogen as project developer and investor. Hydrogen is versatile, can be used to make green fuel, can be used for heat, for power. It sounds like a magic solutions to tackle carbon emission. The good news is that the technology is bankable. Electrolyzers have been used for decades. Fuel cells also, they are the two key technologies related to hydrogen. Now the big question is how sustainability is compatible with affordability. And when we talk about sustainability, decreasing carbon emissions, we can divide two types of countries. The ones who can afford and can feed the market with billions of subsidies, and the ones who have other priorities, developing their own industry, their competitivity. And on that aspect, the cost of electricity can be the main leverage to keep the country competitive and to grow. And then we start to see a duality, a rivalry between sustainability and affordability. So the big question, I think, for Indonesia is, where do I start? Where green ammonia, green hydrogen can be a leverage to tackle those two topics. And I believe in Indonesia, you have a burden somehow, which can become an opportunity. On one hand, the burden is the southern islands. You have half of your country are isolated areas. What are the costs to develop infrastructure over there? What is the price of producing electricity? The price to deliver diesel? Considering also that 30-40% of your fuel is imported. And as mentioned by Pertamina, it needs to be tackled through biofuel, but also through hydrogen. And we can use green hydrogen to help to replace diesel in eastern Indonesia, both for power sector, but also maritime application. And this is what we do at HDF Energy by developing projects where we combine renewable energies to mass hydrogen storage to help to diminish the dependence on imported diesel. And that will help to accelerate the economic and social growth, and that will help to create a learning curve for hydrogen technology in the country.
Thanks, Matthew. Thanks. Your interventions were very clear. We are going to move to the next question. I think a lot of you have already highlighted about the importance of investment and infrastructure. So we're going to ask Raymond about his thoughts on how do you scale all of this? Where will the investment in infrastructure come from? Raymond, and then followed by Agung. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for having me here on this very important panel discussion. I think in any scalability, I think we need to start with demand, and specifically bankable demand. Right? I think that's always, I think, a challenge. I think for any development in new generation fuels, because if we look at, I mean, what is possible out there, I mean, there is a big trajectory or a very steep trajectory of possibilities in terms of bio-based fuel or low-emission fuels, but at the end, I mean, making it bankable is not so easy. Like what has been said before, I mean, there is a lot of project pipeline in terms of sustainable aviation fuel in the world, and I think rarely, even a third of them actually moves forward, and a lot of it deals with bankable demand. And I think in terms of Indonesia, like what Pak Agung mentioned, I mean, on the FAME biodiesel program is an excellent example, right? I mean, basically creating a price support fund from levies. I mean, and that can actually be turned back to cover the gap. I mean, of the bio-based fuel is something that is very important that has been done basically in Indonesia. If we try to actually then, I guess, project that, I mean, to sustainable aviation fuel, I mean, there is similarity, but there are other challenges because the gaps are even wider, right? I mean, so that's the big challenge. And in terms of sustainability, other than the demand that needs to be bankable, there is also the challenge on the feedstock, because it is a sustainable business. Right? I mean, having a sustainable supply in terms of volume and also in terms of traceability, not only certification, but traceability, which then includes creating maybe a specific business model to then, eliminate possibility of what I think we call mislabeling nowadays in terms of sustainable feedstock is also important. But if you look at the potential for Indonesia, for biogenic based fuel is significant. Theoretically, if we look at the three biogenic based fuel technology from HEFA to alcohol to jet, to gasification of biogenics to Fischer Tropsch, potentially Indonesia have 16 to 17 million ton capacity, which exactly what the world needs at the moment in terms of mandates and all that. But again, whether that can be turned over to commercial, is a challenge. So I think bankable demand, I think it's important. Having that feedstock ecosystem, let's call it that, for sustainability in terms of supply and traceability is important. But also there is an opportunity. I think this is something that we have talked about in terms of a possible book and claim platform, which is important, where you can then disassociate, the emission reduction with the fuel itself. Because that will then enhance production and be able to trade, so to speak, the carbon, the emission reduction, to whoever who can afford it. Like you mentioned earlier, which then can push production in Indonesia. At least at that time, Indonesia can be a producer of bio-based or basically low carbon fuels. So that's my perspective. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Raymond. Agung, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Raymond. To strengthen the case for sustainable aviation fuel, it obviously cannot work only from the perspective of the business alone. It has to be a policy drive, and especially we look at this potential of SAF not only for Indonesia but at least for the region. So having a mandate of SAF, which I noticed by 2027 will be about 1%, would certainly help, to accelerate, to make it, as you said, as a bankable demand. But I'm going to tap into other area of fuel, if I may, and that is not just the SAF, the bio-based, because Matthew mentioned about hydrogen. So the potential for hydrogen is also something that we at Pertamina tap into. So we have a very rich geothermal potential, up to 3 gigawatt geothermal potential. It's $6 billion asset. And one of that, we really make it happen already in Lampung, in Sumatra. From our Ulu Belu field, we work together to develop a pilot plan to build and produce green hydrogen. So it will be the first facility to integrate the AEM, anion exchange membrane electrolyzer, with geothermal energy as a clean electricity source. And we're targeting operation next year. And we work together also with Toyota. Obviously, for companies that works in the internal combustion engine technology, hydrogen is still a solution, and that is something that Pertamina tap on. So on the air, we have SAF, and then also we have hydrogen, but not to forget, Pertamina is also oil and gas company in the upstream side. So decarbonizing in the upstream must happen because it has the largest potential of carbon emission reduction. CCS, carbon capture and storage, is the most important potential for that. So we have a number of potential pilot project for CCS and CCUS, in Asri Basin, in Gundi, in Sukawati, and both as CCS or also as CCUS that can enhance oil production, enhancing oil recovery, is something that is going to be very important. And we built on success of the interwell CO2 injection test last year. And we are aiming to make CCS, CCUS as also the future for Pertamina. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll move on to somebody who hasn't spoken so far, Fabi. And all of this requires, as has been highlighted, the right enabling environment, the right kind of partnership, and also the, the importance of the role of all the partners, the development partners, and the international community. So from your perspective, if you can share some thoughts on what are the kind of role that you can see international collaboration in sort of accelerating technology towards this transition?
Yes.
You have about 3 minutes.
Thank you. If you look at this, all of the technology, there's a number of mature technology, if you look at that, and also emerging technology. For instance, if you look, we look at hydrogen technology, for instance, you have a number of electrolyzer which currently still under development or still in the early development of implementations, right? So definitely when we look at the international cooperation, we have to look at how actually we can access to this technology. I mean, the case like Pertamina, it's using IEM for producing SAF and even the carbon captures and carbon capture utilizations, they're all result of the application of the technology. So I think the important for Indonesia right now to have access to this technology. The second important international cooperations, and it's actually access to the finance. Finance is always big issues because we want to produce a competitive an affordable product, fuel, for instance, if there is no suitable finance. Take example, if you want to produce hydrogens nowadays, right? I think if we look at the green hydrogens, the cost of production is still high. And to make it competitive, we need technology, we need a right finance. And this is where I think blended finance can play. And a number of international organizations or international financial institutions can provide the finance that actually require for business in Indonesia to adopt this technology and produce and also meet the demand. And also for the demand as well, they need this kind of funding because all of this is quite niche, right? And the last one, which is very, very important in international cooperation, is actually build capacities. Capacities in the producer side, in the demand side, but also, I think, capacities for policymakers, regulatory. Everything that we discuss is pretty new. And if we look at our policy and regulatory framework, perhaps doesn't really match with the required regulation to ensure that we can implement and sell the product even, right? So it's a lot of capacity buildings needed for our regulations, for our policymakers actually to create bankable regulation, bankable policies to support the implementation, the deployment of the technology.
Thank you. Very clear points. Matthew, over to you on the point of international cooperation, collaboration. Yeah.
I think international cooperation is key in a couple of topics. I will take the example of HDF Energy. First, foreign companies can bring different concept, skills, new technology. This is what we try to do in a humble manner by bringing solutions to decarbonize Eastern Indonesia, both power and maritime sectors. But we cannot do that alone. Indonesia is not a country. I'm not Indonesian. We will need both local partners to facilitate project implementation and accelerate the replicability. But we will need also partners to co-invest into the project. Can be locals. Pertamina is big. They have money to deploy. But can be also other international companies like trading houses from Japan as example or conglomerates from Singapore. So I believe international cooperation can be a way to bring those new ideas but to implement through partnership angle in the country. But in addition to that, especially for Indonesia, there is another type of cooperation to target, which is the role of development institutions. We are talking about innovation, new technologies. It's always a bit complicated to implement the first projects, not because they are not bankable or not economically viable. We discussed that those topics can be addressed, but just because it's new and it was never done in the country before. So the development banks may have a role to play to bring comfort to the SOEs, to the ministries about the fact that the projects will work, that the projects are bankable, and that they will try to optimize the key figures of the first projects to be implemented in the country through concessional loan, through guarantee, why not grants? And I do believe that those institutions can do much better. So personally, I remain available to try to see how we can involve them in the project.
Sure, sure. Fair point. We are coming to the sort of the last section, and all of you have touched about this point about the enabling ecosystem, technology, advancement, finance, policy, regulatory framework, all of that. Like any other system, like Evelyn's highlighted, the energy transition should be viewed as a system as a whole and not the parts of the system. So if we want to create a systems or use a systems approach to drive the transformation that we want, then we want all the aspects of the enablers to be actively sort of going forward. So can we can Raymond, can you share your thoughts on what are some of the key elements of the enabling ecosystem that you feel you see sort of supporting this transition going forward? Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Ricky. I think a lot of it has been basically mentioned earlier, especially by Fabi just now. I mean, first of all, I mean, coming from the technical as an engineering solutions provider, I have to admit the technology is the easiest problem to solve. Right, technology access might be different, Pak Fabi, right? I mean, and that's where the opportunity is. And I think in terms, just talking about technology a little bit, I think one of the things that we are trying to look at in terms of technology is I guess we define it as technology adoption, right? Looking at technology available out there and see how we can apply to our needs. I mean, for Tripatra, we use that approach. I mean, in selecting basically the technology that we can jointly develop for our pre-treatment of agricultural waste for SAF. So that's how we approach it, right? I mean, and I think that helps in terms of bankability, because using the existing technology or tweaking the existing technology is a lot better than basically trying to commercial technology from TRL 6 to TRL 9. Right? I mean, that's one of the things. But again, I mean, going back to the enabler of bankable demand or understanding that there is a voluntary demand, I mean, is also important in that sense. And then, I mean, being able to sustain, I mean, the fuel production, I mean, that you have in terms of whether it is the energy, I mean, or whether it is the feedstock, if it is biogenic, is also important. If not, it's not going to be bankable, and thus not enabling the scalability of the investment.
Sure, thanks. Evelyn, if you had to make maybe 3 recommendations on the enabling environment, what would those be? Yeah.
Well, maybe to start a little bit from a different perspective, which is depending on where you are in your technology adoption S-curve, right? You need a different enabling environment. So, right, you just highlighted that the moment that you have a business case, right? Even if you have a business case, right, because it's still one of the first or the very first plant, it comes with additional risks that need to be taken away or shared in some kind of form. There are other instances where the business case, right, really isn't there. And so then you need different types of mechanisms. And so I guess then 2, maybe 3 recommendations. The first one is for every single plant, right, or project, look at, right, is there indeed like a short-term but also a longer-term rationale, right, a need, given how fast the whole technology landscape is evolving, right, it helps with bankability if actually the outlook is really good. Then the second one is the moment that you are in a space, and I'm going to give the most extreme example, where the business case really doesn't work, you need to look beyond your own company. So I'm giving one example, which is Project Sky Power. It focuses on getting the first ESAF plants, so electro-sustainable aviation fuel, to FID, financial investment decision, in Europe within the coming 6 months. Now, the business case of ESAF is horrible, right? It's 10 times more expensive than normal kerosene, so there is no way, right, it's bankable at this moment in time. And so what we did is we set up a coalition led by CEOs. So it's the CEO of KLM, Marjan Rintel. It's the CEO of ING, one of the major banks. It's the CEO of Arcadia, which is one of the new fuel providers, and 12 others, to then figure out what do they need in terms of enabling policy environment beyond just the mandate that is in place to make this a reality. How can we make sure that you get offtake and then joint offtake? Because one offtaker by themselves is never going to sign a contract, right? Unless you have really strategic reasons. And the third thing is, how do you then create a market mechanism for much more risk sharing? So one of the examples is we're looking at setting up double-sided auctions. So that auction would work on the supply side, so they can kind of showcase, right, at what price point can you actually believe that you can deliver the fuel, and then the off-takers do the same. At what price point, right, can you actually pay? And the delta, which is going to be not trivial, I think, is going to be subsidized by either the European Commission or member state countries, right, or different financial institutions. And so in that sense, you actually create a working market that hopefully then leads to, right, scale up beyond just the first plant, but also to the 10th plant. So just as an example.
Sure, thanks. Fabi, you go last, and you have the last word, really. Yeah. Especially given that you've been also involved in the policy making on energy transition in Indonesia and beyond, perhaps. How do you put this all together to the policymakers and sell it to the actors in the policy circuit?
If we look at the product, the fuel product, right? Alternative fuels, existing biofuels. The main challenge are actually the costs. You also mentioned this. The ESAF, the problem is the cost, always the cost. So I think when it comes to this, so the effort has to be how we can reduce the cost of production so it can be accepted by the market. Otherwise, no one going to use this product, going to use this technology. So therefore, a number of, the ecosystem is very, very important. And if we look at the ecosystems, then the first very, very important is actually, I always believe that national target is very, very important. Because national target is a signals. Signals to the technology owner, the demand. It could create demand because national target kind of translated of political will into something that can be worked. Of course, but national target only will not get us anywhere. And I think in Indonesia context, we are very good in making national target without really know how to achieve that target. Right? So clearly from national target moving toward the implementation plan. And with that implementation plan, that's the whole ecosystem is very, very important. Policy and regulatory framework has to be aligned with that target. Right? And we know all of this requires specific financial support. Right? I mean, so far what I see, there's a lot of initiative that there is no financial support. And private sectors or state-owned enterprises always has to think very hard how to commercialize this product. And a lot of endeavors is just that end, I think. So I think the government has to provide some financial support either through grant or through concessional finance, and also incentive, different incentive, fiscal incentive, risk mechanism, right, to reduce the costs of technology development. And I think this is very, very important. Make it bankable is very, very important. Otherwise, there is no project, there is no product, there is no demand.
Sure. Thank you. I think you probably, you made my life easier by summarizing almost the conversation. But I'm going to not, sort of miss out on the opportunity of taking maybe a few questions from the floor because I see we still have about 4.5 minutes. So can I take maybe 2 or maximum 3 questions, but just your name and your question and who you want this to answer in the panel to answer. Anybody from the floor? Okay, I think, I don't think there are any questions. You guys were excellent. Everybody understands your message. I can't see any, yeah, there is one hand at the back, a gentleman wearing a blue shirt. Can somebody give him a mic? There's one more hand here, gentleman wearing a maroon shirt. So we've got 2 questions. Yeah. Can you get a mic? Can you get a mic?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mike. My question to Mr. Agung. How can Pertamina balance between short-term profitability from fossil fuels and long-term transformation toward cleaner energy? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll come to you, Agung. Let's also hear the other question. Get the other question. Gentleman here, did you raise a hand? Yeah. Can you get a mic? Can you just pass the mic to him, please?
Thank you so much for your great presentation and discussion.
Your name and the question, please.
Yeah, my name is Engineer Hafiz Mohammad Anwar Salim, and my question is like, there are certain policies that are on the paper, but where is the implementation? Like, we make so much of policies that are on the paper, and it requires a lot of effort and the cost. But when it comes to the implementation, we don't see any implementation in any country.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Yeah. Agung, you have a specific question to answer, and Fabi, maybe you or anybody else want to take the other question.
Thank you, Mike. Very spot on your question. And how about balancing that? And that is through a strategy that we call the dual growth strategy at Pertamina. So the dual growth, on the one hand, is about maximizing our legacy business, upstream oil and gas development, for example, refinery processing. Why is it important to maintain the legacy business and maximize that? Because our profitability comes from that. The cuan is there, The cuan is from, for example, from upstream, yeah. But at the same time, you cannot transform if you just focus on the legacy business, yeah. And that's why our second engine in the dual growth strategy is developing and expanding low carbon business. And that's why SAF. And that is why green hydrogen and geothermal. And that is why CCS, CCUS, yeah. So going forward, how do we make sure that transformation happen? It's through the ecosystem approach. Yeah. So for example, the SAF is an ecosystem of combining Patra Niaga, our company collecting the used cooking oil. Kilang Pertamina International, a lot of people are asking whether we built a refinery. Yes, we have green refinery, processing this used cooking oil to be SAF. And also we have our Pelita Air Service flying the sustainable aviation fuel from Jakarta to Surabaya and hopefully Jakarta to Singapore as well. So coming to your last point, policy is important, but policy must be taken into action. And here at Pertamina, our transformation means we do something to take action to make things happen. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, we see policy is very, very important. But again, I think the question is not about whether there is a policies, but the quality of the policy. Policy should support achieving the target. And we know sometimes when government make policy, not really to achieve that target because there is a number of trade-off that need to be considered into the policy. At the end, the policy becomes suboptimal. And when the policy becomes suboptimal, it's not easy to implement or very costly to implement. So the policy is stagnant. So I always say, when I measure policy, I look at the 3 criteria. First, transparency, whether the policy is transparent, the process is you can follow, you can understand the logic behind it. There is also longevity, right? That these policies could really can be implemented in the long term, has a long-term effect, and certainty. It gives certainty to the implementations, to the business, to the consumer. So this TLC is very important criteria for policy to be successfully implemented.
Thank you. Thank you so much, all the panelists. Can we have a big round of applause for our excellent panelists for simplifying a very complex topic? And there are 5 points that I'm going to talk about in 10 seconds, which I take away from this conversation. The first is the role of innovative financing. The second is the role of a mission mode when it comes to implementation of policies and regulations. The third is the importance of collective action. And I think the ecosystem approach that Raymond and Agung talk about. And finally, what Matthew spoke about is development cooperation. And I think there is a great opportunity for development cooperation, not just from the advanced economies, but also your other friendly countries in the region, including the country that I represent. So thank you so much to all of you, and I'd like to turn it over to the MC. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Rijit Sengupta, for leading this session. And also thank you, all speakers. Please rise from the sofa and take 2 steps forward for a group photo. And we're calling all the camera friends as well to seize this moment. Very, very interesting panel. And we got perspectives from Pertamina, from PT Tripatra Engineers, from Institute for Essential Services Reform, from Systemic, as well as from HDF Energy. Once again, we thank all speakers and moderator for this session. You may return to your seats. Thank you. So interesting key takeaways from this panel session that we just had, that we need not only that the targets that are put by the governments in the nation, but also on how to translate that into actions, and to make sure that when it comes to energy availability, it's not only available, but also it is just for everyone and affordable for everyone as well. And the next session, we are going to talk on advancing industrial decarbonization, technology and innovation for a net zero future. So from this panel discussion, we will find out the latest advancement in net zero technologies like CCS, or CCUS in fact, which stands for carbon capture, utilization and storage. We know that Indonesia has big potential as a country to apply the CCS technology, and also how can hard-to-abate transition to greener alternatives can also be applied in the nation. And before we start, allow me to invite everyone to please be back to their seats and be ready for our next panel discussion, which has a very, very intriguing topic as well, very timely for Indonesia, for an emerging economy, to try to balance between growth and sustainability. So without further ado, let's invite our moderator for the session with a big round of applause. Let's have Ms. Tiza Mavira, Director of the Climate Policy Initiative. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our moderator for the session.
Thank you, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone's enjoying themselves this morning and this afternoon. A big warm welcome to plenary session 8 of the Indonesia International Sustainability Forum. It is going to be a very exciting panel to discuss how to advance industrial decarbonization and talk about the technologies and innovations for a net zero future. I have a very distinguished panel of speakers whom I would like to invite on stage right now. First of all, I would like to welcome Ibu Sinta Kamdani, CEO and Chairman of Synthesa Group, CEO of Synthesa Group and Chairman of Apindo. Welcome, Ibu Sinta Kamdani. Secondly, I would like to invite Anthony Watanabe, Chief Sustainability Officer at Indorama Ventures PCL. Warm welcome for Anthony. Third, I would like to welcome Sophie Liu, Global Head of Heavy Industry Decarbonization at HSBC. Applause for Sophie Liu. Please take a seat. Next, I'd like to welcome Karen Chan, Senior Director, Sourcing Sustainability at Adidas. Warm applause for Karen. Next, I'd like to welcome Professor John Coates, who's a professor of microbiology, Distinguished Director of the Energy and Biosciences Institute at UC Berkeley. A warm welcome to Professor John. Last but not least, I'd like to welcome Lokita Prasetya, VP Director at Dian Swastatika Sentosa, a group of Sinarmas. A warm welcome to Pak Lokita. Let's start off with a big round of applause for the panelists today. Please take a seat. Excellent, excellent. How are you all feeling today? Great? Great. So since we're going to be talking about industrial decarbonization, I think we need to get an understanding of what are the technology and innovative solutions out there to decarbonize the industrial sector. So I'd like to open this first question to Professor John Coates and Pak Lokita to answer, to give us a flavor for what are the technology and innovative options that are out there. Please, Professor John first.
Thank you, Tiza, and thank you very much to the organizers for inviting me here today. It's been an amazing event. I want to address this from a classification perspective, because really we need to think about carbon capture in two forms. One is direct carbon capture from flue gases. So it's really a point source carbon capture where carbon is highly concentrated. And technologies in this area are fairly mature, but emerging technologies do include things like membrane separation, where we're using specific membranes to really separate out the carbon. The important thing about the technologies that are developing are really focused on reducing the energy cost associated with the technology and thus its operational cost. The second aspect then is direct air capture, and this is where you combine a system close to the source of emissions, but is not really directly capturing the source of emissions. And really what we're doing is we're capturing the carbon out of the atmosphere itself. This area is really the developing area, but it's also an energy-intensive area. So we can break that down into two aspects. We can break it down into a liquid phase or a solid phase capture technology. And really the big push in this area is to reduce costs because of the low concentration of carbon dioxide in the atmospheric air. The cost, you have to treat very high volumes of air to capture that carbon dioxide. So the cost is between 4 and 10 times more from direct capture from flue gases. There's new technology advancements in this area which have been able to reduce the energy costs and thus the financial costs by about fourfold. And these would include things like using electrical energy to capture the carbon and to subsequently release the carbon, or alternatively using humidity-driven systems to capture and release the carbon. So that's about the carbon capture, but we have to think about what do you do with the carbon once you've captured it. So you have to inject that carbon into the ground, or you have the choice of utilizing that carbon itself. Injection into the ground, again, a mature technology, although there's limited aspects or areas where this can be done because it really depends on the geology of the environment. So for that reason, a lot of companies are coming together to create hubs. And these hubs are being used to offset the cost to the individual companies. And they can reduce operational costs by about 40% if you use these approaches. I guess in terms of direct air capture, the biggest technology driver right now is towards passive capture. And that is where you're not necessarily engineering a system to flow air through it, but rather you're using a nature-based system to capture the carbon out of the atmosphere. And you can think of something like forestation, where our mangroves, where we're using these plants to capture the carbon, and then we can subsequently use the plant material itself for some purpose. And that will be, an example will be with forestation, you grow the trees, and then you use the wood from the trees for construction, binding it up. So the big development in that region is actually utilizing seaweed. Seaweed is one of the fastest growing organisms on Earth. And currently, globally, seaweed captures more carbon per year than the Amazon. So it gives you a sense of the sort of scale. But within that, we are producing about 38 megatons of seaweed each year for food sources. And that accounts for about between 10 and 16 megatons of carbon. To put all of this in perspective then, heavy industry currently produces about 7 to 9 gigatons per year of carbon globally. And engineering systems are only capturing about 50 megatons of carbon. So we're several orders of magnitude shy of where we need to get to. And I just want to quickly address the scalability aspects of this. As I mentioned, seaweed is currently capturing about 10 to 16 megatons of carbon. But if we look at Indonesia and its extraordinary potential alone, you have over 12 million hectares of seawater that has been designated for aquaculture. And if you use that, of which you're only using about 2%, if you use that for growing seaweed, you can actually capture about 760 megatons of carbon with that alone. And Indonesia industrial production is somewhere around 230 gigatons. So you've got the potential to capture 3 times your industrial carbon footprint right now. The carbon from seaweed, if you use 30% of it to satisfy your industrial production, the residual can be used for producing bioethanol. And you have the potential to produce over 60 billion liters of bioethanol, which is almost 50% of the global demand. And this is a value of about $30 billion a year. Finally, then, on that, you have a side product, or biostimulants. And these are used as natural fertilizers. They cut down requirement of carbon footprint by about 30%. And that market is valued at about $180 billion. So when you combine all of that, your potential for utilizing seaweed combined with point source capture is about 880 gigatons of carbon, and creating a market that's worth almost $200 billion.
These are amazing numbers, and I'm very excited to hear these numbers, and the potential for Indonesia to utilize its vast potential in seaweed and other sources to capture carbon. Thank you for the very comprehensive explanation of the various types of carbon and capture storage technologies. I would like to turn to Pak Lokita now for his assessment of the technological and innovative options out there, particularly in the experience of your company, Pan. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm honored to join in this panel, and thank you for having me. So DSS is one of the Sinarmas pillar, which is one of the largest and most diversified industry in Indonesia. Sinarmas just celebrated 87 years of the presence in Indonesia. So with the 7 business pillars which Sinarmas have, starting from pulp and paper, financial services, technology and communications, also the real estate and property, and we are in the energy and infrastructure, and also the healthcare. So all those business pillar is growing sustainably. And from our part, which is a DSS, is focusing on the energy and infrastructure. So in our energy and infrastructure, we have mining, which quite a large volume of mining, coal mining. Also power generations across Indonesia, in South Sumatra, Central Kalimantan, and also South Sulawesi, Southeast Sulawesi. Also, we have also developing of the renewable energy, especially on the geothermal across Indonesia as well, starting from West Java and also Sumatra, East Nusa Tenggara, and also Sulawesi. And to support this decarbonization, I think the groups is also reviewing about how to decarbonize. One of the solution is what this our panel speaker mentioned before, is CCUS. But unfortunately, there is still some constraint about implementation of the CCUS in terms of the capital expenditure and also regulatory. Because the capital expenditure for the CCUS is still quite expensive, so quite high. And also, secondly, also the implementation of the CCUS, especially in the power generation, for instance, this will also reduce the output of the power generation, because the CCUS normally consume a lot of power. And there is some mismatch between the investment of the CCUS with the carbon pricing currently in Indonesia. With only, I think that the investment of CCUS can be the range of $50 to $200 per ton, while the carbon pricing currently is only $2 or up to $3 per ton. So there's a big mismatch, which is, this make the bankability of the project is still very, very challenging. And for us, our focus on the decarbonization is more on the development of the renewable energy, and also how to make our mining becoming more sustainable in the future. And we are now actively developing renewable, as government already announced, for the RUPTL, which is very, very great, with 72% of the new power in the next 10 years will be powered by renewables. And I think if this be implemented, then I think that the Indonesia decarbonization will go through very well. And so we are going to be a part in this decarbonization through development of the renewable energy, through various renewable energy. We have also, not the decarbonization, not only just developing of the renewable energy, but most important things also the supply chains. Therefore, we have set up the first integrated and the largest solar cell and solar module with a capacity of 1 giga. It is also to support the Indonesia transition, energy transition, to be accelerated by providing energy resilience and having produced solar cell and solar module domestically. In terms in the mining sector, we are also now doing a lot of effort. One is to reduce the consumption of the fuel by converting it to use the electricity, and also to introduce the electric vehicle in the mining site. We are now starting gradually to convert our heavy equipment and also our hauling facilities to use the electric vehicle. We hope that with this all effort, the decarbonizations will continuously be forward to look. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Pak Lokita. Just to take note here, CCUS is promising, the financing is challenging. We'll get to the finance in a minute, but I'd like to get to Anthony first, because we heard about CCUS, we heard about renewables, but increasingly everything is becoming digitalized as well. So in your opinion, what role does digital and advanced analytics play in cutting industrial emissions?
Great. Well, thank you, Tiza. Let me, as we're kind of in the second half of the second day, let me first congratulate the organizers and Ibu Shinta. It's my first time here, and it's a fantastic event. I've seen some old friends, met some new ones, and I definitely have learned a lot. So I'm really pleased that Indorama Ventures is a participant in the third annual IISF. And because we're here in Indonesia, maybe just quickly, so I have the pleasure of leading sustainability for Indorama Ventures, which is headquartered in Thailand. 2 nights ago, I also had the pleasure of attending the 50th celebration of Indorama Corporation, which of course is headquartered right here in Jakarta. Those are companies owned by 2 brothers who collaborate, co-located sites, sit on each other's boards, but 2 separate corporations. And both have an important history here in Indonesia. We have, in the venture side, 6 or 7 factories right here in Indonesia. So some of the things around digitalization, I think we all understand. You know, today, sustainability has to deliver business value. That is an imperative, and digital tools are a means to that important end. So in a manufacturing setting, what are some of the benefits? Well, digitalization will give us a real-time view of what's happening at a plant level, even at an asset level, a machine level. That's very important for agile and quick response and optimization. Of course, in addition, there are things like predictive maintenance, because assets do run into problems, boilers and so on, and the more that we can be on top of things and predict, the better we can address issues before they arise. And this kind of approach also helps maintain the lifespan of the asset, so you actually are leveraging and optimizing your capital expenditure. Then, of course, there are things like digital twins, which really help to de-risk scenarios, right? When we're looking at different, especially sustainability interventions, where we're dealing with emerging technologies, digital twins can help us understand the implications of a given intervention and then take action accordingly. And then, of course, all of this connects up to a centralized digital carbon management and carbon accounting system, which any company needs today, and especially a listed multinational like Indorama Ventures. That's something that my team, in fact, manages, where we've migrated all of our sustainability performance data to a central system, and there's a quality check, there's an engagement with the sites and the different business units, and of course those data are our face to the world in our annual sustainability report, our DJSI, CDP, and so on. So it's very, very important currency. All of this connects to making good decisions, right, on a business level. Let me give you a couple of specific examples. So 2 days ago, I toured a new recycling facility that we opened up just under 2 years ago in Kerawang, right? So just about an hour away from Jakarta. And that facility has the capability of recycling 2 billion bottles annually. So important scale and a contributor to Indorama's world-leading mechanical recycling footprint. And of course, there is a control room. We measure things like the viscosity, the moisture when we're, there's about 8 steps in that mechanical recycling process. So when we're washing the bottles, for example, and then the flakes, there's a certain level of moisture that's required. And the drier we can get that while still maintaining some moisture, the more energy efficient down the road. All of this is monitored and measured from a centralized control room. And this is one of the ways in a fairly straightforward, understandable process of mechanical recycling that digitalization plays a key role. Another, I think, important indication, I would call it a leading indicator, is about 4 years ago, Indorama Ventures hired a chief digital officer, Eric, who's become a friend of mine. And so he built a team both for the corporate centers and the manufacturing center with leaders in each. How do we operationalize digital tools? Because the theory is great, but we need the practice and the return on investment from that practice. And now, 4 years later, that central team has shrunk in size, and many of the actors have moved into the business units because the central structure has matured to a point where now we can actually operationalize this on a daily basis in the business. And my friend Eric, in fact, has moved to sort of chief digital officer for one of our business units, which is the fiber segment. So to me, that's a sign of when you go from a central function to embedded in the business and the central group gets lean, that's a sign of maturity. And of course, there are energy, waste, and water benefits from that. That is, in fact, the aspiration for sustainability as well. We have a 20-person central team, managing 112, 113 sites around the world and 25,000 employees. So I think there's still a need for a central team, but the smaller and leaner we can be, that means the more embedded are the concepts and the practices within the business. And that certainly applies to digitalization. And maybe just a final comment, for a high-intensity sector like petrochemicals that is difficult to abate, digital tools are absolutely key as a way to measure, monitor our progress, report to leadership on those things, and make sure that we're continually moving forward to embed sustainability in our practices. Maybe one final anecdote that's, I think, amusing but very telling. A few years ago, our HR team took Eric and me on a roadshow. We went to Singapore, and we had presentations to different students, trying to drum up some interest for both recruiting and internships. So Eric was presenting digital, I was presenting sustainability. And one smart young lady came up to us and she said, "Oh, you guys are part of the same department, right? It's called digital sustainability." I said, no, we're actually 2 separate functions. But I think the message that came across was they're so integrated that, in fact, she mistook us for one function. I think that's where we need to get to.
Amazing. I think we have such a rich diversity of solutions here. We started off with carbon capture and storage, both nature-based and engineering-based. We went to renewables. We went into data-driven efficiency. But now, our homework therefore, is to scale this up and to accelerate it, right, across all industries. So my next question, and I'll start with Ibu Sinta. My next question is, now that we've heard these technologies, how can the most promising technologies be deployed with the right financing and incentives that are required to accelerate them? Over to you, Bu.
Thank you, Tisa, and thank you all for this opportunity. I know we're sitting to lunch, so I hope everybody's patient enough to listen to us today. But let me start by saying that I think when we talk about industrial decarbonization, we cannot also just look at the big companies. Because I think many of us also sitting here run what we call more the small, medium enterprises. So industrial decarbonization are not just the big companies. I think this needs to be very clear, because when Indonesia wants to reach its net zero target, wants to reach its NDC, who needs to decarbonize? All companies in order to reach that target. So when your question is about financing is needed, especially when we talk about also the medium enterprises. So I think when we look at Indonesia, indeed, it still requires a lot of financing to support. And in fact, we are still facing a 67 billion US dollar financing gap to fund 400 priority projects in the domestic power sector. This is only power sector to meet, to meet the 2030 decarbonization target, even after accounting the JETP $20 billion. So this is just the power sector. And I think we need to understand that industrial decarbonization requires an enabling ecosystem. So finance is important, but this whole enabling ecosystem is important. And I think meaning a lot of factors needs to be streamlined to ensure that the decarbonization can be done by the industry. And policymakers, I think, cannot expect that if businesses are given monetary or fiscal incentive alone to decarbonize, that it can do it right away. It's not just about finance and incentive. And we talk about the technology and so forth. It's not technology, when you acquire technology, it's not just coming out like that, right? So this is a lot of aspects that needs to be considered. But let's talk about the three aspects where are crucial in the acceleration. So one, we talk about financing incentive. So bearing in mind that decarbonization will incur extra burden for business. So I'm sure many of the companies that has experienced this also understand that there is this extra cost. And this is why companies always said, if I want to do a decarbonization effort, how much more costs do I have to incur? Because in our mind is profit is my first bottom line, right? I need to make money. So how is this going to help? So I think it should be really be clear that the financial incentive is not just about lowering interest, ease of credit requirements, even banking at this moment, are they providing enough facilities? And also financing risk, subsidy, tax break allowance, for example, is there any fiscal incentives? And enabling carbon trade and so forth. So I'm happy to hear that I think our Indonesian government is pursuing now this new regulation on carbon, because this is going to help a lot for corporation. And I think it also should be supported by a certain degree of market-based financial incentive to make this decarbonization effort sustainable. And I'm just giving example from the demand side. So instead of just from the supply side, also from the demand side. For example, are the consumer willingness to pay premium price to get a low emission sustainable products? I think one thing is they need also some incentive for the consumer. So we need to look at from both sides, from the supply and from the consumer. And I think we have to talk about market competitiveness against product that made by high emission industry players and so forth. So this way companies are competing, right? In one way, if we talk about globally, of course there is a market standard that needs to be followed. Of course, some of the consumer demands globally are more advanced. But when we talk about Indonesia, there's definitely a big education also that's needed for the consumer on the green lifestyle, on consuming more sustainable products and so forth. The second is the regulatory consistency. I think beyond regulation affecting financing aspect, industrial players also need regulatory consistency, coherence, and facilitation to decarbonize its industrial process. And this usually involve we talk about licensing. I mean, if you're talking about renewable energy, we always talk about energy pricing and so forth. At the moment, we are still very much fossil fuel based, and there's no renewable can compete in terms of pricing with fossil fuel, especially subsidized fossil fuel. So I think this is an important point, that the regulatory consistency is there to really push through companies in order to decarbonize some area. And I think we talk about standard, employment. We've been talking about a lot of the green jobs and all these things. I think this really need the right regulatory framework. The third is enabling the technology and its operating human capital. I think this is the most resource exhaustive aspect of the industrial decarbonization. Even when the technology exists, they may not come in an affordable manner. That's what we talk about. So for some industry like steel processing, industrial decarbonization in this sector means abandoning the existing production mechanism. And this also has some costs when you want to transition. And so I just want to wrap up with three aspects. I think in order for us to incentivize mechanism to accelerate decarbonization, I think we need to decarbonize financing package for the industry. We need to subsidize and incentive supporting the accelerated adoption of the low carbon technology, and also the human capital training and so forth. And the regulatory incentives, I think, ensuring the consistency. I think that's for us, I think it's important to pay attention to that. Thank you.
Great, Bosinta. Very succinct vision of what's required for Indonesia to scale these technologies. I'd like to turn to Sophie Lu now for the same question, really. How can these technologies be deployed at scale, and what financing mechanisms do we need?
Absolutely. Thank you, everyone, for the opportunity to speak with you today. From our perspective, I'll be focusing on just the financing enablers. When we approach industrial decarbonization with our clients, I would say that the very first thing we do is to make sure that they maximize the cheapest and earliest adopted available solutions for themselves. So we've spoken about digitization and efficiency. We've spoken about renewable energy adoption. There's also increasing measures that can be taken in circularity. And I think there's maybe a fourth category, particularly for large industrials that are in hard-to-abate sectors, that maybe needs further consideration because of the maturity of technology that's happening in the space, and that's renewable heat. So increasingly either electrification of heat, heat pumps, heat exchangers, lots of other sort of solutions that would surprise you in terms of their cost competitiveness, their increasing ability to address even higher temperature industrial heat processes, and their sort of modularity and availability to scale. So that would be the first part. However, of course, some emissions are very difficult to abate. And if we come back to the sort of original part of this kind of session, which is carbon capture, utilization, and sequestration, there are also things that we see that can happen in the market to enable its scaling as well. We acknowledge that Indonesia has developed a robust plan for the decarbonization of industrials and has sort of set forward ambition. So within that, there will have to be essentially the details in terms of how that plan will be achieved, particularly for the hard-to-abate industries in Indonesia. I would say that the first place to start is with things like CCUS. It is fundamentally very expensive, as it's been discussed earlier today. If I use the examples that we've seen in kind of global markets of where it can be, more successful or not less successful in terms of bankability, the very first thing is that there has to be the right sort of carbon pricing mechanism, particularly from a regulatory standpoint, mandatory regulatory standpoint in the market that it's being deployed in. And then even on top of there being a sufficient carbon price to incentivize that switch in the large industrials, there has to be actually further incentive financing from the public, from the government sort of approach. So whether it be in the UK with incentives around the movement of CO2 through pipeline, or France actually has a sort of a policy that's essentially doing contract for difference between the cost of carbon abatement between CCUS and the existing EU carbon price, or with the US with the famous carbon, the CCUS incentive structures under the IRA. Those are all examples of of places where the government has acknowledged that even the domestic carbon price from a regulatory standpoint is not enough to incentivize. And so therefore, there really does have to be additional support, at least in the beginning, right? Perhaps in the long run, the cost will calm down. So those are sort of things on the public support side. And then in terms of our clients and how we sort of recommend the approach, the deployment of these solutions, we do recommend that the sponsors or the off-takers that are involved in the project be sort of larger corporates, so even partnerships between companies that are starting with the innovation. So HSBC Innovations Banking has really been looking at addressing the missing middle in the innovation space for climate tech. And we have very promising companies that are providing solutions in carbon removals and carbon sequestration, and then very large corporates globally who are looking for those solutions. And we hope that through innovative approaches to financing, we would be able to address that kind of bridging, if you will, between them, and to be able to do first-of-a-kind financing. And then finally, maybe the last recommendation is to approach cross-collaboration across industrials, especially within clusters. So the cluster approach is probably the best way to reduce capital costs of CCUS projects. So if multiple emitters across multiple industries can participate together to enable a cluster of CCUS application, we do see that also potentially helping the bankability of those projects. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Sophie. Policy comes up several times because it enables finance. Stakeholder collaboration on enabling all of this also comes up a few times. Karen, I'd like to now turn to you on what you think would be best to scale deployment of these technologies. And you've done a lot of work within supply chains as well, so like what kind of internal corporate efforts and financing incentives would work to deploy? Thanks.
So first of all, I want to express my gratitude on behalf of Adidas to be able to be here, sitting together with lots of experts and then key drivers within Indonesia and driving the sustainability journey. This is very important for us as Adidas because Indonesia is a very important manufacturing hub for us. That is a key pillar for our whole global operation. So we have very much aligned interests. Our economical growth and financial growth is tied to Indonesia's, as well as our sustainability ambitions. So from where we stand as a business, actually, like we hear it, the technology is already there, financial solutions also available, and like Cynthia was mentioning, it's all about the ecosystem, how to bring it together. I think where as a brand we can come into play is that demand that Cynthia was talking about. So for us, what we can offer is the business opportunities for manufacturers in the region, so we can provide that opportunity to them. So as a brand, when we look into manufacturers or countries that we want to invest or operate in terms of manufacturing, we look into a few areas. Of course, the typical product quality, production capacity, but now and more important on the agenda as well for us is the sustainability progress. And particularly in the coming 5 years, decarbonization progress is on there. So in other words, basically suppliers who are showing progress here will be rewarded with more business opportunities. And I think from this as a brand, we're giving the signal that these investments in the technology solutions that are being mentioned, or giving also them incentives to get into these financial aids or grants, because they can guarantee the ROI from our business. So this is from a brand point of view what we can do. But another key enabler in the end is strategic alliances, which I think a few of us has mentioned, because in the end, not one of us can do this alone. Like we each come with different capabilities, competitive advantage, and also let's be honest, we each have our own business objectives or entity objectives that need to come into play. And I think this is where strategic alliances are critical for this. And I would use a partnership that we have with Canadian on a net zero hub as an example, because this partnership basically enables us to have a platform to bring in collectively experts to basically enable this progress. So it enables that platform. Second, it ensures that we have a common interest, because in the end, we come in, yeah, we will each have our own interests or agendas, but on the table now for this strategic alliance are this common objective that we need to bring forward. And third is also the scale that with this we can bring on the table, because in the end, I've also mentioned a few times, this cannot be done alone. With scale, that can bring to better economics, better financials, longer term sustainable improvements or developments. So strategic initiatives is basically not just key, but basically crucial to bring this forward. And I just want to end this as a brand. Again, it's a very exciting moment personally for myself as well, because whenever you think about businesses, like especially brands like Adidas and Nike, let's say, we used to compete a lot with each other. I mean, we still do. But the interesting thing with sustainability and decarbonization, it brings us together. For once, we need to collaborate and work together, because it's no longer us fighting for more money and more products, but really us fighting against the world to make sure that we can all operate in a sustainable journey together. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Karen. This has been an amazing panel. I really wish we had more time. I really, really do. And I'm sure the audience also wishes we had more time, but we don't. Maybe we can chat individually after this panel, I'm sure. But we heard some really interesting things. We heard some big, big numbers out there. We heard the magnitude of the impact if we were to get serious about deploying these promising technologies. We heard about the challenge being the large financing gaps and the lack of bankability for some of these projects. And so in order to deploy these effective technologies, we need to scale up, we need to accelerate. In order to get to speed and scale, we need to close those financing gaps. And in order to close those financing gaps, we need supportive ecosystems. And the supportive ecosystems, many of the speakers here today talked about the different kinds of policies that policymakers and governments should focus on, starting with carbon pricing all the way to other kinds of fiscal incentives. And we also talked about the need to strengthen our alliances. So we really need to be friends with our competitors. And luckily, the sustainability space seems to be the place where we see that actually happening. So let's do more of those. Let's become more friends, more friendly with each other, and create more of these alliances so that we can solve these financing gaps and deploy these solutions together. Thank you. Please give the round of applause for the panel of speakers. My name is Tiza Mafira. I forgot to introduce myself from the beginning. And I was your host for this panel, and it was a pleasure for me to host, and I will see you next time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tiza Mafira, for leading this discussion, and also all of the speakers for the panel session. Would like to invite everyone to please rise from the sofa and take this opportunity for a group photo. A very insightful topic also discussed, and discussions happened in the panel on advancing industrial decarbonization, technology and innovation for a net zero future. Fresh perspectives indeed. From Syntesa Group, delivered by Ibu Shinta, and also from Indorama Ventures. And also we had Professor John Coates as well. Interesting innovation or interesting latest update that we had on technology, on decarbonization. From HSBC, from Adidas, and from Dian Swastatika Sentosa Tbk. Thank you very much, speakers. Thank you, moderator. And as we gather here at Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2025, we would like to take a moment to express our heartfelt gratitude and appreciation to all of our sponsors for their invaluable support and partnership in advancing the sustainability agenda. Our sincere gratitude goes to our platinum sponsor, Sinarmas and PT Pertamina Persero. Also extend our appreciation as well to our gold sponsor, PT Astra International Tbk. To our silver sponsors, Standard Chartered Bank, Lubrizol, Vale Base Metals, April Group, and PT Freeport Indonesia. Thank you for your continued commitment and collaboration. And of course, to our bronze sponsors, DBS Bank, PT BYD Motor Indonesia, PT Bank HSBC Indonesia, Siemens Energy, PT Bank Rakyat Indonesia Persero, Tbk, Aqua Power Global Services LLC, PT Bank Mandiri Persero, Chandra Asri Pacific, PT Bank Negara Indonesia Persero, Minds ID, PT Medco Energi Internasional Tbk, PT Alamitri Power Indonesia, PT TBS Energi Utama Tbk, and PLN Persero. And last, we thank you for your support as well, PT Pupuk Indonesia, Siam Cement Group, Mind ID, Bank Syariah Indonesia, Telkom Indonesia, Indonesia Financial Group, and Barito Renewables Energy. We thank you for your support, trust, and partnership in supporting ISF 2025, a platform that brings together global leaders, innovators, and change makers to drive forward Indonesia's vision of a sustainable future. And ladies and gentlemen, we do have a lineup of agendas after the break. And for now, we invite everyone to have a break, extend networkings and also chit-chats along the way with maybe if you want to take lunch as well. And we do hope to see everyone after the break, after lunch. So for now, enjoy the break and see you after that. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we do hope that you have an enjoyable. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope that you have an enjoyable break, and we'll continue with the next agenda after the break. We expect everyone to please reconvene at the plenary hall at 1:30 p.m. this afternoon. Once again, we'll reconvene and start with our agenda after the break at 1:30 p.m. this afternoon. Thank you very much and enjoy your break. everyone, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the second day of ISF 2025, and also welcome back after lunch. Well, I'm going to ask you to raise your hands and give a thumbs up if you're ready for our agenda this afternoon. Are you ready, ladies and gentlemen? All right, I don't see many thumbs ups. Okay, are you ready, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you very much. I like that energy because we are going to have lined up of agendas this afternoon, talking about sustainability, all of the obstacles, because we talked so much about it, and we tried to find solutions where we find obstacles to accelerate sustainability efforts in our country, Indonesia. And to start the second leg of the day, when everyone's ready, I believe, we will have a fireside chat. And to lead that fireside chat, I would like to invite to come to front Mr. Rahmat Kaimuddin, Deputy Minister for Basic Infrastructure from the Coordinating Ministry for Infrastructure and Regional Development of Indonesia. Please come forward. And also to invite everybody that comes with Pak Rahmat.
Right. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone have a very good lunch. Usually it is the toughest time and the toughest time slot in ISF. After lunch, people have eaten well, and now we are back here, so I hope everyone is awake. We have a very special panel today. It's on the reflections of ISF. As many of you know, ISF has now been here for 3 years, the third time of ISF. So we would like to have a reflection for the past 3 years, how it has been and what is to come for the ISF over the years. So I would like to introduce the panel on the stage. So we have a special lineup. We have Pak Rahmat, of course, the founder of ISF from the first day of ISF until now. We have Ibu Batari Saraswati, who is the director at Systemic. She leads work on air pollution and also on transport. We have Pak Anthony Utomo, who is chairman of Kadin Net Zero Hub, representing the private sector. We have Mustika Wijaya, who is the executive director of Solar Chapter. She is also a fellow at the Rockefeller Foundation and also the Obama Scholar. And she is representing from the youth and grassroots community. We also have here Pak Edo Mahendra. I don't know how many hats you have, but you are now the principal advisor to the Minister of Forestry. But Pak Edo is also active in the energy space and across sectors. I am sure the community knows about Pak Edo. So maybe to kick the panel off, I would like to invite Pak Rahmat to give more of a context of the origins of ISF, right? For maybe not many of the people here know how does ISF come about. It's good to hear from Pak Rahmat himself. How was ISF founded, and what is your aspirations, Pak, for the years to come on ISF?
Yeah, thank you, Nick. I don't think I can be called founder of ISF, but maybe the first organizer. And unfortunately, after the third year, I'm still organizing. So I don't know whether it is something that's going to be stuck with me. But anyway, the vision at that time was how we can combine a few things. The first thing is that Indonesia has been known to be able to organize good conferences, good forums. I joined the government in 2022, and towards the end of that year, we just hosted what I could say the very successful G20 in Bali. We get a lot of positive comments on that. And then of course in, I think around September 2023, we hosted ASEAN Summit as a president. But of course G20 is every 20 years. And ASEAN Summit is probably every 10 years. But every time we do something like this, we always get compliments. So we know how to run good conferences. However, what about the contents, the agenda? The idea of ISF came about when, like at the time, me and my boss, we were in Davos in January 2023. And at that time, we are walking around in Davos. If you've been in Davos during the winter, it's very cold, hotels very expensive, food is not very widely available, even though a lot of world leaders come. And we think like, look, this is a very interesting situation, but not everybody can afford to go to Davos. And also the agenda that is being discussed is very, very relevant for developing nations. But the solution being mentioned, a lot of it is being proposed by countries that are more advanced in economy, so have more bigger fiscal space, a different type of economic situation than us. So what we said is, why don't we bring these type of discussions closer to home? Combine our conference organizing prowess and also Indonesian leadership in, let's say, potential leadership, yeah. We have a lot of renewables potential, for example. We have minerals, critical minerals. And these type of things, these type of issues is probably better discussed closer to home. So we said, okay, let's do that. But at that time, this is the previous administration. I told my boss at the time, Pak Luhut, Pak, we can't do it in 2024 alone because people will think this is one-off. So we have to do it in 2023. So we started in 2023, 2024, and thank God and thank you for all your support here. Even after the change of administration, this has become an annual agenda that is well accepted by the community.
Thank you, Pa. And thank you for bringing ISF to Indonesia. I think your point on bringing in this dialogues that is contextualized to the Global South community is also very much important. So with that, I would like to hand it over to Batari, who we invited because she represents the knowledge community, right? And Batari, is this your first or second ISF?
Second.
Second ISF. So can you tell us can you tell us your journey at ISF? What your efforts are at ISF, and tell us how ISF help amplify the efforts that you're doing.
Thank you, Nick. First, I would like to share my observations how ISF 2024 differs from ISF 2025. I think the discussions has evolved a lot. So in ISF 2024, we highlighted about net zero ambitions, which was important. We are setting ambitions that we are showing our commitment. And now the discussion has evolved into also acknowledging the complications, acknowledging the barriers, but also highlighting the opportunities. I think an example is on energy transitions. We just held an industrializing energy transitions high-level dialogue where we acknowledge that there are barriers into energy transitions, but there are way forward, like renewable energy zones, renewable energy incentives. So that's one thing I think from think tank community, we appreciate that the discussion has evolved from ambitions into way forward and next steps, and from what to how. And to your questions, Nick, on how think tanks see ISF, Pak Rahmat, Pak Nick, I think we appreciate having an ISF, having an international forum that's close to home. Of course, COP, New York Climate Week, others are also an important convening platform, but having ISF as a national event, it's a very important, we see it as an important event that we should continue to have. One is we see this as where people from private sectors, from government, from public, and from think tanks can convene and then talk how to bring forward an issue. What we've done with air pollutions, first we discussed about where the air pollution, where the sources come from, and now we move into also discussing about how to finance the solution. So without such convening platform that we have at ISF, I think we would lose also the momentum, because I think good to have a momentum, good to showcase results, and good to have a platform there where we can collaborate and show commitment, show progress, as well as discuss about opportunity and to move forward on our ambition.
Thank you, Batari. And I see a very sharp observation there, where last year the narrative is probably net zero ambition, but now it's green growth, right? So I think it's not about net zero ambition, but it's about how can we embed net zero ambition into the economic growth story, right? So I think that's a good segue as well to go to Anthony, who is the chairman of Kadin Net Zero Hub. Pak Anthony, you have been in the space since the longest time, right? Can you tell us more of Kadin Net Zero Hub, right? But also how you see Kadin Net Zero Hub as a partner at ISF, and how you see ISF evolve over the years. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. I think I really echo with what you say, because throughout the years, the mandate of Kadin is to accelerate the competitiveness of our members. So in that sense, so I've been following the Kadin committee for 3 years now. And every year we see a lot of interesting, not only business cases, but practical ways and dialogues, not only from the investment side, but also to innovation, technology. And all of these dialogues is actually a starter, right? Because at the end of the day, in Kadin, where it's a home for all business players, the most important thing is how we can translate the sustainability lens into our competitiveness and accelerate the green growth. So I think in ISF, we have been listening to a lot of speakers. We've been having very interesting dialogues on the thematic events with a lot of stakeholders. So having ISF as a platform is very important, because this is where it becomes a melting point for a lot of stakeholders to listen and try to understand what are the possibilities and the ways to collaborate to each other. So in Kadin Net Zero Hub, we really sense that, like Pak Rahmat mentioned, there are definitely a lot of challenges in our geopolitical muscle. There are a lot of differences on how you translate sustainability. But as long as it translated into something that can create the value to our members, which is I am seeing it happening on the past 3 years, ISF is very crucial to our green growth. EV, for example, you can see the numbers wouldn't lie. The first time ISF was launched, I think if I'm not mistaken, it's around 2%, yeah, Pak Rahmat. And last year is 5 or 6.6%. And this year, just to August, the EV penetration has surpassed 12 point something percent. So I think these are the practical things that we also seeing another multiplier effect on the value chain, for example, on the industrial growth. And this is all, having ISF as the big part out of it, as the part of the dialogue is very essential and critical.
Thank you, Anthony. And that point on competitiveness, right? I think ISF is not only a sustainability forum, but it has increasingly become a forum to discuss how can we be more competitive in this economy. And also, the technologies in the low carbon transition are economically viable, right? And I think your example on electric vehicles is just a showcase on how sustainability is no longer a side story, but it is the economic growth story, right? So I think with that, I would like to also give the floor to Mustika, who is representing a solar chapter, right? a youth and community-led initiative. What has been your impression on ISF, Mustika?
Yeah, thank you, Nick. Maybe I'll introduce my organization. My name is Mustika Wijaya, and I'm the executive director at Solar Chapter. We are a grassroots organization focusing on end water crisis using renewable energy in Indonesia. So we have implemented community-led solar-powered pumping systems. So villagers do not need to walk 3 hours every day for water and maximum 3 minutes away from their homes, just using a renewable energy source, which is solar energy. So I think we have partnered with Ministry of Villages and also Open Government Indonesia to scale this model. And the discussion that I would like to push here is how sustainable lens is only from the environment side of it, but also the sustainability of the program, right? So programs like solar water pumping systems not only last in pictures, like water not only lasts in pictures, but also can last through generations, the impact. So through this platform, I think we can, bring these discussions and insights to the global network here and also to the national level. So I think the grassroots organization like ours can have insights on this.
Thank you, Mustika. And I think that's a very important point on this dialogue cannot just be for one part of the community, right? I think this needs to be inclusive. We need to hear as well initiatives on the ground because climate at the end of the day happens on the ground. So, and thank you for sharing that. So, Pak Edo, you're the last. I would like to challenge you a bit because I think you have heard from these different perspectives, right? And you are also involved across sectors as well, right? What would be your challenge to ISF for the next year? What do you think ISF should raise more in the coming years?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Nick. I think I can attest that actually this is my third ISF. Yeah? So I think as one of the, beneficiaries of, the effectiveness of ISF as a convening platform, as this is my third year, so I have witnessed how ISF has grown. From the first ISF, it wasn't here. And the second, now the third. I don't know next year. But one thing that I think it's really my view, we have as the building blocks, of course, in terms of the administrative of the event, is impeccable. Look at this very beautiful setup, discipline organization, I think, and the themes, the thematics, the thought leadership, discussions, collaboration that have been produced, discussed, deliberated, debated here, and not only resulted in just like talks, but also lots of partnerships, collaborations, and plans going forward. I think that's number one. And number two, my participation has also grown from time to time. Now this year, Pak Rahmat, we have a booth. So Ministry of Forestry has a booth next door where we showcase also the products coming from the social forestry. And we also signed MOU. It's not only business deals, that has to happen, but also one thing that I think we can also leverage forums such as ISF is, I would say, more like in the capacity building, technical and non-technical development, how we can build the ecosystem. Because definitely the government cannot do this alone. This is a very difficult task to bear by anyone. So we have to do it together. And for like the government side, like line ministries, like Minister of Forestry, we really capitalize this event to basically not only inform what we have achieved, but also received inputs, feedbacks, especially explore partnership collaborations going forward so that we can create the ecosystem that everyone can thrive on that. And based on that, I think ISF in Indonesia is perfect to be the flagship of the Sustainability Forum of the world. It's not only for Indonesia. Indonesia delivers this to the world. It's very simple. We see the impeccable organization. We see the topics, the thematics. And, Indonesia has always been the, what's it called? Jamrud Khatulistiwa, the emerald of the equator. So this is the center of the action. The fight against climate crisis, this is the battle war. Indonesia is at the forefront. Forestry, yes, absolutely. The maritime, the industry. Because Indonesia is a G20 country. We are developing, we are growing. Our president has a huge aspiration, 8% growth. We know that we can do it, but we want to do it right. And this ISF forum should be the convening platform where not only showcasing discussions, policies, but also businesses, and also at the, with the civil society, hopefully academia. So going forward, this is my suggestion to my brother, Pak Rahmat. Next year, let's go back what we had this year, 12 months from now, where we will be by then. Are we moving forward? Or are we just standing still and not going anywhere? Or even worse, going backward. And maybe also next time around, also let's add up to unleash all the potential capacities, potential to unlock all the thought leaderships as well coming to showcase what from the youth, from the grassroots, everything that we can aggregate, showcase to the world here, that there are so many innovative activities happening to promote sustainability in Indonesia, but also to the world that we can be hosted at ISF as, again, the flagship platform for the world for sustainability issue.
Thank you. Mustika, you want to reflect on that?
Yeah, I think as Batari also mentioned, there's so many agenda discussion this year, especially that we put water also in the agenda. It was really nice to see. But I think as Bapak mentioned, we need to get more diverse stakeholders in the discussion. And I see ISF as a bridge between local innovators like ours in Indonesia to global, to the global, because we have a lot of great innovators here in Indonesia. So I think that's all from me.
Thank you. Thank you. Maybe before going to Pak Rahmat, and we'll also have a QR code for Q&A. Sorry. No, okay. But I think Pak Edo's point on there's an agenda here, 8% growth, but we need to do it in a green, resilient, and inclusive way. I think ISF can be that platform to not only showcase solutions, but also show how can we do it, right? So, Pak Rahmat, you've heard many perspectives, right? From the youth, from the knowledge, from the private sector, and Pak Edo, of course, as many hats, any reflections, and also on maybe Pak Edo's point on having a stock take every year at ISF to see where we are, right? I think that could be very impactful.
Yeah, thank you, Nick. To be honest, I'm very humbled and very grateful to hear. First of all, I see someone who's been with ISF 3 times, 2 times, 1 time, right? So it means that every year we have new friends, and hopefully we'll have more new ambassadors for this event. And then we also try to learn and evolve, because what is clear to me right now is that we need this event. Indonesia needs this event, maybe Global South needs this event, and hopefully the world needs this event as well. And hopefully we can continue and make it more impactful. In terms of the stock take, I was thinking about it the past few days, and obviously the work and the output is not happening in these 2 days. It happens in the other 363 days. But it started and it gets strengthened in these 2 days. I remember in the first ISF, we discussed a lot about solar panel manufacturing. And now we have a few gigawatt per annum solar manufacturing capability in Indonesia from maybe 70 megawatt. If I'm not mistaken, 170 to 100 megawatt, now multiple gigawatts. So that is progress. I remember our ambition on renewable energy in power is, I forgot what is the number, but right now at least maybe grow 2 to 3 times. If you add the 100 gigawatt that the president was looking into as well, then it'll be multiple fold. And it start initially the discussions here. We also discuss about electric vehicle, for example. So some of this discussion happen, and of course, this is good time to reflect, and then good time to make connection, and hopefully the next few days we execute that. And being inclusive, we hear you. I think it's very, very important. One thing that we have been successful in the past 3 years is to make this event free for the participants. It is a true public and private partnership. We are very grateful to our supporters, sponsors, partners. They all come and they want to see this successful, put a lot of real resources, financial, brain power, time, to make this a reality. We are just organizer here to collect this energy and put it into the same direction. And hopefully if we can continue making this free, meaning that it's accessible to whoever want to come and participate, I think that is the spirit. Hopefully we can continue every year like this.
Thank you. Thank you, Pak Rahmat. Now, perhaps we will take time to see what the audience have questions on, right? So if the committee can show the questions on the screen, we can have a look, right? And see what are the different reflections or questions from you participants, right? Many of you, this may be your first time at ISF, this may be your second time. So, but we want to see across the board what has been the reflections. So, yeah, maybe while we wait for the questions, Batari, do you want to share more of your reflections as well?
I think I would like to echo 2 things. One, what Pak Rahmat mentions, it's a place to also to have more friends. In 2024, we systemically collaborate with 2 organizations. I think now we collaborate with 5 organizations because I think we cannot do this alone, as Pak Antony mentioned. And what we try to do is that we want to showcase that going green is financially viable. Going green is making business case because until we prove that, I think we cannot scale the solutions. I think that's what we try to do together also, and we use ISF as a platform. And to do that, we cannot do it alone. So to Pak Rahmat's point, we need to do it together. So this is a place to find friends, to collaborate. And I like also to echo what Pak Edo mentions, the stock take. So we need a stronger feedback loop because technology advance, we need more proof point, we need more evidence, and then we can make stronger policy. So those 2 points as an addition, Nick.
Okay, thank you, Batari. Okay, I see many questions in already, and it's voted, yeah? So I'm not choosing this. So one of the top questions is, and maybe this is to Pak Antony, Pak Edo, or Pak Rahmat, and also Mustika, how can we assure justice in energy transition and our climate commitments beside business as usual? I think yeah. Do you want, who wants to take this from the panel? Okay, Mustika. Go ahead, Paido, you first, and we can take a few reflections.
Justice. That's a tough. When justice, my brain connects to Justice League, but now I have to talk about climate justice. Anyway, I think I just will be very short. So when we talk about justice, we have to look into all dimensions, aspects of that, what we mean by justice. Number one, the horizontal part, justice. We have to make sure that the UN always uses this word. I used to work for the UN, so I'm going to use the word now, no one left behind. Make sure that there is the issue of relative justice at the horizontal level is addressed. We know a case, if you remember, the capability theory, the so-called relative deprivation. So we have to make sure that people are not relatively deprived compared to their counterparts in this energy transition journey. Number two, the vertical part of the justice. So we have to make sure that the process is inclusive, it is open, it's not a top-down autocratic process. It has to make sure, we have to make sure that everyone, especially those at the ground, are well taken care. Hence, all this, we know energy trilemma I'm not saying that it can be solved, but it can be managed, and it should be managed, and it's not only the responsibility of government, but it's the responsibility of everyone, every single person in this planet, that we have to make sure that the issue of the sustainability, security, and affordability and access to affordability are well mentioned. Now, number three is more like, I would say, the global international issue of justice. There is a principle in this fight against climate change, common but differentiated responsibility. I think every single nation in this world should adhere to that principle. Yes, everyone is responsible, but the degree of the responsibility should be relative to their, I would say, capability to each country. And it's different, idiosyncratic. So these three aspects of justice we have to look at, and it's our responsibility to basically remind each other so that people will not miss that or deflect their responsibility. And ISF could be a forum to always do such reminder on the just aspect in energy transition.
Please, Mustika.
Yeah, I think just adding from Paedo, justice for us means for the communities that vulnerable to climate change, we actually design solution that involving the communities, make sure that the solutions is hyper-local, that also providing solutions that communities need. So I think that's what happened in East Nusa Tenggara, very vulnerable to climate change, and if we can provide also solutions that can benefit for them.
Thank you. So our next question, and I will give this to Anthony and Pak Ahmad. How can we get more deal flow and capital coming to Indonesian projects that could be announced next year at ISF? So I think this is only like, how can we turn this dialogue into a pipeline building dialogue as well, right? Because one thing is only talk, but another thing is to generate that into initiatives, generate that into projects, mobilize capital into not only the country but also the region. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. I think this is a very good point, Pak Rahmat. And looking back, I would propose personally to have a sort of like a joint secretariat, because I think where all of these pipelines are on the line, it's our mandate in Cabinet Zero Hub to ensure the deal goes through. Because at the end of the day, there are a lot of barriers, like you say, it's not gonna settle in 48 hours, definitely. The works is just gonna start on the next nice 365 days. And this point is really crucial to ensure that the pipelines turns out to be a real deal and give a real impact to Indonesia or the whole world. So I think that's that's a good point. And personally, I would propose to you one of those to-do lists after ISF is finished. Thank you.
Thank you. Basically, first, Indonesia will need a lot of investments in infrastructure, in climate resilience, coastal protections, for example, energy and whatnot, right? So there is a lot of potential deal pipeline. The goal is to make sure this deal ideas can be constructed into investable deals. So I think we do have homework in the government. Some is already very clear, some maybe need something to work on. So one thing that we are working on in our office, in the coordinating Ministry of Infrastructure and Regional Development, is that we are setting up, it's kind of like a unit, infra project facilitation office. So I got asked to lead this, at least in the beginning. So yeah, what we need to do is all these deal flows, at least in infrastructure, we'll need to monitor, at least need to know what kind of, what is the situation. So make sure that the money is not only potential investment, but it'll become infrastructure on the ground. But yeah, today is the start.
Thank you, Pak Rahmat. We have so many questions, and I think a lot of them is we need more topics on indigenous communities, we need topics on healthcare, we need more sessions on forest and land use. So let's work on that next year so that we can cover more topics, right? Which is not only climate, but also capture the wide range of the topic that we have. So with that, I would like to thank the panelists and also the audience. Please give a round of a hand to the panelists. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Nicholas, for leading the session, that fire chat. And I would like to invite everyone for a photo session before you leave the stage right now. So please do face the cameras and don't forget to smile. And we're calling the camera friends as well to seize this moment. Very, very interesting insights and reflections on ISF that have been done for some years. And it is one of the key takeaways that I remember is that let's not only stop on the discussion each year, but also look back at what we did every single last year, so we know that we have made progresses. So we'll keep that in mind. And also it's great to see how the talks and even movements as well as businesses on sustainability have been led by the younger generations. I mean, we've seen how passionate they are when they talk about sustainability. So it's a great start because they're going to be keeping the legacy moving forward. And there are also hopes as well for the next ISF that we can actually engage with more stakeholders and make sure that what we talk here in the forum will be put into action. So talking about youth and sustainability, we have brought students, younger generation, to this forum as well. So ladies and gentlemen, we present to you the choir from Kilau Vokalia Dian Didaktika. Please enjoy.
rambe yamko, yamko, yamko rambe yamko. Te minoki be humano ko bombe ko humano bungo awe ade. Te minoki be humano ko bombe ko humano bungo awe ade. Hey yamko rambe yamko rambe yamko bombe. Hey yamko rambe yamko rambe yamko bombe. Minoki be humano ko bombe ko humano bungo awe ade. Minoki be humano ko bombe ko humano bungo awe ade. Honke 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 riro, honke jombe jombe riro. 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 Yoko.
Let's give a big round of applause to Kila Vokalia from Dian Didaktika School. Thank you very much for the choir. And ladies and gentlemen, we are going to continue with our agenda this afternoon. It is a panel discussion with a very intriguing theme as well. Growing sustainable companies in the energy transition, raising green capital to drive meaningful transformation. I hope we're ready to follow this important discussion, and to lead the discussion, I would like to invite the moderator, Ms. Eliane Wolf, Global Co-Leader, McKinsey Sustainability, with a big round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone, joining us for this very exciting session. And I am so happy to have a very large panel joining us for this discussion. And we're starting off very strong with Jacqueline Lam. She's the Regional Director, Asia, at Sustainable Energy for All, working with government, industry, and donors to accelerate energy transition across Southeast Asia. Please help me welcome her. Next, we have Aldo Joson, who's the Head of Sustainability Operations, Fiber and Mill at April Group, where he oversees the implementation of the company's sustainability practices across its plantation and mill operations. Thank you for joining us. All right. Next, we have Cindy Markel. Cindy Markel is the VP Finance APAC at Siemens Energy and is responsible for leading financial strategy structuring partnership across the region. Thank you, Cindy. We're working on the clapping. Next, we have Piachard Arm Isarbakti. He's the CEO at Brandai & Companies, a sustainability and transformation consultancy working with leading corporations across Asia. Welcome, Arm. Thank you so much. Okay. Next, we have Yuan Marshall. He's the country manager Indonesia for the International Finance Corporation, IFC. And he's responsible for mobilizing private capital, advisory services, and investment to support climate transition infrastructure, human capital, and inclusive growth. Then we have Jacqueline Dove. She's the Managing Director, Global Head of Sustainable Finance, Strategic Initiative at Standard Chartered. And she leads the bank's framework for green transition, social and sustainable lending, building on over 25 years of international banking experience. And then last but not least, we have Akash Bahafzar. He's the managing partner at Sastec Bank and co-founder of SkyQuest Technology, where he focuses on bridging sustainable innovation with financing solutions. Wonderful. So we have very diverse panel today, and we have prepared a lot of questions and diverse questions. So I'm sure there is something exciting for everyone. Let us start. Arm, let me ask you, what are key trends and investor sentiments that you observe in green investment today?
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for having me and Brandy and companies here. We've been in the business of trying to have people, profit, planet into the way that you operate, not only business, but city, country, and the global economy as well. So before going deep into key trends, I would like to highlight something about fundamental understanding. When it comes to financing sustainable growth, people always look at the term sustainable, and they try to invest for the goodwill, which is great. But at the end of the day, when the economics go down, you come back to ask the big questions. Where is my return? And then when that feeling comes into the boardroom, into the conversation of the executives, you start to confront with the so-called dilemma. And it creates a pressure to the leaders to make a decision forward. And I think this set the next couple of years in making a right decision on financing the sustainable growth. So that one lead to a couple of key trends interesting. One would be, let's say, the idea of investment has to shift from the green projects into support the transition, because you want an impact at scale. Right now, I think people in the area of sustainable growth feeling a bit exhausted because you keep trying hard, but the progress seems to be elusive because it doesn't change the structural level. So structural change is a must from coming year in. And because of that, the second part is you need to ensure that the finance grow into the right place with the idea of having more regulatory and more disclosure in place. Because you want to ensure that this investment will at least turn to be profitable. Because if the investment doesn't go to be profitable, you will become a part of the problem, not a solution. And the last one, I think it comes to the technology, because right now we have data, we have AI, we have blockchain, we have the technology readiness. The idea is how to increase your traceability performance, how to ensure that you can unveil the values along the supply chain, the value chains, and this will be something that decisive for the future of investment. I will stop here for others.
Thank you so much. And maybe building on these trends and also initiatives that can happen, what are some of these trends, initiatives, and I ask Cindy, that you see private institutions, companies are doing? What is going on right now?
Okay, I love this question because this is exactly in the area of what my company does. So we are looking at all the technological innovations and then making sure that the energy transition is happening in a systematic way and makes sense. And just like what you said earlier, a lot of times investors, they look at the bottom line or whether they give the return that they're looking for. And that's common, and that's human nature as well. I would do the same. The most important thing is that making sure that we are looking at different portfolios of technological innovations. For example, there are certain renewable energy right now, economically, is still quite not achievable. However, with the transition, we know that down the line, several years down the line, it will become very affordable. And what we're doing right now is that we make sure that we have all the solutions for the transition. You know, we don't look at just coal to gas. We also look at nuclear. And nuclear, you have large-scale nuclear. You have small modular nuclear that can be ramped up even faster and much, much cheaper. And it's all clean, right? So I think, you know, it's really a alliances of companies, investors, as well as government, because after all, most governments in the world, some of their top priorities is to make sure that people can have access to affordable energy. And just like I think the sessions earlier, talking about clean water, having access to clean water as well as energy, I think is fundamental rights. So I would also leave it at that and for the others to jump in.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Cindy. And really building on this theme of how can we bridge until that future where we are certain that it becomes affordable, but still there are challenges now. Maybe next, Jacqueline Lam, if I can go to you, on what are some of the key barriers today that are existing and really preventing the channeling of global climate finance to local projects? And how can public and private entities overcome these barriers together?
Great, thank you very much. Good afternoon to everybody, and I want to highlight, some of the key barriers that Elian mentioned, and to also follow up on Cindy's point earlier to ensure how do we ensure affordable access. So Sustainable Energy for All as a United Nations program focused on the delivery of Sustainable Development Goal number 7, which is universal clean energy access. How do we bridge some of these gaps and facilitate access? I think there are two really key points. The first is to ensure data-driven planning across multiple sectors. Now, we really see the energy transition as an enabler for the decarbonization of industry, decarbonization of transport, buildings, etc. And therefore, the data-driven analytics around energy transition planning and investment planning as well requires us to look at the decarbonization and mapping the potential demand across renewable energy for clean transport, energy efficiency in buildings, in industrialization, etc. And so this is part of the work that we do together with governments in preparing energy transition and investment plans. So first of all, the data-driven approach. And then second, partnering with public and private sectors. Now, one of the things that we really reiterate in terms of clean energy financing is that actually 60 to 70% of clean energy financing comes from industry, comes from the private sector. So while there is public sector catalytic financing that can be supportive, a large extent of the private sector financing will need to be, and we've heard a lot about project de-risking with the earlier panels, both yesterday as well as today. So how do we look at project financing? And a key component of that is the project preparation, which also includes skills development both in the local community as well as within the local industry sector development as well. So this is also another area where we see there's a lot of potential capacity for industry to come in to support some of the skills development in order to facilitate project preparation for future project investment, de-risking the project investment so that there's a conducive environment for these investments to take place as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Maybe Aldo, I can ask you to same question to build your perspective on top of Jacqueline's.
Thanks, Elian. Thanks, Jacqueline L, because we have two Jacquelines on the panel. For us, it's really, I guess one of the barriers is actually thinking that you need a big capital to ensure that you finance a project to ensure that communities become more resilient. As everybody's aware, we need to help communities to transition into more sustainable economies, into greener economies, but that transition needs to be a just transition because there are also obviously real developmental concerns and developmental priorities that communities need to still be adaptive to. So for us, what we do is a three-part approach. First is ensuring that communities are aware that there are other programs that are available. For example, some of our partnerships with the Indonesian government for the Proclim villages is to accelerate, for example, even the simple part of waste management within communities. If they're able to manage their waste and they convert that into fertilizers, that really shortens and reduces the value chain into localization of sourcing. So being aware that just managing your actual waste within communities helps you cut. You don't need to import the fertilizers and all those things. Yeah? So first one is about awareness. The second is about climate adaptation. What parts of the infrastructure within the communities need to adapt because some of the challenges of climate change is coming. Extreme weather patterns, extreme rainfall and all that stuff. How are communities able to adjust the infrastructure within those communities to be more climate resilient? Yeah. And sometimes that involves just sharing the technology and expertise that we have as a forestry plantation manager in Sumatra, allowing our water management and lowland planning teams, for example, to go to the villages, mapping out the topography, making them realize, oh, if you have extreme weather condition here, this is what's going to happen. So first one is you make them more aware. The second one is you help them with the adaptation. And the third part is you accelerate it with sometimes company-funded climate resilient projects that then allow the communities to accelerate. That can be as what Jackie was saying about capacity building, ensuring that there's actually a workforce that's ready to adapt to the climate resilience. So those three things, you need improved awareness, you need to allow people to be able to know what they need to be adapting to, and you can accelerate by funding. Internally for us, we have sort of like an internal conservation fund of $1 per ton for every wood that comes into our pulp and paper mill. We take $1 for that and invest it in conservation projects. That translates to partner with communities around our concession areas of conserving about 30,000 hectares of natural forest that is not part of our land bank. We make no claims, it's part of our land bank. But you're accelerating communities to see nature-based solutions by financing it through an internal funding mechanism. So those three things for now, Elian, and I'll leave it to Mike. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And you hit upon so many fantastic themes to build on. But maybe for a moment, if we stay on the role and the contribution of institutions, especially also of multilateral institutions, and the role they have to play, they can play in financing sustainable transition. So maybe, Ewan, if I can ask you for a moment about what is your perspective on the role of these multilateral organizations? How can they support this sustainable transition?
Thank you. So, as someone who works for a multilateral institution, let me start by saying I think it's important. I think multilateral. There's a couple of things. Firstly, multilateral institutions are not all the same, and so they perform different functions. So we'll see some multilateral institutions that have a role of supporting government directly, whether that is through the transfer of knowledge or whether that is helping to provide budgetary support to government. And then we'll see other multilaterals whose focus is much more around supporting and enabling private sector growth. So from where I sit, I'm very much in the private sector support camp. So as I think about IFC specifically, I think there are a number of things that we do. The first thing is we're an investor. We have a balance sheet. We take risk. We lend to companies, and we take equity stakes in companies. So we are there together with them as a financier. The second thing that we try to do is we try to enable, to mobilize, to catalyze other investors. You know, there is a clear recognition that the multilateral universe alone is not going to finance the necessary investments we need to drive us towards a more sustainable future. That is going to come from the private sector. What role can we play in helping, in aiding, and supporting them? The third thing that we try to do, and you know, I'm not sure if we're always successful, I think sometimes we are, sometimes maybe not, is we're trying to pioneer a little bit. We're trying to innovate. We're trying to create new approaches and new structures. Sometimes we do that ourselves. A lot of the time that is in partnership with others. And sometimes we are borrowing from other people. But it is a role, I think, of multilaterals to try and use the license we've got to push the envelope. The fourth thing we look to do is we recognize the important role that government plays. And government sets the enabling environment that helps to create the foundations for private sector growth and opportunity. And so we look to engage with governments to try and help them set as conducive and supportive a policy environment as possible. And the final area is knowledge. How can we, as a global institution, try and cross-pollinate knowledge that we get from one country to another, from one sector to another, what we hear from one partner to another? So I think there's sort of 5 main areas that we look to try and deploy in aid of this process.
Wonderful. Yes, Jacqueline, I was about to ask from Standard Chartered's perspective.
Thank you. And I was just going to say, Ewan probably just described exactly what, from a private financial institution, the exact same process, really. And I think that the key word, and you've heard it throughout the last 2 days, and I have to admit, if I'm invited back next year, I am super excited to see how we've delivered on all the ambition and opportunity that we have discussed over the last day and a half. But the 2 words, as I say, to get to scale, you need partnership. And the areas that Ewan just outlined, Standard Chartered does the same. You know, we think around the education, not only internally in our organization, but with our clients, the capability building to really understand how we integrate sustainability end-to-end throughout our organization, but also the awareness for our clients to understand in all the 52 different markets we're in and across the 11 sectors that we've set net zero targets for, what does that mean for them from a financing perspective, from a profitability perspective, and how do we help them on that journey? To Ewan's point, everyone's at a different stage of that journey, really understanding what is the technology readiness available to them and helping them with those connections. We see ourselves not too dissimilar, as Ewan has just described, as that super connector across our markets to really connect what's changing. What is the technology available? What financing do you need? And again, I'm sure we'll go into more detail about this, but the multiple different financing instruments that are available are not going to be the financial instruments that we've had in the past where it's a simple loan or you issue a bond. We really have to partner to think around how we structure things differently to then facilitate what our clients need in the future. And again, Jacqueline touched on it as well, particularly how we de-risk, and that's that everybody is involved in taking some part of that risk sharing, both from a social perspective, which we've heard, from an environmental perspective, but also that so our businesses can continue to be profitable and sustainable.
Wonderful. Just to make the round complete, Akash, if I can also ask your view on this topic.
First of all, salam alaikum, namaste. It's really a pleasure and honor to be part of this august audience and a wonderful gathering, all championing the cause of sustainability for our firm belief that the world is one. So the true sustainability has to be looked at from a globalization perspective and reallocation of both financial, technical, human resources. So the role of multilaterals, primarily in my view and what we do at SUSTEC, is basically to see how the learnings, first of all, can actually be brought in from successful case studies globally. And our firm belief is there is enough and more solutions out there. And probably we just have to find the right context and bring them together. So where probably multilateral institutions and the new age ways of looking at it would be to how we can really access, along with the global capital, if we can look at accessing the diaspora capital, as well as the digital, the Web3 world, the tokenization aspects. I think that could really drive change faster. And in my view, can really help champion projects which are successful, achieving the targets of impact in some part of the world, to then scale it, and successfully implement and scale at speed, in order for all of us to be in a safe and a beautiful planet to remain safe.
Thank you so much. And on the topic of the multilateral institutions that we've been coming again and again, maybe this is towards Cindy, but if we think about their role in helping to lower the cost of capital, I would just be really excited to hear your sense of how they can play this role.
Yes, for all those large scale of projects, the cost of capital, a lot of times it is also needs to be jointly committed or solicited from different sources, government entities, private investors, as well as institutional investors. There's also one element I want to go back to earlier that in terms of the whole sustainability is that there are also a lot of projects that we may not see on the surface on a large scales. However, they are in the background, and there are a lot of investments being put into R&D. You know, we all know about this hydrogen, right? They're clean, and once they're commercialized, they're much, much cheaper. It's nearly free. It's like water, right? So I think the capital elements, you know, needs to be planned from multi areas as well as looking at the long term. A lot of times we tend to look at the return of investment within certain payback period, but when it comes to sustainable energy going into the future, I think the focus then needs to be a much long-term view as well as the commitments from government entities and all the other stakeholders, as I mentioned earlier.
Thank you so much. And you were mentioning, Jacqueline was also mentioning it, Aldo, the necessary collaboration really between the public, the private sector, and really funneling capital together. So if we come to everyone's favorite topic of the blended finance and how blended finance can really help to de-risk financing projects. I think Arm was also mentioning earlier, you were mentioning about the risk and how to really help approach the risk. So maybe that's a good question, Ewan, back to you, around how blended finance can play this de-risking role.
Thank you. So I think from an MDB perspective, one of the things that we are looking to do is to catalyze and support increased private sector investment. And blended finance is an incredibly powerful tool to that end. But perhaps just to take a moment, because I don't think blended finance is a single instrument. I think there's three types of blended finance. I think we have concessional blended finance. I think we have structural blended finance. And I think we have commercial blended finance. So concessional blended finance is perhaps the area that we're most familiar with. So the notion that we can use cheaper money, concessional money, to buy down the cost of risk, to lower the cost of capital, and to make a project work. And it's an incredibly powerful tool. As IFC, we've been using this for about 15 years now. We've probably supported about $30 billion worth of investment across 100 different countries. It is not a silver bullet solution, however. It does tend to be quite bespoke, trying to match up the interests of those that are giving the concessional capital with the nature of the projects that are looking to use the capital. It does require a rigorous governance process to make sure that the capital is being deployed in the most effective, efficient, and with the minimum concessionality. And there are reporting requirements, so there are transaction costs. It's not free money. But that being said, it can be a very powerful tool, either to make a project work or to bring in finance. Structural blended finance tends to have a difference in timing. And it's something that MDBs have used for 50 years. And so sometimes what we'll do is we'll lend for longer terms than private sector investors. So we're going to be there longer, we're going to stay longer, we're going to stay with a partner till the end, but allow the private sector to turn their capital a lot quicker. Or maybe we'll invest sooner make a first mover type investment and send a signal, cover some of the costs to the party who's looking for finance. And commercial blended finance is perhaps a sort of a new tool, and this is very specific to MDBs. But MDBs have significant origination capacity across a range of markets. So as IFC, we operate in over 100 different countries. And we have staff on the ground in 100 different countries. And we're finding transactions. Those transactions benefit from our credit processes, our environmental processes, social governance. And we build a portfolio of assets. And what you do with commercial blended finance is you create portfolios that resemble the portfolio we're creating for ourselves. So when we put $1 down, we deploy $1 of somebody else's money, or $2, and we crowd more money into those projects. It has the advantage of creating scale, but it has a disadvantage that it tends to rely quite heavily on MDB origination, and so can be a little bit narrow. So we have different forms of blended finance, each with different types of uses that I think can be deployed in different circumstances.
Thank you so much, Jacqueline. I see you ready.
We're doing a tag team. Firstly, I think Ewan's definition of blended finance is absolutely accurate, and I agree with him 100% that it's not the silver bullet. I think, first and foremost, blended finance has been around for a very long time, and from a commercial bank perspective, think about in the perspective of Standard Chartered, we rank, I think, #1 on the convergence platform for blended finance transactions. So this is not new, but as Ewan says, it's not the only instrument to use, and it has its challenges. From a commercial bank perspective, again, Ewan's touched on some of the mechanisms that help from a de-risking perspective. When we talk around technical assistance, so really ensuring that there is the support for a project. Guarantees also really help, and from an insurance perspective, trying to de-risk the particular project. Really having the insurance sector come more into the fold, and again, we talk around partnerships to how we structure these deals, I think is necessary. And then, of course, on the concessional piece, but it shouldn't be about just the concessional piece, and really from a sustainability perspective, and what I mean by sustainability, for the longevity and consistency of financing, we really shouldn't rely on it. But it is a tool as part of that arsenal. And I think if we look at and Cindy, you touched on this a while back, if we look at the regulatory structure for a financial institution and the cost of capital, blended finance is almost a necessity in order for us to help then facilitate the financing of these projects and making sure that capital is going to where we need to in relation to those projects.
Thank you very much, Jacqueline. And maybe, Akash, we were earlier a little bit talking about the stage that also a project is in, and perhaps how blended finance and a bank can support a little bit more advanced projects as well. So just would also love to hear your perspective.
Thank you. Just a bit of a quick background. So at Sustec, we are relatively, we were announced at the COP29. So Sustec stands for Sustainable and Scalable Technologies for Economic Hub, with the primary mission to work in this blended finance category with the vision, as we all know, world is full of successful pilots, but unfortunately failed scales. So we are basically trying to address the gap by seeing how do we identify solutions and invest in solutions which have tested in one part or one market very well relative to the context of another market, with the primary metric of being a technology or a solution or a project which can be scaled at least in 5 or 7 countries of 100 million population and above. So with that in mind, what we are working with DFIs by taking that initial de-risking of the technology projects, however, then blending it with tokenizing and creating the risks, making the risks more visible. Because one of the success factors or failure factors is not knowing the risks where it exists. So to be able to delineate the risks, digitize it, provide mechanisms as a new age digital finance platform, we are basically looking at how we can make for all stakeholders visibility of real-time data, visibility of the risk, and thereby take conscious action. and also mobilize private capital by way of bringing in diaspora capital, which is a very powerful source. We've seen this across the world in parts of Africa, and you're looking very soon to start in this part of the world as well, in Indonesia, where that can be a powerful way of blending or bringing in capital, private capital, which is needed, and plus another layer of the whole Web3 approach of tokenizing assets, which just opens up completely new world of resources which are made available. So we've seen several success stories with it. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Can I just, I think this is a really exciting part of where the future of, and I think the earlier panel on decarbonization touched on this, the marry between digital and sustainability comes together. And I think that's a huge opportunity that will benefit both sides. It will complement each other, not least for the point you've just made, where the transparency and the ease of doing business, particularly when if you're a donor of an NGO or a charity or an investor looking at a project, you have the clarity and the transparency, as you say, of where is that investment going, what is the impact, how are we then reporting on it, but then also the ease, the flow of capital as well, which is very secure. And I think the advancement of both of those will have a huge positive impact moving forward. Tokenization and digital assets is something as a bank we're heavily invested in, and an area of innovation that the two parts of the business are coming together. So we work closely with our digital team and our sustainability team at the bank.
Yes, please go ahead. I love it.
Yeah, because I think I was also talking to Elian earlier about this. I'm from a company that really, I believe my company provides the overall portfolio for the sustainable energy transition into the future. Now, of course, the goal for everyone, not just for my company, is that everyone should have reliable, affordable, sustainable energy, right, going forward. And the most important thing, I believe, really is the commitment from government entities, also as well as multinational and investors. And this is really, all the stakeholders are within this. And I think one of the main elements is that such an investment environment or certain countries, they are not providing enough transparency, which then can also, greatly de-risk that investment environment. And I think this is not something that is difficult to do. I think greater transparency also, as Jacqueline mentioned, that flow of capital would then come in. And this really would stimulate and accelerate that whole energy transformation in any country or regions.
Wonderful. I love the energy. And perhaps also this theme of collaboration between private, public sector, but across the region as well and across the borders. And there's probably a lot also for Indonesia to learn. Maybe, Jacqueline, if I can ask you next about what are perhaps some successful cases, projects on the cross-border regional collaboration that Indonesia could learn from?
Absolutely, thank you. Actually, I want to say Indonesia is a starting point in terms of not just learning, but setting some of the leadership examples. So one key example that I want to share is also on some of the cross-border electricity interconnection projects that are being spearheaded by quite a number of ASEAN member states, for example, Indonesia included. So that has facilitated quite a number of pledges of financing by really looking at really concrete interconnection points that are going to facilitate both renewable energy implementation as well as cross-border flows of renewable energy. Now, that being said, in addition to the ASEAN Power Grid example, I want to also share some of our results-based lending initiatives that really goes back to the earlier examples of blended finance, where we are working on under the Universal Energy Facility framework. We are working on facilitating local developers in project delivery and bringing in blended finance in order to also facilitate local currency denominated project procurement, equipment procurement, which then helps to facilitate local contractors, being able to take on these projects and being able to facilitate the procurement of equipment through local currency denomination for project financing. And then second, also really expanding the local contractor competencies and capabilities through facilitating local currency denomination for them to be able to take on some of these larger scale, utility scale types of projects through the results-based lending facility. And one of the ongoing examples that is currently taking place is the Mission 300 project, where the target is really looking at bringing electrification to 300 million, collaborating with the likes of World Bank, African Development Bank, and some of the other philanthropies. So really a real-life example of what blended finance looks like and how each of the different players come together and to support some of these cross-border initiatives that the de-risking need is especially significant given the number of variables in play, and bringing the blended finance platform in order to support some of these de-risking initiatives as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I love how we've been talking about the private-public sector collaboration in this dimension, but also regionally, within a region, within a country, but also cross-country. Perhaps another aspect we've not discussed so far is the collaboration across the society. So we talk about sustainability, we talk about being green, but what about being inclusive? So if we think not about the large organizations that many of you are representing, but if we also think a bit more about grassroots initiatives, the local communities, and that's perhaps a discussion to start out that I would love to have with Aldo and Arm, both of you, to hear a bit your perspectives,
Sure.
how we can strengthen this.
Thank you. I mean, at the heart of what everybody's been sharing right now is about partnerships, right? And partnerships are really powerful platforms because at the very heart of it is there are different perspectives that people bring and different institutions bring to the table. But without the core of partnerships, which is people, then everything that we're doing and everything that we're talking about, blended finance, all these projects, this transition, without the core of partnerships, which has to be people-oriented in the societies and communities that are impacted by these projects, then all of this will just go nowhere, right? And for us, what we found out is unless you put people first and put them at the heart of the conversation, of the transition again, to resilient climate and green communities, unless they are part of that, then the journey will really mean nothing. And what we found out, a lot of the big, maybe barriers to that journey is that their basic socioeconomic situation is still not resolved. You cannot go to a community and say, I need you to help me as an MNC fulfill my net zero projects. They will just tell you, thank you very much. You will see the next person who wants to speak with us. They need to be part of the journey. And how do we make them part of the journey? Part of the journey is having open conversations of what they really need in the villages themselves. So we have a lot of, we have our own CSR, we have our own community development thing. And I already mentioned earlier, we partner with about 50 villages for the climate initiative that we partner with the ministry, the government of Indonesia. And what we found out, a lot of the things that we need to answer their things is providing them with some capital to start some SMEs, be a responsible company of sourcing from the SMEs and projects that we have. I usually say when I go for talks, if any company tells you they have an agroforestry project with community, ask them who takes up the market of the produce. If they don't know the answer, then they're really not sincere. If you're financing agroforestry projects with community, the company must be ready to be the first uptaker of those produce. So we have a commitment of 80 to 90% sourcing within the communities that are part of our footprint. So a lot of these, sometimes the last milestone in a lot of these CSR or community development projects is possible. The other one, and then I'll give my esteemed colleague to share, is we also partner with villages for fire-free village programs. So we have under MOU right now almost 1 million hectares of village footprint that have promised that they will not use fire as a tool for land management. But you can't go to a community saying, I don't want you to use fire. Because you have to ask, why are they using fire? Well, it's a land management tool. It's the most accessible land management tool. So you give them access to an alternative and you incentivize that. So that's why our Fire-Free Village program has seen a reduction of 95% of fire instances in communities that we partner with. It's through addressing the socioeconomic factors and levers of communities that we are able to facilitate the transition to a green economy. Yep.
I fully agree with you. And to say the least, that the most difficult part of climate financing is human. It seems to be unrelated, but it's just human. I think if we recall the history, you can see that the Industrial Revolution tried to skip the human involvement by bringing in the technology, machinery, automation, because it's difficult to manage human to get return as you expect. But this time, it's like the entrepreneur's life, business leaders' life getting more difficult because you need to manage so many dilemmas along the way to ensure that you navigate your business, your country through unprecedented problems that we are dealing with. So the idea is simple because in the past, you have industrial revolution because you saw the problems of convenience and accessibility. And then you provide a solution for the market and market respond you, effectively. Today, I think we just can't separate the human element and environment element. We just need to bring it as one and see how can the private sector together with the government sector, together with people as well, can shake hand and create the new solution, then mechanism that answer the common agenda and have a shared prosperity. But this is not what we are built for, you know what I mean? Because, along many decades, we teach each other how to be competitive. And when you try to be competitive, you look for your self-profitability, beyond others. But here is the time that if we want to increase our ability to collaborate, why not practice the collaborativeness? Why don't we try to talk about something that you and me and together can enlarge the pie and we can enjoy, the higher profitability, higher sharing, but, we make it happen because of collaboration. I think we launched a so-called Sustainomy, the new economic framework 2 years ago with the economists. We believe that to fix the problems that we are trying to fix in sustainable ways, you need to strengthen the middle. And this is the part that we overlook. In terms of countries, you need to strengthen the developing countries, emerging market and developing countries. That's why you need to have a look at it. We often have maybe ODA, have the money from advanced economy to help least developed country. That is great to help them survive. But to strengthen, to create the supply chain, the value chain, to help bridging the gap, you need to focus on the middle. Same as the small and medium enterprise. If you have a strong small and medium enterprise in your country, you create more employments with livelihood, with vulnerable peoples, and then you can serve the large company, which is more resilient and more fairness. Right now the capital will not go to where you create the most profitable. The capital will go to where you create resilience and fairness that help you make sustainable profit. So here is the middle, and to strengthen the middle, you might need to reimagine, let's say 3 R's. The first, new rules, right? The rules of competitiveness today is who help fixing the problems the most will win the market. So we need to create that condition, and the government need to play the critical part, not to incentivize project, but to incentivize to create and establish the market that where we see people and planet as a new premium. So people can spend more on the premium, and then they can support the cause of the world movement at the same time. This is the new rule. And the role, for example, we work closely with many regulators in Thailand. You can only regulate the market that you know exactly how it's operates. But today, everything we are in conversation is like innovation. We need to try and learn and try and learn. So you cannot regulate. You can only facilitate and help them to get along the way, not to break any things that you can't break, but ensure that we move forward. Because at the end of the day, climate financing, equitable transition, we still need to grow the economy. Otherwise, everything will fall down. And the last is relationship. So we need to ensure that we see the relationship between private sector, government sector, and the community in a different way. Because in the past, if you have CSR budget, during the time that you have the prosper economy, you spend lots of CSR money to community. You splash money to them. You never ask them. You never empathize them. They receive the money. Tomorrow, they run out of the money. To build the local community, you need to work with them, get them on the journey. And the most important part is to build them the capacity. And that is the most critical part. And you need to have so many instruments. Maybe like in Thailand, we have negative taxation income to ensure that we have more people get into the taxation base. And we can support them. We know them that how can they earn, how much they earn, and what exactly we need to deal with the problems in terms of more transparent. Because everything we are in conversation is has to be bespoke, has to be tailor-made. So the new role, and new relationship will help you enlarge your contribution toward more vulnerable people, being inclusive and being more resilient in terms of sustainable future.
Wonderfully said. So there was a lot of passion in your speech, and I think in everyone's discussion we touched upon more themes than perhaps I can summarize. But in a couple of words, some of the themes that I think you brought up multiple times is really the topic of partnership, the partnership between countries, regions. But we were also talking about multilateral private institutions, private public institutions, and towards the end very much about the local communities and how to do more than pay a lip service to transition, but really make it inclusive. This inclusive, equitable growth that is one of the key mandates of financing beyond sustainability. We also talked about innovation, not just about blended finance, which has been around for a while, but really about innovative finance models and truly understanding also the shifting markets and how to mobilize capital at scale and how to promote technologies, bankable technologies, to get away from the early stage, the pilot stage financing into really fully fledged out long-term change beyond a single project, beyond a single country, but really across the region and the world. So fantastic discussions. I think we could continue. There is a lot of passion, but also, of course, I'm sure our panelists are happy to discuss after the session with members of the audience further outside. So for now, just thank you so much to all of you. It's been really exciting and a pleasure. And I think before we run off the stage, let us take a picture together. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Ms. Eliane Wolf, for leading the discussion. And we invite everyone, speakers and moderator, for a photo session. Just stay on the stage, take the center stage, and maybe move 1 or 2 steps forward. We thank all speakers for their perspective on the topic growing sustainable companies in the energy transition, raising capital green to drive meaningful transformation. We found out from the discussion what key trends are there and investor sentiments do we observe in green investments today. And what are the success examples for different green investment instruments in driving at-scale green growth? Once again, we thank all speakers and the moderator as well for leading this discussion. And ladies and gentlemen, now we present again to you Kilau Vokalia Dian Didaktika. Let's give a big round of applause to Kilau Vokalia Dian Didaktika. Students from Dian Didaktika School, thank you very much for a very impressive performance in ICF 2025. And ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention please be seated. So if you are still standing around the stage area or nearby, please be seated and be ready because we are going to have the next panel session, very interesting topic. We are going to talk about the people. So sustainability and what about the people who's going to do it. So building human capital for a sustainable future, creating green jobs in the age of AI. So once again, if you're still not seated, I would ask for your cooperation to please do so. So we are going to figure out what are the emerging trends and capabilities required in transforming to green economy. What are key access factors to build these capabilities? What are success examples as well? What is the role of human capital in scaling and unlocking next frontiers of growth and innovation and advancing sustainability goals? And also what education reforms are essential to prepare future generations for green jobs in AI and powered world? All right, so without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce our moderator for this session, Mr. Dino Patijalal, founder and chairman of the Foreign Policy Community of Indonesia, with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon, everybody. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I think we got to do better than that. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, I see so many good friends here. Let me just invite all the panelists come on stage anyways, yes. And I'm going to introduce you while you're in your seat. My name is Dino Patijalal. I'm the chairman and founder of Foreign Policy Community of Indonesia. Let's get everybody sitting here. Abednego, you're right next to me. Good. Spencer. Yes, thank you. Good. Yes. Good. Well, thank you everybody for staying this late in the afternoon. We've had a lot of productive and inspiring discussions, and no less than the one that we're going to have today. Today we're going to discuss one of the most human-centered questions in this forum, which is how we built human capital for a sustainable future and how we can create green jobs in the age of AI. And you know, I'm a former diplomat. As somebody who was engaged in diplomacy, I've seen how nations compete on many fronts, on markets, on resources, and technology. But more and more, the defining competition of this century is not about resources or territory. The defining competition of this century is about human capability. And the countries that will thrive in this new era are those that can best prepare their people, not just with the right skills, but with the right values, with the right mindset and adaptability. In the world of work, we are seeing breathtaking changes. The latest Future of Jobs report from the World Economic Forum, they found that nearly 40% of today's skills will be outdated by 2030. And almost 60% of the global workforce will need some form of reskilling. That includes myself, of course. So at the same time, we're going to see 170 million new jobs to be created. And many of these jobs are in renewable energy, green infrastructure, AI, and digital services. So in other words, the same force that are creating disruptions, they are also creating new jobs. And the question before us today is not only how to grow our economies sustainably, but also how to grow our people sustainably. And this brings me to a very personal observation about Indonesia, because we have one of the largest young workforces in the world. About 70% of the whole population of Indonesia, around 190 million people, are of productive age. And this is an enormous opportunity for us, but only if we equip this generation with future-ready skills. Because the energy transition that we are embarking on and the digital revolution are all happening simultaneously. So if we get this right, Indonesia will not just adapt to global change, we can actually lead it. But if we get it wrong, we risk being left behind in both green and AI revolution. So I think we all must remember that this is not just an economic question, this is also about equity and dignity. Green jobs cannot just belong to those in big cities or advanced economy. They must reach communities in remote areas, women in informal sector, and young people who are still waiting for opportunity to come their way. So that is by way of background to our discussion today. And the questions that we have today before this panel is, what are the critical skills and mindsets that we must cultivate to power a sustainable economy in the age of AI? And secondly, what must we do, governments, educators, business, all together to ensure that every worker in every corner can take part in this transformation? So today we have a very distinguished audience. We have Boon Hyung Ng, CEO of Temasek Foundation. Maybe you can raise your hands, yes. He bridges philanthropy and innovation for inclusive growth. Thank you. And he actually spent many years in Indonesian military facilities, so he speaks like an Indonesian. Then we have Ibu Maki Katsuno Hayashikawa. She is the director of UNESCO Regional Office in Jakarta and a champion of education reform and lifelong learning. We have also all the way from San Francisco, Spencer Lowe, head of regional sustainability for Google APAC, who is shaping the intersection of digital technology and sustainability. Sorry, where are you based? In Singapore. In Singapore, sorry. We were just talking about San Francisco earlier, so it's my mistake. And then we have on my right, Pa Abednego Tarigan, country director of Tony Blair Institute, who supports leaders on strategy, policy, and delivery. And you also work for the presidential office for 5 years. Right? We have Ibu Indri Hidayat. The middle name is too long for me to read. Director of Corporate Affairs at DCI Indonesia. Thank you, Ibu, for being here. And then we have Ibu Sondang Saktion, Human Resource Director of Schneider Electric Indonesia and Timor-Leste, right? So let us dive right in. I'll ask the first question to Pak Boon. Yeah, for the industry, what are the critical emerging capabilities for transforming into green economy? Yeah, please.
Yeah, thank you so much, Padino, and thank you so much for ISF. Every year I come to ISF, I see ISF growing and bustling and so much activity, so it's so encouraging. Indonesia with 17,500 islands and 280 million population is really, I would say, a land of opportunities. Panggilan saya Boon, so short form Boon. I spent many years in the military, but kebetulan I joined Temasek, the investment company, as first managing director of sustainability. But now I'm full-time at the foundation. How the foundation works is that we use philanthropic capital as risk capital to push innovation. So in climate change, we are focused on two things. One is technology-based solutions. The other one is nature-based solutions. I just want to call out nature-based solutions because although we think of innovations, technology, AI as one big capabilities, we must never forget nature-based solutions that includes agriculture, sustainability, agriculture. So we are very privileged and honored that we have been partnering with ISF for the last 3 years. We've run a global technology challenge, because the companies come from all over the world. Talents come from all the world, and we give them a grant so that they can pilot that technology in climate technology in Indonesia, right? So we've been running it for 3 years. The 3 thematic areas are decarbonization, sustainable agriculture, and circular economy. So if you think about those thematic areas, we didn't come up with those 3 topics by ourselves, but we discussed it with the government, with private sector to see where are those greatest opportunities and where are the areas that can grow. So that's one, and it was quite successfully conducted this year. This year we have we have 500 companies coming from more than 50 countries wanting to do something in Indonesia. Now, second thing I want to highlight is that we cannot talk about planet without talking about income of people and prosperity. So the 2 things I think is very important is you must think about innovation, you must think about financing and funding. I just want to give one small example before I pass back to Pak Dino. Currently, we are doing a project with an Indonesian company called Iratani. Iratani is Asia accounts for 90% of global rice production. Indonesia is the largest rice producer in Southeast Asia. Rice production produces methane. Methane traps 20 times more heat than normal carbon dioxide. So now what we are doing is that we are partnering with Iratani to pilot trial alternate wetting and drying method with 900 smallholder farmers, 1 hectare each, using a blended finance method. Smallholder farmers, more than 100 million smallholder farmers in the rice value chain. There's about 30 million in Indonesia. So what does smallholder farmers short of? Access to financing, low productivity, that we can use technology AI to increase it, and also limited market access. And so with this with this new technique, we hope that the smallholder farmers can get access to financing, can get insurance, that's the financing part. You can use technology, new techniques of alternate wetting and drying to reduce greenhouse gas emission by 50% and to reduce water by 25%. And then we are helping farmers learn, besides the traditional way of farming, how to be more scientific, data-driven, and even thinking about MRV, so that later on when Indonesia is ready for the carbon market, you can think about carbon credits with the paddy fields to add additional revenue. So I think that gives a bit of flavor between technology and nature-based and the kind of emerging capabilities.
Thank you. Ibu Maki, you want to add to this? By the way, if any one of you want to ask a question, you can scan the QR behind me. I think they're going to put it up at some point, and then we'll take your questions at the end of the discussions. Ibu Maki, please.
Thank you very much, Pak Dino, and thank you. Just to probably build on the previous response, and I think this is a really excellent question, and giving us some direction on this discussion panel. And in our office, we often joke that if anyone can bring a solution for transforming our economy today to a green economy, I think this person should actually get a Nobel Prize in peace and economics. But so actually trying to highlight the fact that it's a very important question, but a very difficult one. And for the UN, we actually have some studies that actually tells us that today, half of the current jobs around the world will probably disappear by 2050. And then today, 60% of the children who are entering primary school today, they will be likely working in jobs that do not exist today at all. So of course, for us, it's probably just not about the green economy per se. It's not just about green, but we also have to think about industry or economy that is more socially and culturally inclusive and environmentally sustainable. And also for that, it requires a lot of human capabilities, which I think it's like human capabilities, bring a combination of technical, analytical, ethical, and empathetical attitude. So it's not just about the cognitive knowledge, in subject matters, but we also have to see more holistic individuals with skills that can bring us and transform into a green economy. And I think there's really 3 sets of kind of skills that are really required from our perspective. And one is more to do with human skill. Sorry, excuse me, there's an ant on my chair. So really, we'll really depend on a lot of human skills, leadership, teamwork, agility, motivation, self-awareness. And these are basically multidisciplinary capabilities or skills that really lead us to manage into a new kind of economy as well. Then when it comes to green economy in particular, I think we need professionals that are experts in green infrastructure and, as Pak Bung was saying, nature-based solutions. Of course, our work, part of our work, UNESCO's work, is really about nurturing and supporting and capacity building and expertise in ecological management and education for sustainable development. So we really focus on how we can bring the skills to manage urban flooding, improve water quality, and enhance resilience of the people. And the third area I think would be very critical now and increasingly important is the skills to understand data. And data science and data literacy skills are critical because we really have to be able to address the environmental issues and their impact on society. For example, we can address water-related challenges by having stronger capacities in data collection, remote sensing, modeling, and interpreting the data, which will allow industries and decision makers to adapt to the changing environment quickly. And through our work, for example, we try to support governments and countries through our intergovernmental hydrological programs that we have in freshwater management. In that program, we also focus a lot on data literacy, numerous skills, and also to use that for critically assessing the environment and how that impacts on the economy overall. So maybe I'll stop here. Thank you.
You know, Ibu Maki, I'm 60 years old and I have very few of those skills that you mentioned. So I'm getting quite scared, seriously, right? It's quite worried. Some people are excited, some people are scared. Maybe it's just natural to have a feeling of both there. But I want to ask Spencer from Google APAC, what practical steps and success examples show how companies can address these issues and build on these capabilities? Yeah.
Thanks for that excellent question. And first of all, terima kasih, Pak Dino, as well as to ISF for the invitation to be part of this panel. That question really gets the heart of what the sustainability transition is. It's as much a people challenge as it is a technology or a policy challenge. And I really want to build on what Hayashikawa-san said, which is, you really need to look at those skills, and to address that, you need to take a multi-pronged approach and not just think about ad hoc training. You have to think of systemic change. So I think there are 3 practical steps that I'd just like to point out today. First is, how can you make the skills that you need to teach modular and therefore scalable? Because that's what's needed now. The transition to a sustainable economy demands new skills, as we've heard from my other panelists, and particularly from our perspective in data analytics, in AI and project management with a sustainability focus. So companies must offer training that is not only accessible, but also relevant, and that can be integrated into today's workforce. We don't have time to wait. So a couple of examples. One, at Google, we offer the Google Career Certificates, which are self-paced, online training programs in high-demand areas like data analytics and project management. And we've integrated sustainability specializations. And some of these we co-created with Arizona State University, so that we make sure these new skills are immediately available to green jobs. Now, what about in Indonesia? In Indonesia, we're very proud to be part of the Bangkit Academy, which is a multi-stakeholder collaboration between government, industry, and research and universities, including Goto, Tokopedia, and Traveloka. So what this academy does is that it trains thousands of students in high-caliber technical skills like cloud and machine learning. And they work on capstone projects that often focus on national challenges, solving national challenges, including the environment and sustainability. And so this feeds skilled talent directly into the local green economy. And so these are examples of how you can do efficient corporate reskilling. A second key practical step is deeper industry and academia partnership. Because sustainability problems are complex and they require not just cutting edge, but more importantly, locally relevant research. And so Google partners with universities and research institutions globally to apply AI and cloud technology to sustainability problems, like, for example, low carbon building techniques for data centers. But in Indonesia, we're very, very honored to have launched the AI Policy and Skilling Lab. And this was with the Indonesia AI Research and Innovation Collaboration called KORIKA, and the Center for Digital Society, and the University of Gajah Mada. And what this lab does is that it trains civil servants in the fundamentals of AI, including applications for national priorities like sustainability and disaster response. So this ensures that the private sector and government are speaking the same technical language, which are skills that you need to have. And I just want to congratulate the AI Policy and Skilling Lab. Earlier this year, they won the nomination for Enabling Environment Prize at the World Summit on the Information Society, which is organized by the United Nations International Telecommunication Union. So congratulations to them. And just a quick last point, which is, in order to have impact, you need to actually have that culture shift inside companies. And so, for example, at Google, we have data centers, but we also manufacture and sell Nest thermostats and Pixel cell phones. So it's we've really taken steps to ensure that the circular economy is something that we work hard on. So we've redesigned products and supply chains to ensure that components are refurbished, reused, recycled, etc. And this was part of a cultural shift about how do you design out waste that becomes a core mandate. So this is, again, an example of all the types of skilling and culture shifts that ensures that sustainability becomes a competitive advantage, even at a national level. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. And by the way, I'm pleased to announce also in the 2029 presidential elections, AI will be running for presidential candidate. Yeah, so just for you to know. Okay. All right. All right. You get that joke, all right? Sondang, please. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to share with you the concrete example of what Schneider Electric do, right? So for us, sustainability is at the center of our strategy. So no doubt that every year, every time, you know, the people capability, digital capability, mindset, etc., is so critical for us. So if we talk about what is the measure to build the capability, etc., it all starts from the hiring, right? We need to hire the people, the talent with the curiosity mindset, with growth mindset, with learning agility. Good thing is if it's digital native. So usually it's a Gen Z, right? We call them digital native, right? So that's the basic ingredient that we need. Then from there we build the capability, the competency that we need. And in Schneider, I noticed that we have run, we call it digital booster assessment, right? Every year. This year is the 6th year that we do it globally, run it to everyone. So everyone do a kind of a self-assessment where they are in terms of digital capability. So there are usually about 100 short question, you know, divided into like 6 topics, AI la, cyber security la, you know, etc., right? Other than that, also every year Schneider always publish. Of course, every year we have a hero offer, so-called. Usually this offer our product that is contribute directly to the sustainability. Yeah, like for example, like switch breaker that is actually air insulated, right, rather than the gas SF6 insulated, right? So we do intensive training for not just our sales team or product team, but also to like enablement function like me, you know, in HR, right? So the intention is for everyone to understand the product and where actually in concrete way we understand the company take part, you know, into it, right? And one more thing that we also do concretely is to our surrounding community, where we do run a yearly, you know, we do hackathon of to the vocational school, usually like University Polytechnic Jakarta and in several cities, and we do a hackathon for them to compete to come up with PLC innovative PLC design. Yeah, so the intention is to also contribute to the young generation, to train them, you know, to challenge them, and then after that, you know, we can adopt that their result, you know, as one of the innovative partnership between us and the university. So I think that's basically what I can share. Thanks.
Thank you, Ibu Sondang. Pak Abednego, you want to add to what Ibu Sondang has just said?
Yes, thank you, Pak Dino. TBI is working actually with the political leader around the world. Now we are operating in 40 countries around the world and with the 900 people working in TBI. And based on our experience, at least last 3 years, the technology is very important, especially AI. Like some of our projects, like in Africa, how helping the government in there, security digital dashboard for the government partners, to enable the government to make evidence-based policy intervention to improve food security. And the impact is very significant. 12.5 million farmers, smallholder farmers, get the significant impact. And the second, also our experience related to Indonesia. For example, like we are now working with the National Institute for the Administrations, how to strengthening capacity of the civil servant related to the AI. almost 1,000 people already on the training. And based on this experience also is very important for us to aware the AI and digital is not only for the increased productivity, but to make it more capacity of the workers in the complex situations. Because like previous speakers mentioned about the climate change, about the transition energy, it's very complex. So it's not only how to increase the productivity, but how to make it more important role of the workers in the complex situations. So that's very important for us to see how the shift paradigm, not only the responsibility of the business, but also how is the government involved on this process. We are talking many related to digital infrastructure, digital services, but how about the digital talent? So this also is really neat. We are invest more on digital talent, especially like in Indonesia. We are very diverse. West and East is very different, not only about the capacity, but also about the infrastructure. So this is from our experience. So your question about the remote area. Last year, we are with the partnership with the IKN, the Authority of the Capital Nusantara, and Starlink, how to using the technology to access the primary healthcare, to access even in the remote, because not infrastructure in there, but through technology, the access to the health sector is improved. So this is what we experience is very important, how to also really bring the governments and the industry together, I mean, to improve the digital talent, not only the quality, but also the quantity in terms of the Indonesia. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Maybe I want to ask Ibu Maki to add to the question of what approach can ensure equitable access to green skills across regions, because there's huge gap between availability of resources in major urban areas and those who live in remote areas where there's no electricity and no digital access and so on. Yeah. So how do we?
Well, thank you for that question, very briefly, but I know that the question is also how to reach the most remote and areas that may have no infrastructures and availability. But I think before even talking about that, how to ensure green skills for everyone, it's really for us, it's education and training. Yeah. And it's quite shocking, actually, to see, to learn that around the world, like UNESCO has a study that was carried out around, the level of integration of science education, climate literacy. 53% of national education curricula, only 53% of education curricula mention climate change today. Yeah, and then fewer than 40% of teachers, they feel comfortable talking about or teaching about climate change. So, which means that we also have to really look into the education system, what's happening before we can really ensure access to green skill, which is a lot more complex area that we're talking about. But I think we do have to start from the foundation. And so we are actually promoting the importance and the urgent need to integrate science, technology, and sustainability more effectively into teaching and learning at all levels. And given that, especially in our region, primary education has very large accessibility today, thankfully. Our countries, particularly in Indonesia, Southeast Asia, Asia Pacific generally, have really good participation and access to primary education. So I think that would be a key to ensure that we integrate, the skills and knowledge necessary for enhancing green skills in primary and foundational learning at the beginning. That would be the starting point. But then, of course, if you think of reaching the remote in those areas that are less connected, I think we still can exploit or exploit the digital platforms that have been made available to us. I have to say that the world have really learned well from the COVID incident, the pandemic. I have to say Google has been one of the major partners to UNESCO in ensuring accessibility during the COVID times, so that learning does not stop. So continuity of learning was very critical at that time. So in many countries, we do have some modalities of distance learning, whether online or offline, actually. So that could be really a resource that we should really take advantage of to ensure that everyone has better access to the skills that are needed for ensuring a green economy transformation. We can also see that, like low tech, can we say low tech? Mobile phones and radios are probably low tech technology, these still really play a big role in many countries. And I think we need to really leverage this mobile technology, community radios, and local broadcasting. And for UNESCO, we also work with local universities, community colleges, youth organizations to ensure that education, learning activities are reaching those who are the least accessed by the formal systems. It's really difficult to reach out to the remaining 20-30% because in many of our countries in the region, and particularly Indonesia, I understand that now 60% of the population are urban. And this will increase to 65% in 10 years' time, and another 70% of the people will be in the urban areas in 2045. So I think the focus isn't necessarily just in the remote areas. Of course, we also have to ensure good infrastructure in the urban areas as well. And for that, I think we really have to engage the communities and to understand what their needs are in order to ensure that we have equitable access to the skill set that they would need to transform into the economy that we hope will be more sustainable and green. And just one last point I would like to add is that for UNESCO, we have this whole designated site called the UNESCO Biosphere Reserves and also UNESCO Global Geoparks. And these are really real-world learning hubs that we can engage communities, conduct ecological education, green entrepreneurships. And we know that these areas can also demonstrate local knowledge combined with global expertise to reinforce each other and to enhance the accessibility to the different knowledge that is probably not taught in universities such, but available as really a credible skill set to ensure green and sustainable economy. So.
Okay, thank you. Ibu Indri, there's a tough competition for talent, obviously. From your experience, you are at DCI, what corporate and policy measures are most effective in retaining top sustainability and digital talent? Yeah.
Thank you, Dino. Adding to Ibu, the first that I actually support is actually that it is requiring a synchronized approach from all the sectors, government, educational institutions, the businesses, and also the community services. In terms of the policies and the practices and the measures that is important, at DCI, the average age is less than 30. We have quite a small number of people, which is not more than 200, but most of them are from SMK, Pak. So we hire SMK, but why they can work in our environment, high demanding environment, is because they are helped by the technology. Given that the workforce for technology and as well as sustainability, those who has the passion and those who are actually mandated to bring it going forward is from the younger generation. So the policies of the companies need to be aligned to what they are looking at, what is important for this generation rather than for the old generations. We at DCI keep our sustainability talent and digital talents, which is not much, by promoting actually purpose, growth, empowerment, and recognition. So it's entirely different from the old HR school of thought. Yeah. The purpose is basically we have to be able to show clear impact. For instance, when they are doing predictive maintenance, we have to tell them, to show to them that the result is actually at the lower power usage and lower emission. Looking at the result, it will motivating them to do more. In terms of growth, we offer upskilling opportunities, cross-project assignments, like engineers working in an AI energy saving efficiency project, or engineers joining in engineers doing the sustainability projects. By doing this in a project environment, their knowledge, their paradigm will be changed. So in the absence of formal training, we actually put our people into the real work. The empowerment, we gave space for them for innovation, pilots, flexible work, and develop green solution. So when you're talking about space, it's about time allocated. It's about where they want to do the work, how they want to do it. But we also recognize solutions that they come up with. And for that, we reward the innovation handsomely. So that is it training? Is it actually a development plan? But it's not training per se. Training per se, we actually depends much more from organization like Google to help us. But the way we see it, that people is eager to even learn by themselves to help them in the job. So it does not necessary that the company is providing it, but providing the information about what training is available where. This is something that is also needs to be embedded in our HR operations. Yeah. As an example, in DCI, yeah, AI-driven predictive maintenance have proven to reduce energy waste and lower emissions, and also it's lowering downtime. At the same time, it also upskill our engineers from reactive task, technically reactive task, to data-driven optimization. Continuous capability building by transforming operational data into insights, which actually guide the teams towards smarter, more efficient, and also more sustainability-aligned decisions. Yeah. This session is quite pushed down, actually. But of course, for huge investment, we still need to talk to the CEO. Yeah. So increasing operational efficiency is depending much more on the system. So we are not going into like enlarging our workforce, except when the facility is expanding. But we tend to rely on technology to help us pushing through and meet all the challenges. And the customers are now is much more demanding because they are more aware. Yeah. So that is my sharing from DCI Indonesia. We are a data center co-location provider, providing hosting for cloud data servers, with doing a lot with cooling system and energy consumption as well. So that's from me.
Thank you. I'm going to take one question from the audience before we continue, because we have 5 minutes left. So the question is, how can, and any one of you can answer this, how can we guarantee that the integration of AI into green job creation does not end up displacing human labor and worsening unemployment? Anyone? Sondang, please.
Yeah, I will try to answer that. In my point of view, I think AI will not, I think this is we have to reframe the perspective, right? AI will not take as is, right? The job, but they need, because of AI, we need another type of job. Yeah, so that's my perspective, right? Because then we need to have someone, you know, in the past we need someone to do the data entry, for example, the basic competency, right? But then with AI, then we need someone to operate, to program the AI to enable AI to do the job. That's my point of view.
Yeah, Spencer, you want to answer that?
I completely agree with what Ibu Sondang said. AI will require new skills. And so to the extent that
require what?
New skills.
New skills.
New jobs which require new skills. And so will there be disruption? Yes. Every new sort of technology over the centuries has disrupted jobs as they were. But experience shows that people then acquire new skills and there are new jobs created. And as you pointed out, Pak Dino, the key challenge is how do you as a society, as a system, as a company, ensure that you mobilize to allow those skills to be acquired by the people that need it so that they can move to new roles. And that's a challenge. And I think the question suggests that there are skeptics because it's not easy, but that's the challenge of the day.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Dino. Yes, like before I already said that we are not only talking about the efficiency, we are not only talking about to reduce the number of the workers, but also we are talking about the value of the workers itself. Like our experience with the LAN, Lembaga Administrasi Negara, when we, with Politika, we make a training for almost 1,000 civil servants, they more and more want to get a new subject in terms of digital and artificial intelligence. Like Ibu said this, don't underestimate of the willingness and the motivation of the people to learn new things. Yeah, so we are always talking about efficiency and then reduce number of the workers. No. Very strong also the motivations of many peoples. They want to learn the new skills, how they are more value in their company or in the governments. So this is like, and the second, for example, like our experience in Africa, when we we're using the remote sensing with the high quality remote sensing data and then also real time to make it more, the better policy, how we tackle the climate change and etc. There's also the farmers can join with that programs. If you look from the perspective, the infrastructures in there, how about their background education will be difficult. They'll be part of the project. But at the end, 12.5 million people involved on it. Same like my generation, it's difficult to imagine like today that the people, even my mom, 85 years today, and we just celebrate in the morning for her birthday, is still using the tablet to see the news and etc. So we are very open on this. I think from our experience, there is also new opportunity. With the other side, there is this disrupted. Yes, we are very significant, but we need to mitigate and then still to continue to open opportunity for the peoples who are working in the governments, working in the private sector, even working in the informal sectors.
Babun, go ahead.
Yeah, just quick one. One minister told me that, and I remember, the human touch is therapeutic. So you can never replace the human touch. That's first thing. The second thing is change is always difficult, but change is necessary for us to progress ahead. And then the third thing, I just want to share a Singapore model. When that change comes, in Singapore, there's a concept called tripartism. That means the government work together with the company, work together with the workers. And the three parties, tripartism, co-design, don't just look at today, look at the future, co-design it. And in Singapore also, the government sets aside money to help the organization, the company to move, to help the workers to transit with new skills as well. And then the last point I wanted to say, with change, leadership is very important. So if you spend time on the leaders, you help them see things, then they can motivate and they can lead their people.
Yeah. Spencer, you want to add something?
Yes, I just wanted to add 2 points. One is, while AI is creating this disruption, it's also a tool to help accelerate curriculum change and the delivery of skills. So it's a double-edged sword, but you have to make sure that you use its powers to help scale faster acquisition of knowledge by knowing what to teach, when to teach, to whom to teach, and this is all something that AI can help accelerate. The second point I'd like to make, though, is just building on Abid's point that younger people don't underestimate their thirst to learn. I think that is a really major advantage for Indonesia. As Pak Dino said, Indonesia is young, and it has a huge number of digital natives. So I think that thirst for hunger, let's meet that, and that is the opportunity for Indonesia.
Yeah, I remember when I first used to write with the typewriter, and then that was when the computer age came, the laptop, right? And I was a bit scared because laptops were expensive, and I did not know how to use it. But once we learned how to use the laptop, and editing productivity rose dramatically, right? And I think everyone has to get used to the idea that AI will multiply your productivity. But you know, there's also a dark side to AI, right? I'm into strategic affairs, and the greatest worry is the use of AI in military technology, for example. So AI will be making, the fears AI will be making decisions on who to bomb and who not to bomb, and that becomes a very inhuman process, right? So is there any, how do we ward off the dark side of AI in this green transition? I know that's not an easy question, but anyone want to take that up?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have the perfect
We should
answer.
think about that,
We
obviously,
should think
right?
about
Yeah,
it,
yeah.
indeed. And
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, for me, I think, you know, maybe because of our nature of work, I mean, it comes down to education as well. And yeah, I mean, as we had just heard from my colleagues here, and AI, first of all, of course, is bringing a lot of challenges to all the sectors, you know, that we live in, and especially for education. But one thing I can also add on is that AI cannot replace a teacher, right? So, because education is all about human interaction, it's all about nurturing social emotional skill sets, empathy. These are things that, as Pak Boon was saying, that cannot be replaced by AI. But at the same time, AI brings tremendous opportunities for education as well. But yet, the teachers also have to know how to make that, you know, AI useful for themselves. So I think the critical part, you know, making sure that AI does not go beyond our control is to train and educate the current generation, but also the current generation, older generation as well, and also to train the teachers with the right skills they need to be able to make good use of the AI themselves. And also, I mean, the platforms offered by AI technology is also a really very important resources for education, learning, and training. As you know, I mean, today the young people in Indonesia, about 80% are actually online all the time, and that will be the main source of information and resources. So, I mean, not to leave it to anyone to provide any content, but I think we also have some regulation, also good partners to see what kind of content will be useful for educating our population more broadly, not education in terms of school education, but broadly in terms of what kind of skills and knowledge and attitude behaviors are required. And these social media platforms can be utilized for our benefit as well, maybe.
Yeah. Okay. You know what my greatest fear is? Me being a climate activist, right? And sincerely, my greatest fear, if all the things that we do, 198 countries, companies, cities, individuals, will only be incremental steps towards the huge, faraway goal of net zero world, rather than transformational, right? You know, we save a little emission here and there. You know, I buy electric cars, right? But somebody else in Arizona buy a huge pickup truck, which negates my emission savings, right? I go to a hotel and I go, the card is green, you know. Yeah, small things, cute and meaningful, but incremental and not enough to achieve that huge net zero target by 2050. So the big question is, will AI, which is exponential phenomenon, will AI help us get there in a scenario whereby incremental changes will just not get us to that end? Yeah. So what would be the answer to that? Yeah.
If I may offer a couple of points, I think a lot of research is being done in that area, and actually without, it's about to be released, but there's a major study with a European university that we've been working with, specifically looking at how AI can accelerate the challenges and the science behind climate action and climate change and sustainability more broadly. So the best minds are on it. In fact, next year there's the AI Impact Summit that India will be hosting. And it will be putting a spotlight on the challenges in the global south in terms of how you can harness AI for sustainable development. So I think what you raise is top of mind for many people, but it's going to take a concerted effort to ensure we can answer that. The second point is...
Sorry, so is the answer yes or no? Well, AI, so you're saying that AI is looking into this.
That people are, that the best minds around the world are actively looking at how you harness AI to solve these problems from a systems perspective through fundamental changes in science and design. You can be, I'm tech optimist, and I believe that with the right level of effort around the world, there will be solutions.
Okay, so you wanted to mention the second point, Spencer?
Yes, and in terms of the actual decarbonization to a net zero world, a major challenge is the energy system. If you can solve the decarbonization of the energy system, you're actually a big way to net zero. And this is where we're increasingly seeing that AI can play a really critical role in driving the decarbonization of energy systems from transmission, generation, new technologies, grid optimization. So this is something that's actually showing real results today.
Okay.
No, I'm optimistic. Interconnectivity, network, I think AI will help us to go faster, go wider, and go deeper. So I think it's an exponential, so I'm optimistic.
But would that be on the technology side? Because
of course, you have to complement it with people. Yeah. You have to. If you leave it AI, you can't. And of people, I think leaders, especially political leaders, business leaders, are very important.
Yeah, just go a bit more deeper into that, Boon. Yes, you have great AI, and you fix the technological problems and so on. But you got leaders who say, no, I don't get elected with green promise on climate change. I want to get elected on other issues. And they become populists, and they drive away from. So that's a problem, right? AI will get us some answers, technical answers, but the real driver will be political decisions by the leaders at the top.
So I come back again. The planet is intimately intertwined with the people, which is intimately intertwined with prosperity, whether at the individual level or at the country level. So I think the overall business model of how to make companies, countries prosperous so that everybody can be more equitable, I think that's very important.
Yes. Please.
But, I want to add the perspective from the policy-making process, but in terms of the climate, it's very complex. If you look policy in Indonesia itself, maybe hundreds of policy, from law to presidential regulations, keputusan menteri, and etc. My experience, AI is helping me to understand what is the contradiction one policy with another policy, how to make it more synchronized. Because one of the big problem in terms of, like a climate, we are in many cases, one policy is opposite with others policy. At least policymakers using the AI can helping them to see what is the gap, what is the problem, what is the contradiction, how we moving forward like Indonesians target on the NDC, for example. So not on the technical aspect, maybe from industry is more related to the CO2 emission and etc. But in the policy making process also, from our experience and perspective, is very important how is we bring AI into that process.
But
Yes.
Can I just add something? I was at the World Health Assembly, and in the assembly, and many global leaders say that somebody withdrew support to the WHO, but we are here. So I'm just going to say that there may be naysayers, but you have people who are strong advocates and supporters of it. And if you look at Indonesia as an example, the ISF, the Indonesia Sustainability Forum, is already testament. And Indonesia has huge potential. And in Southeast Asia and Asia, if Indonesia takes leadership, and you have more leaders coming on board to do better in this area, I think we have a good future ahead.
Yeah. So for the sake of debate, right? For the sake of debate, there is an interesting phenomenon now. In parts of Europe, you can't get elected unless you have a climate agenda, because the constituents are very green, yeah? So in many of these places, but some parts in Europe, that doesn't work anymore. In the United States, you have a president who campaigned on the basis that I'm going to pull out of Paris Treaty and he gets elected, right? In Indonesia, again, I'm in the spirit of being honest, no candidate at the national or provincial level will win votes by saying, hey, my number one agenda is climate. Because people are saying, no, it's jobs, and they don't associate jobs with climate as yet, right? So how do we change that political calculus and make sure at the top and at the people level, they're all aligned in terms of energy transition and climate agenda, and also digital agenda as well. Right. Yeah, please.
I'll just jump in.
And by the way, in most of Southeast Asia, no one really campaigns on the basis of a climate agenda to get votes, right? Yeah.
I would like to add that I have the privilege of being the head of the Asia Pacific region, so I travel and listen to leaders from across the region, including India and Japan, and what I do hear in this part of the world is that there is a recognition that you have to transition to a more sustainable future, but in so doing, that is an opportunity for economic growth and development. And so it's not one or the other, it's how that transition actually enables a more sustainable, more prosperous future. And that is very clear in terms of expression, even in Japan with their GX, their green transformation. It's a very clear point of view from the Singapore government, from the Malaysian government, and even from the Indian government. They see the energy transition, the sustainable transition as a job creator, as a driver of national development. And I think increasingly we're hearing that even here in Indonesia. Based on some of the presentations by ministers here at ISF yesterday morning, for example. So I think it's not an either or, it's how do you, not so much subordinate one to the other, but they're the flip side of the same coin.
Yeah, I agree. Anyone want to add to that? Yeah.
When I started in sustainability at Temasek in 2015, it was a career-ending job. Nobody wanted that job. And my own reflection is that when in my first few years, my very quick conclusion or reflection after taking on a job is that climate change is an existential threat. Right? It is an existential threat, and education and awareness and bringing that up is so important. My own experience is that I was in Switzerland in one of the slopes sledging down. Between 5 years, the first year I had snow sledging down. 5 years later, I was at the same place, almost at the same time, there was no snow. So climate change in Europe is visual. But in Southeast Asia, you increase degrees by half a degree, 1 degree, you just run into an air-conditioned room. You don't feel it, but actually it is an existential threat. I had a friend also with me, and I said, hey, do you remember about 20 years ago, temperature in Singapore was like 28 degrees. And now it's like 33 to 35. So it rose about 8 degrees over 20 years. And this person happens to be dean of one of the university, one of the schools. He told me, Boon, it is in our textbook, it was said that the normal temperature in Singapore was 28 degrees. And so if you don't do anything about it, right, then it's the parable of the boiling frog. We will slowly be boiled to our end. But having reflected it also from 2015 to 2025, when in 2015 people see ESG, see climate change as a burden to investment. Today people are talking about impact investment, climate technology, sustainable agriculture, as we see. So I think that's why I come back again. It is not just about the planet. Climate change has a prosperity story, has an investment story, has an economic story.
Yeah, I think the challenge is really how do we create a powerful narrative that can convince our leaders as well as the business and the people. And I think we all need to do a better job. And especially in Indonesia, you know what is the best narrative? The scare tactics. If you just say climate change is going to be important for our future, blah, blah, you don't get the response that you need. But if you scare them, right, that's what works. You know, the Vice President Yusuf Kala said, Indonesian mindset is we need to see bodies on the street, people dying, before they actually move into action. And there's a lot of truth in it. A lot of people don't think preemptively. A lot of nations don't think proactively. They think and act only when the worst happens, right? So I don't know if you have any comment on that, you know, yeah. But do you see that a lot of these things are happening in many countries? The tendency to think the worst only when it happens rather than preemptively.
Thank you, Pak Dino. This is interesting question.
So we're going off script, by the way, guys. We're going totally off script. But
around 2 or 3 months ago, one research institution asking me to review one of their research about the democracy, environment, and the economy. One the important finding that in terms of the environment and climate, Pak Dino, this also is like linked to the income per capita. So that's also in reality in our country. So related on that, is very important for the leaders, for scholars, many scholars here, to convince our leaders. That is very important. Yes, our main issue is job creations, but how put the climate issue in the job creations process? Yeah, if you look at our midterm national development planning, always there about the environment, about the climate, but how to helping our leaders. So that's why, like TBI, we are working hard to support our Indonesian governments and many countries in the world, how to make sure even they are not direct working on the climate, but how is in their main agenda also include about the sustainability and how do we tackle the climate change. Yeah,
okay. Well, look, I see my boss, Anindya Bakri, who's here, chairman of Kadin. I'll share something with you, and please comment on this. I'm also a member of Kadin, yeah? The Indonesian Chamber of Commerce. But even when we have discussions about, look, the future is green jobs and green growth, right? A number of our members of entrepreneurs who are on the ground, they're saying, but you know, we're not seeing that. Where's the proof? Yeah, in Indonesia context, yeah, maybe in Europe context it's different, yeah. Where is the proof that green jobs are going to be everywhere, or are everywhere? Because they're not seeing that as yet on the ground, you know, among the entrepreneurs that are, again, members of Kadin, right? So again, how do we convince them? Look, you cite Maki, what do you call it? Interesting statistics, right? 50% of jobs in the future will be this and that, right? But the reality is, again, Kadin members, a number of Kadin members are saying, where's the proof here? We're not seeing that, gitu, yeah. So what is the answer to that, yeah? Anyone? Again, we go on totally off script, guys. Yeah.
I mentioned,
yes.
I mentioned about the steward leadership, which I think it's sponsored by Temasek Foundation. I've been in one of the talk before, and actually it is educating the business owners and the top management on the value of steward leadership, which is basically taking care of the planet. So it's a big, it's a noble intent. Such question will not be answered that way if all of our business leaders are actually have that value within them. So it's a value development, which is, in my view, it's a government, how government build that, involve them and make them aware, and probably also from Ibu Maki.
Yeah, and also to add on, right? So like what Pak Dino mentioned, right? That maybe, I think not just Indonesian people, but I think all other human, if you they don't know, they don't exactly can imagine the impact, right? Then we need to show it vividly to them that this is the impact, creating the burning platform. I think creating this burning platform will create the urgency. Then I agree, it starts from the government, from the top, and then, it go down.
And I'd like to add that it really boils down to strategic thinking as well, because I'm Canadian, and there's a famous quote from Wayne Gretzky: you don't want to skate to where the puck is, you want to skate to where the puck is going to be. And I think when it comes to green jobs, in terms of differentiation and competitive advantage, it's not here now, but that's where the puck is now. But you have to think about where the puck is going. And it's a matter of thresholds. So at Google, we have what we look every year at search trends. And what we're finding over the last 2 years, if you look at what's trending in terms of search terms in Southeast Asia, increasingly you're starting to see climate change, typhoons, extreme heat. It's coming up. Yes, you still see Taylor Swift and soccer up there, number 1 or 2, but that trend is there. So I think it's a matter of thresholds. So I think it's really important for the strategic leaders to think about that direction of travel.
Well, this has been a fascinating discussion. I think my only conclusion, I hope that globally we're scared enough, but imaginative enough to create the future that we need. And we don't have any other option. There's no planet B. And this is the only window, the next 10 years, to achieve that net zero world. And AI is the tool that probably is the godsend that we need to achieve that net zero world. Yeah. So thank you very much. Let's give a big hand to all the panelists. Yeah. Good. I give it back to the MC. Yeah.
Thank you, Bapak Dino. Very fascinating panel indeed. And I congratulate all speakers for graduating from that panel, moderated by Bapak Dino Patijalal. And I invite everyone to please stand up for a photo opportunity. Don't forget to smile. Interesting discussion. Yes, net zero is somewhat is a destination, and we do not expect that to happen in 1 or 2 days or maybe 1 or 2 years, but we have to be in it, and AI is enabling us to get there, hopefully sooner. Once again, thank you, speakers. Thank you, Bapak Dino, moderator. You may all return to your seats. We still have agenda this afternoon. It is indeed a very productive Saturday for all of us, a sustainable Saturday indeed. So we do hope that everyone follows our agenda until the end of today, which is the last day of ISF 2025, and to also make us see our future generations. Now we've brought students as well to this forum. So once again, I would like to present to all of you this choir, Kilau Vokalia Dian Didaktika. Big applause, please, for them.
I'm not a stranger to the dark. Hide away, they say, 'cause we don't want your broken parts. I've learned to be ashamed of all my scars. Run away, they say, no one will love you as you are. But I won't let them break me down to dust. I know that there's a place for us, for we are glorious. When the sharpest words wanna cut me down, I'm gonna set a flood, gonna drown them out. I am brave, I am bruised, I am who I'm meant to be. This is me. Look out, 'cause here I come. caves and reaching for the sun. We are warriors. Yeah, that's what we've become. Won't let them break me down to dust. I know that there's a place for us. For when the sharpest words wanna cut me down, I'm gonna send a flood, gonna drown them out. I am brave, I am bruised, I am who I'm meant to be. This is me. Look out, 'cause here I come, and I'm marching on the beat I drum. I'm not scared to be seen. I'll make no apologies. This is me. This is me. And I know that I deserve your love. There's nothing I want Ooh, this is me. Da-da, 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 this is me. This is me. This is me.
Big applause, please, for Kila Focalia, Dian Didaktika. Thank you very much, dear friends, for your charming performance. Yes, and everyone, we still have some agendas, so please be seated. We still have a keynote speech and also a fireside chat that will happen after this. So we invite everyone to maybe extend your networking while sitting down. Hopefully that's possible. So next after this, we are going to follow a fireside chat, making green transition work for people and economy, a collaboration between WEF and Bapanas. And to set the tone for that fire chat, we will also have a keynote speech as well on the topic of building human capital for a sustainable future, creating green jobs in the age of AI. And before that, please allow me to invite you to pay attention to the screen for a journey of ISF 2025.
The world is evolving, bringing new challenges alongside new opportunities. With a growing population, the demand for food, water, energy, and meaningful employment continues to rise. As pressures on our planet increase, so does the shared responsibility to respond with urgency and cooperation. For many years, fossil fuels have been the foundation of our development. Yet the consequences are clear: increasing emissions, urban pollution, deforestation, and impacts on communities. The climate crisis is no longer a distant concern. It is a present reality, demanding immediate attention. We recognize the need for change, while also striving for growth that is inclusive, equitable, and sustainable. Across the archipelago, Indonesia is undergoing transformation. With strong determination, the nation is embracing a new era of sustainable development. President Prabowo reaffirmed Indonesia's commitment to building a sustainable, inclusive, and resilient future.
We are committed to meeting our 2015 Paris Agreement obligations. We aim to achieve net zero emission by 2060, and we are very confident we can achieve net zero emission much earlier. We aim to reforest more than 12 million hectares of degraded forest, to reduce forest degradation, to empower local communities with quality green jobs for the future. Indonesia is shifting decisively from fossil fuel-based development towards renewable-based development. From next year, most of our additional power generation capacity will come from renewables. Our goal is clear: to lift all of our citizens out of poverty and make Indonesia a hub for solutions to food, energy, and water security.
This commitment is reflected here at the Indonesia International Sustainability Forum, where ideas grow into solutions and challenges become opportunities. Together, communities, innovators, and leaders are planting seeds of hope for a better tomorrow. Every seed we plant today is a promise for tomorrow, because the future is something we build together for the next generation.
Yes, that was a video about ISF, and please, ladies and gentlemen, join me to welcome as well the Minister of Manpower of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Yasirli, and he's already here among us. Thank you very much, Minister, for attending this forum. And ladies and gentlemen, we would like to have this opportunity as well to thank our sponsors for their invaluable support and partnership in advancing in the sustainability agenda. So our sincere gratitude goes to the platinum sponsors, Sinar Mas and PT Pertamina Persero. We also extend the appreciation to our gold sponsors, PT Astra International Tbk, to our silver sponsors, Standard Chartered Bank, Lubrizol, Vale Base Metals, April Group, and Freeport Indonesia. Thank you to your continued commitment and collaboration. And of course to our bronze sponsors as well, DBS Bank, PT BYD Motor Indonesia, PT Bank HSBC Indonesia, Siemens Energy, PT Bank Rakyat Indonesia Persero, Tbk, Aqua Power Global Service LLC, PT Bank Mandiri Persero, Chandra Asri Pacific, PT Bank Negara Indonesia, Persero, Mind ID, PT Medco Energi Internasional, Tbk, PT Alamitri Power Indonesia, PT TBS Energi Utama, Tbk, and PT PLN Persero. Thank you very much once again for your support, our sponsors. And now, ladies and gentlemen, something that we look forward, we would like to call for all this fire chat to talk on making the green transition work for people and economy, a collaboration between WEF and Bapenas. And to have an introduction to this session, we would like to invite to the stage Ms. Filia Wibowo, partner and leader of the Southeast Asia People and Organizational Performance Practice at McKinsey & Company. Let's greet her with a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being with us at the end of this exciting International Indonesia Sustainable Forum. With this, I am privileged to be able to moderating a bit of a fireside chat and a little bit of an introduction of something for Indonesia. I would like to invite the speakers of today. First, I would like to invite our Minister of Manpower, Pak Yasirli, to join us on stage. Pak Yasirli, if I could invite you to join us on stage. Thank you. In this discussion, Pak Menteri will give us a keynote later, but also inviting to join us today, if I could invite Ibu Shinta Kamdani, chairman of Apindo, who's also the co-chair of these accelerators. You will hear about it a bit more. Pak Anindya Bakri, President Director of Bakri Group and also chairman of Kadin Indonesia. Thank you, Pak Anin. Pak Maliki, Deputy Minister from Bappenas for Community Empowerment, Population and Manpower, who's representing the Secretariat of the Accelerator. And if I could also invite Ibu Tarini Fernando, who's representing the World Economic Forum for the Center of Economic and Society, who's helping Indonesia pioneering this one. Pa Yasserli, if I could invite you to open with a keynote first.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I'd like to say hello to all guests, especially Your Excellencies Bapak Rahmat Kaimuddin, Bapak Anindya Bakri, Ibu Simta Kamdani, and also the MC or the host, Ibu Filia Wibowo, and all guests, ladies and gentlemen, participants in Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2025. It is a great honor for me to be here to share a little bit about Ministry of Manpower's perspective about Green Jobs agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, let me start with the importance of green jobs and skills that I think that everybody in this room is already aware. Next. There is a report mentioning about if there is no mitigation taken, there will be a reduction. Slide, please. There will be a reduction of the world's GDP about 18% in the next 30 years. It is equal about USD 38 trillion US dollar global damage per year. I think that's the number is quite high. And Indonesia itself has committed to achieve net zero emission by 2060, or at least at that year, and hopefully will be earlier than that year, and also commitment for reducing greenhouse gas emission by about 32% by 2030, compared to the business as usual scenario. I think and we believe that this transition will not only succeed if our people will only succeed if our people is ready. So that's for Ministry of Manpower has also a commitment to have the program about upskilling and reskilling at least 1 million people per year until 2029. We are also integrating green jobs into our National Development Plan, revising competency standards or SKKNE, and strengthening community-based training centers or BLK community to provide green skills at the grassroots level. I believe that these steps will align our policies with the future needs of Indonesia labor market. Upskilling, again, needed for new force into green sectors, and reskilling for the existing fossil fuel workforce. Next. Ladies and gentlemen, let me also show you a study conducted by Kementerian ISDM in 2025, revealing a significant opportunities. So the way we see the transition energy, not as a threat, but instead of the threat, we're looking at as opportunity. There will be close to 2,000 new occupation that's already have identified as green jobs, meaning that that's good opportunity for us. It's not only about for creating new jobs, but also for creating newly better jobs. And if we look at also data, about 90% of the green jobs will belong to the power and electricity subsector. And if you look at the RUPTL to 2025-2034, stating that there will be 75% of new power generation will come from renewable energy sources. Ladies and gentlemen, green jobs, if you look at the figure, they will, according to Ministry of ESDM estimation, green jobs in the energy sector will reach about 2-point-something million by 2029, meaning that there will be 6 times more compared to 2022. Here the projection, and again, I by myself looking at this figure as opportunity for us to come up to create not only better jobs, but also how we can solve the current issue regarding with the unemployment in Indonesia. Next, so there will be 4 key challenges of building green jobs and skills. Looking at what we have, what we are facing now in Indonesia. Indonesia is a big country, and at least there are 4 issues that we need to solve. The first one, currently there is mismatch between industry needs and vocational training curriculum, especially if you're talking about the green jobs, and lack of relevant certification schemes, SKKNI, especially in focus with green jobs. So the first challenge is aligning vocational training curriculum with the program of energy transition. The second, if you look at the disparity, what we have in Java compared to Kalimantan and Sulawesi, most of renewable energy potential lies outside Java Island, and this will be the significant issue for us. In addition, there is also limited access to upskilling and reskilling opportunities. Most vocational training centers, most of good universities, most are concentrated in Java. So there is also homework for us in building green job and skill related to the issue of solving regional disparities. The third challenge related to facilities and instructors, and we're talking about the vocational training centers. Some training facilities and infrastructure are outdated, distributed across the country, and also instructors often lack direct industry experience and exposure to green technology. Green technology will be a new things for them, so that therefore there will be also a need for training of trainer for them. And currently we have about thousands of instructors belong to our vocational training centers across Indonesia. And the last challenge, building green jobs and skills related to how the issue of green transition can be incorporated into productivity, increasing productivity in industry demands for green jobs. Current productivity initiatives in industry, unfortunately, are not yet driving significant demand for green jobs. But the good news thing, currently we have a collaboration with ASEAN Productivity Organization, and we currently are directed as green productivity specialist leader, in which Indonesia can develop the scheme and also can have training for productivity specialists. And currently we are developing unique framework how we can compute, how we can come up with the dashboard, calculator, and framework for green productivity. Ladies and gentlemen, addressing these gaps requires cross-sectors collaboration and also requires comprehensive roadmap, at least for the next 5 years. Through our jobs and skill accelerators, and I believe that Ibu Sinta will talk about this, we will bring together government, business, labor unions, academia, and industrial partners to make the green jobs roadmaps to be reality. And at the same time, mobilizing investment in innovation seems to be crucial, and this will be our homework to make green transition will be successful in Indonesia. Next, ladies and gentlemen, about few months ago in ministerial manpowers meeting in ILO and the BRICS, we are proposing at least there should be 4 principles that need to be considered in energy transition. The first one, what I call as people-centered approach, meaning that the transition to green economy must protect workers' dignity, right, and livelihood. Climate policies must integrate labor protection, ensuring safety and fairer working conditions, especially in informal and high-risk sectors. The second principle is inclusive skill development. A just transition it is only possible when people participate meaningfully. Investment in inclusive and adaptive vocational training, ensuring that no one is left behind in the shift toward green industries. The second, and the third, social protection and dialogue, strengthening social protection and reskilling support is important to help workers adapt while promoting tripartite and community-level dialogue to ensure transparency, trust, and shared ownership. And last but not the least, policy coherence and collaboration. A just transition must align with climate, labor, energy, and fiscal policies. And I believe that what we are doing now, Indonesia welcome international cooperation and share learning to make the green transition both comprehensive and inclusive. Ladies and gentlemen, this is how we make the green transition not only sustainable, but also fair for all Indonesians. And we will make sure that no one left behind. Ladies and gentlemen, here, let me share you a brief what we are doing now. I call it transformation of vocational training centers of our BLK, Balai Latihan Kerja, for a green and just transition. This is the example of our vocational training centers. Total, we have about 34 national training centers across the country under management of our ministry. And also we have about close to 300 regional training centers and more than 4,000 something community-based training centers. And I believe that this modality is more than enough if we want to have the program for reskilling and upskilling to be massive. So the transformation goal, the first one, upskilling, green start, preparing new and existing workers to meet evolving skills demand in green and energy transition industry. And the second, reskilling, green shift, supporting displaced workers from the high carbon sectors to ensure inclusion and just transition. And in these transformation goals should be supported by engagement and collaboration with industry, university, and international organization. So what we are thinking now, we need to focus for our transformation. For the short term to mid-term, Ministry of Manpower will focus the effort, at least for solar panel, wind turbine, and battery storage, in installing, operating, and maintaining at least this skill that we think that's what we need to focus in the next coming year for reskilling and upskilling. Ladies and gentlemen, so I think that that's all, and let me finish my speech at least with the three conclusions. The first one, Indonesia is entering a decisive phase of its green transition, and the workforce must be ready to meet it. Over the next 5 years, we see this as opportunity. There will be number of green jobs in energy sectors with the projection as much as 6 times. Second, Ministry of Manpower is transforming vocational training centers under our ministry, regional or community, in responding the challenge in upskilling the new green workforce and reskilling workers from the fossil-based industries to ensure a just and inclusive transition. Last but not the least, the Ministry of Manpower are welcoming any collaboration with industry, universities, and international organizations with all partners who want to share the commitment in building a skilled, future-ready workforce for Indonesia's green economy. And let me finish my speech. The green transition is not just an environmental agenda, it is an opportunity to create better jobs, to create jobs and to create better jobs, opportunity for stronger communities, and opportunity for a more inclusive future for Indonesia. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Pak Yasserli, inviting you to sit. Oops. Thank you, Pak Yasserli, you mentioned the last one is the partnership and collaboration and welcoming kind of international, local, private also, in here. With that, actually, I would like to ask Ms. Tarini Fernando, who's here representing the World Economic Forum Center for New Economy and Society, right, Tarini? And you're working with Bapanas, with the two co-chair here, Ibu Shinta and Pak Anin, on Indonesia Jobs and Skills Accelerator. Can you share a bit more about the Center for New Economy and Society and the Accelerator?
Thank you so much, Philia. It's a real honor to be here today. And I first want to begin by thanking all of our co-chairs, our esteemed co-chairs, for the leadership that you're taking with this Indonesia Jobs and Skills Accelerator. And of course, Bapanas, the incredible role that you play as the local secretariat. So for those of you who might not know, allow me to maybe briefly start with a quick introduction of the World Economic Forum. We are an international platform for public-private collaboration. And our mission is really to provide a trusted platform for insights and dialogue that can ultimately lead to concrete actions on shared opportunities and challenges. And our Center for New Economy and Society focuses on 3 pillars: economic growth, human capital development, as well as promoting equity and inclusion. And specifically on this 3rd pillar, we have been really focused on the green economy and ensuring that the transition is driving economic opportunity for all. Across each of these pillars, we have specific country-level accelerators, and this is all about looking at what are the specific initiatives that might be there at a local context that are supporting jobs and skills, for example, as the Honorable Minister has just shared. And Indonesia is we're really delighted to welcome Indonesia to this network of over 36 economies that we work with, but Indonesia is one of the very first to actually focus on equitable transition. And over the course of today, we have really heard about all of the efforts, the ambition to not only drive economic growth, but equally to ensure that economic growth goes hand in hand with a carbon neutral future. And central to that is actually delivering on jobs and skills. So this accelerator is really focused on leveraging what is already there, the ambitions that have been set in the Green Jobs and Skills Roadmap, and combining that with some of the insights, the benchmarking tools, and the leadership communities that we host at the World Economic Forum Center for New Economy and Society to address and really make sure that there are 3 key objectives that this accelerator delivers on. a really robust talent pipeline for green growth, ensuring that actually green jobs correct for existing labor market divides when it comes to ensuring that women have access, the informal economy has access, that those with disabilities have also access to the economic opportunity of green jobs. And finally, as we have heard again today, making sure the transition and this accelerator also addresses and supports the country in addressing some of the social risks. So the real goal for today is to hear from our honored co-chairs, and we just want to, on behalf of the World Economic Forum, extend our sincere thanks to McKinsey as a knowledge partner and to our co-chairs for taking on this role. Thank you.
Thank you, Tarini. Yeah. With that, as you said, we want to hear from the co-chairs who are both in here, Ibu Shinta and Pak Anin, right? Ibu Shinta, since the time of B20, I think you've already mentioned sustainable inclusive growth, right? And Pak Yasserli, you also said no one left behind, right? You know, could you share more, Ibu Shinta, about how do you think this could lead into an inclusive workforce transition going forward? Talking about SME workers, informal workers, women, disabilities, you know. What's your thoughts going forward? How could private sector contribute to this reskilling?
Yes. Thank you, Philia. So I think when we talk about the green jobs, we have to look at the two aspects, right? One is from the industry and one is from the SME side. So as we understand now about Indonesia, obviously we need also to create more quality SMEs that can actually grow, right? And while we have now ability of jobs, with the kind of supply of jobs that now needed more on the green side as well, we need to look at both sides at the same time. So first of all, if we look at from the industry, we need to map which sectors and that can really, that are, so we look at from the demand side, which sectors that are needed more on the green, this what we call the green jobs. So this is while WEF and Bappenas are now launching what we call the Skill Hub accelerators. Actually, we are also focusing on the green workforce accelerators itself. And when we map the industry, the best way, because we are both, I think we are both very action-oriented, right? So we map immediately the sectors that we believe are important. So I think energy is definitely one of it, but when we go to the industrial estate, of course, the manufacturing industry, they are looking also some of the transition towards the green jobs. And when we look at also farming, for example, I think agriculture is a big sector that we also need to look at. So from the industry side, we are looking on which sectors are really requiring. And then obviously when we look at the focusing on the green job accelerators itself, we can see that there are a number of things that needs to be focused, for example, on the company side. Right, the minister mentioned about converting some of the BLK into scale. I think that working together with the private sectors, with business, it clearly, we can scale this up much faster. In which we also have some industrial estate that have that can produce also skill hubs to be able to deliver this. So what is important is, of course, the curriculum, right? How are we going to actually provide this kind of curriculum? And on the other side, we also need to incentivize the companies as well. So this is something that we're looking from the government side, is how government can also incentivize company to fast track this transition towards the green job. So we've been working on that on the policy and the regulatory aspect as well, but incentivizing is also important. On the SME development, I think clearly a lot of SMEs are also looking on the green transition. Why? Because they are also part of the supply chain of the big companies. So I think we need to specifically work with how SME can also be part of this whole decarbonization effort, but also provide the green jobs that necessary so that they can also be part of this whole big scheme of the green transition. So I think these two parts is very important, and I think we from the business side, we're ready with very concrete elements such as, you know, how to formulate the model from the curriculum, from the incentive side, and how to deliver it actually toward the workforce. We work with the labor unions. I think it's important because from the existing job, we also need to reskill and upskill them. So besides of new jobs that's coming from the universities, but we also need to look at how the existing jobs can be upskilled and reskilled. Thank you.
Thank you, Bu Sinta. Very much aligned. I think the latest paper, the McKinsey Global Institute Word for Indonesia, titled Enterprising Archipelago. So Bu Sinta said quality SME needs to grow 2.5 to 3 times, and Bu Sinta said that means it's aligning with the sector that is growing, and one of them is actually the green opportunity, right? Now, Bu Sinta already alluded to that, Pak Anin, about the need for public-private partnership. Pak Yasserli said, BLK, the problem is the person who teach probably don't have the experience, right? You know, and therefore kind of hinting towards the need for public-private partnership. So Pak Anin, could you share more about this topic, right? And probably also your hope, Pak Anin, in spite of all your busy schedule, why are you also co-chairing the accelerator? What would you hope the accelerator to accomplish?
Thank you. I think after Ibu Shinta spoke as co-chair, and of course after Pak Menteri, I think my job is just to help to connect the dots. Yeah. And thank you for World Economic Forum for moving forward with this initiative. I've known World Economic Forum for quite some time. I'm also involved in the Net Zero Industrial Park, among others. But let me come back to where Kadin, which is Indonesian Chambers of Commerce and Industry, can and is playing a big role. We're basically the manifestation of Indonesia Inc., which is essentially how to connect between the government as well as the private sector. Now, quickly before I get to the green jobs and skills, we look at the whole GDP of Indonesia, let's say 1.5 trillion US dollars, about 15% of it is coming from the state budget. The 85% is actually coming from the business sector, including state-owned enterprises, but also private enterprises, and most of them actually small, medium enterprises, including micro as well as cooperatives. So our job is to make sure that when we talk about growth, they are also inclusive to a lot of them, not just because we want to, but we have to, because micro constitute to about 60% of it, right? Now, when we talk about the green industrializations, initiatives, jobs and skills, I'm gonna tag along to Ibu Shinta's categorization, right? On the corporate side, we see a lot of innovations, breakthroughs that we're talking about in the last 1.5 days. And by the way, this is a very good initiative that I think this is the Davos of Indonesia with focus on sustainability. What do I mean by that? Look, a lot of people are talking about how to process critical minerals. And like what Pak Menteri is talking about, this will bring a lot of growth to the eastern part of Indonesia, which we haven't seen before, the processing of critical minerals. And then when we talk above the ground, we talk about the renewable energy potential. We have heard about it, that 75 gigawatt in the next 15 years is going to come from renewable energy. And we see a lot of partners with technology, money, knowledge that want to tag along with it. And then don't forget that the biodiversity, not only we want to protect them because it is livelihood, we are even forced to make giant seawall because of the rising sea level. You can imagine when we say about livelihood of Indonesia. But anyway, what I'm trying to say, there are a lot of jobs. I'm glad Pak Menteri is talking about, for example, 1 million or so a year to do this. This is great because we need 2.5 to 3 million jobs per year to keep up with our 5% growth, let alone later on when we try to hit the 8%. Now, the small and medium enterprises, they should also really be motivated and be included in the process. Let me just give you 2 quick examples, right? First, the government is really much pushing about the free nutritious meal. This is talking about 30,000 kitchens across Indonesia that are trying to give 80 million food to Indonesian students as well as lactating mothers, right? Now, along with this, there's a huge supply chain that you have to think about. 80 million eggs, 80 million drumsticks. You have a lot of protein, vegetables. And you can think about how do we decarbonize as we're making this new supply chain. So that's one example how to move this micro and SME to be a part of the whole movement, but at the same time, making sure that we think about green from day one. The second thing is about, for example, the 3 million per year housing, right? Now, each house is about 36 meters square. They probably will involve 46 vendors, right? How do we become green on day one as we are trying to fulfill the demand for affordable housing? So these are the couple of things that we can work with the government to support, not only for the employment point of view from the corporate, but also small, medium enterprises. But all in all, we're all but excited. So then when we talk about Kadin as the manifestation of Indonesia Inc., maybe we can make green Indonesia Inc., because we believe that probably that's the way to go in the future.
Thank you. Thank you, Pak Anin. Green Indonesia Inc. ya, Pak ya. That's the hope. Pak Maliki, if I can go to you. Bappenas is the secretariat, right, of this Indonesia Jobs and Skills Accelerator. What is your hope, Pak, for the secretariat? If we meet again in ISF in 1 year from now, 3 years from now, what's the hope, Pak Maliki?
Okay, thank you, Bu Filia. First of all, I would like to appreciate for distinguished Minister, Pak Yassi Ali as a co-chair, and then also Pak Anin as a Kadin, as well as Bu Sinta from Apindo for co-chair for this forum, what we call is a Jobs and Skills Accelerators that is supported by WEF. And we see that Bappenas here as a secretariat, we see that this forums is going to be a leverage for us on how we can improve the competitiveness for the energy transitions. So therefore, we can build a green talent here to expand some of the new available jobs later on for the energy transitions, as well as how we can actually expand these jobs for the vulnerable people, especially for the women and informal workers and the small, medium enterprises. How we do it? We actually translating that we already issued the Green Jobs Roadmap. By translating, I remember, Pak Menteri, that you actually asked what's next from the green jobs. Because the next one is, I would like to see how we can translate the roadmap into like more coordinated as well as the concrete actions. So then we actually can like translate all the collaborations from all the stakeholders, so then we can improve the competitiveness of the labor force. And then these accelerators also would like to serve as the complement, because we also have the national platform for the TVET reform transformations committee. So therefore, we can learn each other, we can collaborate, because we are specifically going to have the improvement of the green jobs, while the TVET accelerators, TVET the reform is going to have like a very large framework of the skill accelerators. Therefore, I guess what we are going to see from the Secretariat is we need to have some tools on how we can also use this leverage. Maybe we can have several activities such as the series of dialogue and then also job analysis, and then how we can match between the industry's demands as well as the skills of the workers itself. So in the future, I see that we can have like a pilot modeling that can expand it into the national scopes. So then, therefore, we can have like more competitiveness in the green jobs. That's all.
Thank you, Pak Maliki. Because the time is quite short, gonna conclude the conversation that we have, right? Maybe iterating, Pak Yasserli, you mentioned that basically the narrative about the green transition is actually a productivity and growth opportunity for us, for our people as well, right? Now, in order for it to be a sustainable growth and sustainable productivity engine for the country, it needs to be just, to borrow what you said, right? That means it has to be people-centered, it has to be inclusive, social protection, and the policy needs to support all of that, right? Now, in order to make it just, it needs to be, it takes a village, right? It needs to be a collaboration among all the party, right? In this case, of course, from the public, in terms of policy, Bu Shinta, you mentioned incentive, right? For the private sector, I think, Pak Anin, Bu Shinta, you mentioned that, right? When we talk about business, then sector focus for growth, the private sector knows that, right? Want to underline as well the need for the SME to be better quality SME, and therefore also needs the private sector to actually bring it all together, right, to grow. By the way, there is also homework for our large companies that could be much bigger than where we are in order to pursue the growth, and that's where the green opportunity is an opportunity. I'd like to just add one more actor, public, private, but also philanthropy. So because I also saw some of the speakers coming from philanthropic entities, right? Because where things are not economical, that's probably where it could be bridged, right? And last but not least, Pak Maliki, right? The Indonesia Job Skills and Accelerator, basically what you hope for is a platform to catalyze, right, the good practices, to pilot, not only pilot, we don't want to have more pilot than airlines, right? But, we want pilot that gets to scale, right? Therefore, it's not only a catalyst, but also to ensure delivery happen, to ensure focus. Because sometimes the challenge, because we have so many things, right, is to maintain focus so that we can get to scale. That probably concludes our panel today. Thank you very much, the distinguished panel. Pak Menteri Yasserli, Pak Anin, Bu Shinta, Pak Maliki, Ms. Tarini, thank you so much. Have a good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to moderate this panel.
Thank you very much. Let's give a big round of applause. Thank you, Ms. Philia Wibo, for leading that fireside chat, and also the Minister of Manpower. Thank you for the keynote speech. And would like to invite everyone, before you leave the stage, for a group photo. Let's have picture together. Yes. Once again, we thank everyone. We thank the Minister, also the speakers on this fireside chat. Thank you very much for your contribution and presence here at the forum. Ladies and gentlemen, we almost come to the very end, but not yet. We have done a lot of panels, keynote speeches that are very eye-opening and also intriguing as well. A lot of fresh perspectives. And we want to make sure that everyone remembers all the key takeaways, so that maybe next year when we meet again, we make sure that we have made progresses from any points that we discussed this year at IISF 2025. And before we do that, would like to say thank you to the Minister of Manpower of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Yasirli, for attending and also sharing his perspectives as well as roadmap from the ministry in this forum this year. Thank you very much. Once again, we would like to ask everyone to please stay put because we still have one more agenda before we close and wrap up this Indonesia International Sustainability Forum this year. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we now come to the closing remarks session. So please welcome with a round of applause Deputy Minister for Investment, Promotion, Ministry of Investment and Downstream Industry of Indonesia, Mr. Nurul Ikhwan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yang kami hormati Bapak Ketua Umum Kadin Indonesia, Bapak Anindya Bakri. Yang kami hormati Ketua Panitia Pelaksanaan Indonesia International Sustainability Forum, Bapak Rahmat Kaimuddin. Yang kami hormati Wakil Ketua, ya, kami berdua nih join Bu Sinta dan saya sama-sama Wakil Ketua karena kolega saya harus menyampaikan rasa hormat juga kepada Ibu Sinta Kamdani dan juga Bapak Ibu hadirin yang berbahagia. Syukur Alhamdulillah akhirnya kita sampai juga di penghujung kegiatan Indonesia Sustainability Forum 2025 yang sudah kita laksanakan selama 2 hari ini. Ini masih ada orang asingnya nggak? Kalau ada orang asing pakai bahasa Inggris nih. Oh masih ada, harus dalam bahasa Inggris Bu Sinta. Alright, so thanks God that we have already passed these 2 days of our event, and this event is very meaningful. Why? Because we know that from this event we could show a very good collaborations among 4 institutions, which are the Ministry of Investment and Downstream Industry (BKPM), Coordinating Ministry for Infrastructure and Regional Development, the Indonesian Chambers of Commerce and Industry, Kadin, and McKinsey as our valued knowledge partners. And for these 2 days, we have seen grateful for the cross-sectoral synergy that ensures this forum was comprehensive, action-oriented, and attract over 10,000 participants, including 129 expert speakers from both domestic and international field. The 3rd year of this ISF carrying name Investing for a Resilient, Sustainable and Prosperous World is tangible manifestations of Indonesia's strong commitment to becoming a regional leader and an attractive contributor to the global sustainability agenda. As Bapak Presiden visions through Astacita, sustainability is no longer an option, but the foundations for achieving the Global Indonesia 2045 vision, which targets high, inclusive, and competitive economic growth. Ladies and gentlemen, we are proud to report that the forum successfully, this is a very, very good number of achievement as the output of this event, we successfully mobilized of total 18 MOUs and commitment of investment and also a letter of intent, which values around 278.33 trillion rupiahs, which is equals to 17.4 billion US dollars. The key highlights include development of waste to energy facilities in 33 cities valued of 90 trillion rupiahs, or approximately 5.4 billion US dollars. Other strategic MOUs cover bio-based packaging, geothermal power, green hydrogen, and maritime decarbonization. Additionally, infrastructure projects with the International Finance Corporations, or IFC, ASEAN Development Bank, or ADB, and Indonesia-Australia Partnerships of Infrastructure, or KIAT, are valued at up to 11 billion rupiahs. Today's discussions at ISF 2025 reinforce the belief that Indonesia has unique foundation to achieve the ambitious visions of achievement of the goal of Indonesia Golden 2045 visions. Indonesia is abundant resources at the global strategic advantage. That's the first unique Indonesia. So we have downstream industry program is being expanded from nickel, where Indonesia controls around 43% globally, to new strategic commodities like copper, bauxite, seaweed, to boost export value and competitiveness. Indonesia holds the key to global climate solutions with a carbon capture and storage, or CCS, potentially having not less than 577 gigaton, one of the largest in the world, capable to storing domestic and regional emissions for up to 200 years, firmly establishing Indonesia as the CCS hub for Asia. In energy, water, and human capital, energy resilience, Indonesia possesses a massive renewable energy, or RE, potentially of nearly 3,700 gigawatt, and the 2025 to 2034 electricity supply business plan, or RUPTL, targets an additional capacity of 69.5 gigawatt, of which 61% to 75% will come from renewable energy and storage. Water resilience, a crucial target is achieving universal pipe clean water access in all urban areas by 2045. For the human capital, accelerating these transitions is supported by super tax deductions of up to 300% for the research and development, and 200% for training activities focused on engineering data and green finance expertise. Ladies and gentlemen, the investment commitment of totaling 278.33 trillion rupiahs, or 17.4 billion US dollars, confirm the confidence of global partners in Indonesia green transition. We are now moving decisively into the critical execution phase. These transitions requires focused attention on high-impact strategy areas where the cabinet is ready to implement systemic and coordinating solutions to rapidly realize these projects and fully unlock the potentials of our Golden Indonesia Visions 2045. Indonesian government is continuously working to improve its regulatory framework. We are strengthening legal certainty investment procedures by implementing the positive fictitious principles based on Service Level Agreement, or SLA, among ministries. We are also improving the risk-based online single submissions, or OSS, system that investment licenses by further integrating systems in different ministries. Ladies and gentlemen, ISF 2025 represent a critical moment for executions. The first, we must enable. This means finalizing the technical and financial studies needed to get your projects approved. We have put the incentives and regulatory models in place, and now it's time to turn our visions into reality. Next, we must establish and build new partnerships, especially for cross-border cooperations. And last but not least, the third, we must empower human resources development, micro, small, and medium enterprises and cooperatives to have an impact on our society. Ladies and gentlemen, let's work together to finalize the commitment that will secure our shared sustainability futures. Again, we extend our heartfelt appreciations to all who have contributed to the success of ISF 2025, especially for the sponsors and also for the committee and for all participants, especially those who came to our event for these 2 days. So we do hope that we could see you again in our ISF 2025. See you next year. Invest in green, invest in our future. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Walaikum salam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Mr. Nurul Ikhwan, for that closing remarks. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the very end of Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2025. We extend our deepest thanks. We extend our deepest appreciation to all speakers, all partners, sponsors who have participated and contributed to the success of this 2-day forum. And for those of you who have come from far away from Indonesia, from Jakarta, we do hope that you have a safe travel back home. Finally, thank you very much, and we hope to see you again in ISF 2026. Have a great evening. My name is Rahma Alia. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bye. Just before we leave the room, all committees, please come forward for a picture together.